And it's live. Give it a second for YouTube to get.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's well. Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank
Oh,
you.
you're having your coffee already there. You're ready.
Actually, I've
Ready
got
to go.
peppermint tea with MCT oil. So you're
Okay,
doing
cool.
very well.
Cool, very cool.
I don't know how many people we've got on the screen. So I'm just hoping that everybody's joined and that they enjoyed yesterday's stream. And yeah, I see that we've got a special little sausage in the background of
Yeah,
Thalis.
that's my little assistant here.
Oh, that's amazing. Good morning.
Yeah, that
So
does my job.
Thalis, I've got a couple of surprise things for you, which I didn't discuss with you.
Okay.
So what I thought would be nice is because this is through the school, marathon, I thought we'd do a little bit of alpha, not much, just short and sweet because it is Saturday. And then I want to show you some strategies, some easy trading strategies. So guys, if I fidget a bit, as I said to David before, I normally have knitting that you don't see me doing. They all laugh at me. They can see when I'm nervous because I knit faster, or if I'm relaxed, I knit slower. But my pattern is not at the place where I can knit. So just bear with me if I start jumping around. Okay. So David, can we so what we're going to do is we're going to talk about obviously trading. But we all seem to jump into trading, fellas, where we just don't have a plan. So we go in and we trade, and without a plan, we win big money and we lose big money. So what I've done is I write everything down. I've got a book. I can't really show you. I've got a book here. You can't see it because of my screen. So what I've done is I sit down and I write in my journal. And my journal is not just a trading journal. My journal is a journal of everything that's relevant for me, for my financial freedom, if we want to use it. I'm sitting with freedom, fellas, so let's talk freedom. So what I've done is I've come up with a little slide. They're very random numbers. And I want to show you that we don't have to all say, I'm going to be a crypto millionaire or a crypto billionaire. Let's just be real people. So I think I'm going to put up the screen now of what is my number. Okay. So it's a very basic screen. It's yellow because we're bright in the morning. And so, okay, guys, does this show can you see my my little thing? Okay, so let's have a look. What is my number? First of all, what we're going to do is I want to, for example, what do I need to retire with? So if you take your monthly expenses and you times it by 12, okay, that gives you your yearly annual amount. Then you're going to times it by 25, which is the years, and that is the amount that you are going to want to have invested in your HODL account, or so that you can retire one day. So if your expenses, for example, $1,500 a month, you do the calculation and you come up with 450,000. That's not even $500,000. So I just want to show you, it's not, when we listen to the guys in the crypto space and the YouTube followers, they're speaking millions, and I come on and I think, oh my goodness, this is not for me. That's not where I am financially. It's too much. And I think what we need to learn is, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So let's slowly build our number up. So next, okay, after retirement, I'd like to buy a house. Or not next, I want to buy a house. So for example, a little house or a family size house, let's say it's $220,000. Okay. Then a car. Now the car is very expensive, but cars are expensive. My children have told me, Mom, you can't keep driving a secondhand Mercedes or a little Golf Chico. You need to get a proper car. So we put the $45,000 in, and then medical. Not all people need medical because, in Europe and that it's free. But for example, in South Africa, it's not free, and in America. So I wouldn't know the American money. As I said, I've just put random kind of numbers in there. So at the end of the day, 770,000 would be, and a number that I would want to work towards to have in an investment account. If you've done sniper school, you know that Sheldon speaks of different businesses. So this would be, for example, for businesses that you would look at doing. So you could do it into different exchanges if you wanted to, or you could just keep it into one exchange. These for me would be in my spot account, depending on where we're in the market, whether it's in tokens or whether we are, if we're in a bad place, we could also have it in USDT. So there's certain times in the market where we are out of crypto, and sometimes we're just holding USDT. Okay, then the next slide, I'm going to show you, David. So the next slide is just, that was investment, if you want to use a better word for it. Here is my daily allowance, would be $1,500 per day, per month. And I've just worked it out at 20 days a month, which is about $75 per day. Now, I did 20 days a month because sometimes we want to take the family to the beach, or we've done a bad day, or it's weekends and we don't want to trade. So this would be in a trading account that allows you to do your daily expenses. Okay. This is not difficult to achieve if I set my mind to it. Okay. Now, what I put at the bottom there is, do I need someone to be accountable to? Now, that's an interesting thing because, you know, we all know that we have something called AA. And AA, it means you've obviously got a drug or alcohol problem, or gambling problem, or crypto problem. So what do? You got to have someone accountable to. Not everybody needs it. But for example, for me, I do have my person I'm accountable to, and that is 𝗪𝗏. And when it comes to crypto, and that's only because it's nice to say, okay, I've just won a big trade. Can you just thrash it out? This is what I think I should do with my winnings. And 𝗪𝗏 says, yes, but let's look at it from this perspective. And it's just nice to, you know, speak to somebody else about it. And Absolutely.
I mean, sometimes you just need, you know, because you are diving inside to the chart. So sometimes you need a little bit of guidance to say, hey, I'm a thinking trade here. Is this right? Do I have my numbers right? Is this level a level that I'm supposed to see, or do I see things I'm not supposed to be seeing? So yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it is very important to have someone with you.
I think so, and it's quite nice to trade with somebody as well. So I just wanted to show you that the numbers don't have to be too big. Now, the next thing is, okay, I've started crypto school, whether it's Sniper or Whale. Crypto school is just the, you know, umbrella name for it. And I've had to put $100 into an exchange account. Now, I listened to Sheldon and to Kyle, and they working with big numbers. And we won't even talk about RAN. Okay.
He's on outer space.
Yeah, he's not different level. We can get there, but let's set the steps in.
No. Who remembers the live stream that RAN did in Dubai? Who remembers that? He did like a 4-hour, 5-hour, 6-hour stream. I don't remember how long it was because I was panicking. And obviously I was around Banter for a year, right? But then he decided to go to Dubai because there was something going on in Dubai. It wasn't a Bitcoin conference, but it was something going on in Dubai. So he went in Dubai. And here it is. In his hotel room, nice hotel room. Always he's carrying his streaming setup, right? And all dressed up nicely, right? And he goes, okay guys, today I'm gonna trade. So he starts trading, and he puts like serious money down the table, guys. I mean, you know, money that we don't see in a year. He just goes, okay, I'm gonna buy these, I'm gonna buy these, I'm gonna buy this, and like he's stacking up all the orders, right? All nice and green, and all together was around 200 and something K, right? 200,000 plus dollars. And one of them was Phantom, if I remember, and that one was Algo. I don't remember the rest of them. I had to really zoom in on the video. I did a screenshot, and then I zoomed in to see the numbers. I couldn't see it written right. I said, no, it can't be right. I mean, is that 200K there? I was like, nah, it can't be. And then Thunder was doing quite well, I believe, and was like 20 grand up. I'm like, wow, look at this. And then he decides to go for sushi in the restaurant. He goes, guys, I'm going to leave this open. Live stream. You're going to see my screen. Here's my exchange, blah, blah, blah. I'm going for sushi. And we're like, what? And he just left. He left. And I was like watching this with the music going in the background. And I believe it was all right, but I was start sweating. I said, oh, God, I mean, how can you leave a trade with 200K on the table? And he just left.
And I bet you he didn't have a stop loss, Dallas.
No. And
no.
Minutes later, everything's starting into red. Seriously red, like -5, -6, -7. I was going quite fast, and -10. I was like, oh shit. And I was start trying to text him, like somewhere on because I didn't have a direct communication with Ran, and I was like trying to text him everywhere, like on Twitter, on somebody else, like Sheldon. Sheldon, are you with him? Like, please, somebody tell me, like he's going down deep out of water. Like it's like 20% down. And we're like, no, I couldn't live with that. I said, I couldn't, no. But yeah, Ran, he's on a different level.
Oh my word, he is. It's unbelievable. It's really. So we're going to work to @𝗣𝗥𝗢, but I just want to set up what is.
I was the one having a heart attack, and it wasn't my money.
That's the point. No. Oh, guys. So how do we get there from $100? Well, you know what? It's not as difficult as you think. Let's talk about it. Let's, as George, we're all George says, let's talk about it. What do? We take $100 and we trade it. And if we can do a 5% win every day for a month, we will double our trading portfolio. So all we're looking at is $5, and $5 is really easy, 5%. So it would be $5 on $100, but obviously that increases as we're making more now. And that's what 𝗪𝗏 said to us. We're on I've got a trading group that we're on, and 𝗪𝗏 says, guys, all you have to do is $5 a day to double your portfolio. So the first 5%. Month, $100. Sorry, 5%. I keep saying the wrong thing. Sorry, people. I'm nervous, you see.
That's why I'm here, you see. You need someone to be with you and help you out.
Exactly.
I have to
but I'm also getting distracted here.
I need to look important, so I have to jump in,
Okay. Well, I'm also getting nervous here. Somebody says, I've just heard the kettle beep, and they're all talking about tea here, and I see Darren's here, and George, and Pirate J. Good morning, everybody.
And we've got some music in the background. Can you also
I love it. So 5% a day is very easy on low leverage, 𝗪𝗏. Even, I looked at my charts today. Oh, my hat, am I happy. I think I've only got one token under, and that's DOT. All my others are above. And I did dollar cost average. So even if you've just got a spot account at the moment, $5% is achievable. But the reality is, if we're doing a 3x, a 5x trade, we can easily make 5% at this time.
When I first said that number, people were like, what? And I said,
exactly.
And I'm trying to give you tactics and strategies and the easy way, like the cheat sheet, right? And if everybody likes to double their account. That's the target, right?
Yes.
And I gave multiple reasons why I choose my strategies and how to do risk management and how you decide how much is going to be your position size. And when I get down to this, I can go briefly later, no problem. When you get down to these strategies and you understand how easy it is, then the 5% is not unreal, because you can make one trade and do like 12-15%, and then already you got your daily target done, and maybe you got the daily target for the next 3 days as well.
Exactly.
So your next day is like stress-free.
Exactly.
I've got my 5% already. Can I do another 5 to, add up, and, can you double your account sooner than a month?
Exactly.
And, if you're careful, easy going, as on your trades, on your strategies, I'll go easy, and you don't do silly things, you don't gamble, you're going to get there easy.
Very easy. I mean, let's have a look. So we start with $100, guys. We double it to $200. We then move to
Are you sharing a
$400.
screen, or are you just saying that?
No,
okay.
I'm not sharing
Okay.
a screen. I can't.
Okay.
So, for example, I'm also in my diary, which I told you I've got here. I've got something written, trading goals. Okay. Now, this was just to kind of, I'm writing down different things to help, the students on the AMA. So let's say we start from $100 to $200. That's, that's our first goal. Once I've got there, I want to trade that $200 to $400. Okay. Once I've hit the $400, take out $100. Put it into your dollar cost average, or take your family out for ice creams. Do something with that so that you know that what you're doing is for a goal. Because sometimes we all trade and we never take it out. And is this actually real? When you're taking that $100 out, there's something there, buy a skateboard or whatever it is you want to do. So you can see that what you're doing has
use it. I mean, feel it.
Use it.
You want some money, right? And it's on the computer. Transfer that back. Bring it back to your account, right? To your bank account, and use it. Go out there into the real world and use that money. And when you're gonna pay that object, pause a little bit and leave the moment, and you say, hey, I'm just buying these, right? I just bought these, or I'm just buying these with the money that I made in crypto.
Yes.
And just remember that, because it's always the first experience, right? When you're gonna buy this and say, I got these with my crypto money.
Exactly.
It's gonna work, right? It's gonna take a little bit of time, but it's gonna work, and it's gonna be fantastic, because at the beginning it's unreal, because these markets are designed to grab money from us, right? When you turning the tables around and you making some money, then you need to go and spend that money. And for reward, you need to reward yourself that you've done a good job. You grab some money, go buy something, treat yourself for that winner, because you are a winner. So do that.
The thing is, if you're not taking money out, okay, it's kind of like going to a job every day, working, and at the end of the month, you can't go and buy yourself, I don't know, a bikini, or go jump off of a mountain with a paraglider, or go to dinner with your family. So if you're not actually seeing what you're doing, you're not reaping the rewards, then what are you doing it for? So that's, so then from there, I'm just going to go next. Take your 300 to 600, then take out another $100. Once you've got the $500, take it to 1,000. Once you're at $1,000, you're looking at $50 a day. Okay. So what I showed you on the slide just now was $75 a day. So we're almost there. Okay. So once we're at the $1,000, to double it, it becomes easy. And of course, the thing is, as we've spoken about, the first couple of trades from the $100, we tend to go with higher leverage, so it's more risky. And the more we build our trading portfolio, the less risk we're going to have. But I wanted to show you in a couple of steps how it's not too difficult, because what we're wanting to do is those first couple of steps, we want to take those $100 and we want to get it up to $1,000. Okay. And once we've done that, then it starts to get a little bit easier. All right. So what I'm doing is saying, guys, don't panic. I'm in South Africa. Our economy is very different to you guys in Europe and in America. And I listen to you talking and I'm going, oh my goodness, Okay, I'm just going to, so yesterday, it's quite fun. My children have a little bit of a YouTube channel, and they do an adventure YouTube channel, and they've got a thing at the bottom, buy me a coffee. And that buy me a coffee is to help them to buy equipment, etc. for their channel. So I bought the first one for them, and it's $5, and that's great. Then there was a bit of a competition between a group of friends of ours, and then they were buying them 6 coffees and 7 and 10. And I was like, guys, I can't even compete with you. I'm in South Africa. So what I'm trying to say to you is, it's okay if we've only got $100. Let's start off with $100, and let's keep doing that. And let's work together. And you know what? If you are having a problem, jump onto the AMA with 𝗟𝗲. When he's on school, jump onto an AMA when I'm there on a Thursday morning. Jump in with the American team, wherever you are around the world. Say, this is what's happening. Can you help me? This is my goal. I'm trying to double my portfolio. So that's kind of what I wanted to say this morning. Don't panic if you're at $100 or if you're at $50. You can do it. Let's do it together. And that's what school's about. We're about doing that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I like to present my screen. I've pushed share screen. So let's see if David is going to allow me to share the screen.
He's around. There you go.
So David, if you're around, I've put it onto share screen. And let's just, yes, there we go. It's fantastic. So guys, I have got dot up. Now, let me just get to my 𝗏𝗡 chart. Can you see that? Let me get it onto size. I'm going to close this so my screen is okay. I'm going onto my weekly. So this is a chart that Sheldon did in one of his first workshops where he spoke about keeping your trades in crypto. Okay. So what we've got here is the 𝗏𝗡. So it's not the 𝗏𝗡 BTC, it's the 𝗏𝗡 chart. And it was such a lovely chart to do the strategy that I want to talk to you about this morning. Okay. So for example, Sheldon spoke to us about using just the stochastic RSI. Now, the other thing I've done is I'm using the free trading view because we're on school. And you can see that with this advert here. I want to show you that my trading technique that I'm showing you this morning can be done on the free version. Okay. So this is the 𝗏𝗡. We're on the weekly chart. All right. So if we have a look over here, this is the stochastic at the top. The stochastic over here is at the bottom. So what I've done is I've put my vertical line up here. I've color coded it. I want to show you because I color code my charts. Okay. So if it had been a monthly chart, I would have made my vertical line red. But because we're on the weekly, I've made it orange. If I was on the daily, it would have been yellow. My 4 hours is my green one. So I work mainly with it depends on my chart. I work, if I'm doing shorter trades, then I'm using my 4 hour, my green. So you can see at the bottom here, what I did is as the market started turning up, you can see it just starts turning up here. We popped in this line here. What does that mean? We've come from the market from the 𝗏𝗡 going down, and now the market starts to move up. So what we do is we're watching this. Okay, it is at the top here going down. So we could have put this in here as well. Okay, if you'd wanted to do that, but I have a tendency to sit and watch the market. So that is why I didn't put that one in there, because what I did, I would have watched this here and seen. I'm a little bit, when it comes to this, I do watch. Like over here, I'll show you on a little bit here. I was ready to change, to do the change over here, and I actually chatted to Bruce about it, and he was dead right. He said, just watch this going here, because you can see this is gone long. Anyway, so what we've done is at the bottom, we put it here. You could put it over here and you would have done a nice trade anyway. Let me just show you what this trade would have done. Okay. So from here to the top would have been a 55% trade. So that would have been fine anyway. Okay. Then we would have gone, you see the top is still going here. We would have then seen that it's going and forward, and that's why I've put this line, a thinner line here, so you can see that this would have been the top. We then follow it on the stochastic RSI. I'm not looking at the bottom chart, I'm just looking at the top here, and we would then pop him over here. Okay, because this is at the bottom of it. Then we would have taken it to the top, and this is also, I'm going to show you why the stochastic RSI doesn't work as well as the joining, which again I'll show you just now. Okay, because we would have taken it over here, and then we would have taken it to here, and our short wouldn't have worked so well. Okay, the stochastic then went down here, but we can see now what we're doing is we've got to start watching our charts. We know that it's doing the sideways shuffle. It's going horizontal. It's slightly going up, but it's not up enough. Okay, this is a low over here. So we're trying to, you could have taken a low over here. Okay. Okay, I will slow down. My husband said to me, slow down. Sorry, guys.
You're panicking and you
Okay.
you need to
Sorry,
slow down a
guys.
bit.
I'm breathing.
Right, take it easy. Yeah, breathe.
Where's my
You're doing
knitting?
well.
Okay, so what you need to do is play on your chart. Put in your because before I had been going over this, I would have probably put it over here. Now you can see that that would have been a smaller trade over here. But since talking and chatting and working with 𝗪𝗲 on the charts and on our trading, I would have popped it here. But we now know to watch the chart until it starts turning up here, which would have probably been looking at it of more of that kind of a trade. Okay. What I want to say is you guys need to do your own TA and back testing yourself. Okay. Then over here, what you could see there was a lower here, hence I put the third one in. And now it started moving up. It's still not doing brilliantly. We're doing the sideways shuffle. Okay. Now I'm going to show you, and this is just a little bit of a sneaky one, because 𝗪𝗲 will discuss this in much more depth than me. But what we do here is if we have a look at the stochastic RSI over here, and then at the bottom we've got the RSI, okay? What we do is if we can see that together they're at the bottom, and we've put the vertical over there. Okay, let's have a look here. Because the RSI is not at the top, you can see that this is not the trade that I would have taken. Okay, what we would have done is you can see that it's now moving a little bit. It's going up. We can see it's going up. Okay, here we go. And now, okay, you want to bounce, do you? Let me just sit in there. You can see the stochastic RSI and the RSI sitting at the top, and that is where we can see that it is sitting better. Okay.
That's it. I mean, when you got the trick is when you get both indicators telling you the same story. That's the magic of it.
That's the magic.
Yeah, that's the magic. Because a lot of people are watching indicators, they're using indicators, but we have a strategy to do the combination, how we read individually and how we read them together, how we act when we see things together. So that's a little trick, that's the magic.
Exactly.
What Terry is telling you is that when you combine both of them, because both of them are, we call them the twins because both of them are from the family of RSI, but they're not exactly 100% the same. And stochastic RSI, you're going to find that it's going to be more faster than the RSI. But when both of them are on the same region, telling you the same story, that they want to go down or they want to go up, either they are on the very bottom and they're crossing up and they want to go up. When you get these two telling you the same story, it's a strong indication.
Very strong.
Yep. And the opposite happens when both of them are at the very top, maxed out, and they're crossing down and they're turning around at the same time. So, okay, you know what? Most likely, this is going to be the end of the leg, not the end of the wave, but the end of the leg. So it's like going towards swing low and swing high. If you grab these, your trades to be not inside the little waves, but the big wave, like the swing high and swing low, this is how you make more money because you are targeting the higher percentage moves.
And also, it's going to show you that you can just quietly leave your trade for longer. So what I've done for you now is if you have a look at the pink, all right? The pink shows you we're both at the bottom here. This is the twins. So I've put the twins in the pink over here. Okay. Now, I do find when we're looking at a short, okay, if we at the bottom on the stochastic RSI, but we're at about 50% on the RSI. The possibility of it going up and doing a proper up move is quite high, but it has to be at the 50% or lower, okay? If we don't take this trade, this short here, that's okay, because what would have happened is we would have taken this trade from here and we would have taken it to the bottom over here. Let's just make this much thicker for you. Okay, and I'm putting it in pink as well. So you can see that that would have been a really nice short trade, or you could have, you know, so I'm just trying to show you the difference with the twin method. Okay, so if we go, we can see it pops up slightly here. So this doesn't even get to the top on the RSI. So you can do it on the stochastic RSI, but it really works better, as 𝗟𝗲 said, with both of them together. Okay, so that is what I wanted to show you on this chart, because it was so nicely set out, and I wanted to show you the difference. So you can do the stochastic RSI, you would have shorter trades, and that's what I've done. So I'm going to pop off and look for another chart, because I'm sure that's what we're going to want to look at right now. Okay, let's have a look at ADA. Okay, so if any of you guys have been with me in my AMAs, and I know a lot of you have, then you'll know what my pink lines are. And this is also part of the strategy of trading. So I got into the market when we shouldn't have gotten into the market. We were at all the highs. So my original Cardano ADA buy-in was here at my top pink line. Okay, and that was at 81 cents. All right, what's happened is I've been dollar cost averaging over through the bear market, and I've dropped my buy-in down here. And this morning, yippee, happy days. Look at that. I'm at my buy-in. Fellas, we had such a discussion about ADA, and here we are.
You broke the range, and you enter after you broke the range. I mean,
Yeah.
it's two possible scenarios. Either you're going to enter the very bottom of the range and say, listen, this is the bottom range. You got hit once, twice, 3 times. It doesn't matter. So it's solid. So I'll take my chances. I'll go in. And the other approach is, you know what? It's been so boring. It's inside the range. I've done the little trades in and out inside the range, but I'm waiting for the big trade, right? So you're waiting to get out of the range. So you were waiting to get out of the range. You saw the signal. So, oh, it's getting out of the box. I'm going in. And, you know, it's kind of 50-50, because you do get some fake out sometimes. Like it's getting out of the box, it hasn't retested, and then goes straight back into it. But because we know that we're in a bull market, we know that Bitcoin is moving, it's less likely for ADA to pull back right now into that range.
Exactly.
Maybe later, maybe not, but it's less likely for the current conditions to the rest of the market.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
So what I wanted to show you again is, let's have a look at the stochastic and the twins. Okay, so we can have a look over here. We were at the top. Okay, and this is what I wanted to discuss with you. Okay, is that we can see at the top of the stochastic RSI, all right, that we are ranging horizontally and it's going straight, but we can see that it's not turning downwards, and it's right at the top. So that to me shows that we're not turning just yet. We bring in the RSI, and it's still an upward. You can see we've got a little bit of a sharp upward there. Okay, so that is why this is still running. So we need to be aware, because the minute we think we're in the oversold, we're all thinking we need to short. But what I've learned is I was very scared to take any longs when we were in this range. Hence, I lost a lot of trades. So let's try and read this, the RSI and the stochastic RSI to do that. Now, as you can see, with ADA running in this range for so long, when this popped up, like 𝗪𝗏 said, it's a very good place to have taken a trade because we can see that it's above. And I mean, that's a weekly candle. That's quite amazing. So let's pop down to the 4-hourly. You see that? So guys, without even taking a trade, this is just what, oh, okay, I knew you were there. I was waiting for you. So with my dollar cost averaging strategy on ADA, look at that. I've hit my buy-in. So from now, whatever we trade up, I can now use my token accordingly. You know, 𝗪𝗏, I'm sure you know that Sheldon, and then they would say, cut your losses and take that, rather sell out a really bad token and trade it up. I'll be honest, I was way too scared to do that because I've been in trading for 3 years, but still that 3 years is not enough for me to have felt comfortable to do that. So my next strategy was, okay, I've got the token because I bought it in my spot account. I'm just going to keep dollar cost averaging it. And that's exactly what I did. And it's paid off. And it's a very good Saturday. Honestly, it's a very good Saturday.
Indeed. I mean, the market is still moving. It's a weekend, but my Excel sheet here, my real-time tracker, my portfolio manager is like up. You know, it's a good morning. It's a good morning.
It's a good morning, exactly. So guys, that's what I want to show you. Let's have a look. We're going to start off. I think we should always be sharing the BTC is what we should all be looking at to start off our day. But of course, we were talking a little bit of other things. Okay, so BTC is still at 44,000. Very nice. We're on a bit on the 4-hourly. Our stochastic and our RSI is on the upward, so I can see a little bit of movement going forward there. Look, you can see on my chart here that I think it's probably going to go to the 47,600 range because that's my fib. That's up there.
It's going to be a bit slow because it's a weekend, obviously.
Yes.
Right? We will not, most likely will not see any major moves. But now, as we speak, Bitcoin is reaching again to these high level, like a resistance. We've seen before that it got rejected a little bit on 44.5, and last night he managed to break it and go to 44.7, right? So this is the area now. This is a time where, you know, Bitcoin is approaching these areas again. So it's going to touch the waters and see, okay, do we still have these selling pressure here, or is it easy? So you can see that it's easy touching, easy going, and it's touching the waters to see, you know, what's the pressure? Is that high pressure? Is that high selling pressure? Or is it, you know, I'm going to scrub a little bit the surface and see, you know, what's the pressure going on there. But it's a weekend and things can be slow.
So I want to show you this, what I've done on the 4-hourly here. Okay, so we're on the 4-hour chart, which is this method that we're talking about now. I wouldn't do on the lower time frames. I prefer it on the higher time frames. Now, what you need to do is if you want to use this, then and you're using different charts, you need to sit and play with it, and you need to test it and back test it and see if it's going to work on that specific token. So Bitcoin, we can see, let's have a look over at this one. We're at the bottom of the stochastic RSI, and we're probably at about 30% over here. Okay, now because we know that we're in a bull market, I've watched that the RSI doesn't necessarily go down to the bottom, to the on the RSI. So I'm happy for a 50% down to 20%. So that would have been over here. then we would have looked at taking it to the top. Okay, so we were at the top both places. Now, you could have taken this, put it in here and taken this little trade here. Let's move my screen up and we could have just seen quickly what the... Let's have a look at what that would have given you. It was being a long from over here to there. And that would have given you a 4% trade. Okay, obviously that's on a 1x leverage. If you had put it onto a 5x leverage, that would have been a 20% trade over there for you. Okay, then we could see it had gone down. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, trade the trend. I don't like to do shorts in this market where we are because I think you can get caught. I think that, so if you have a look here, it's shorting down to this position over here, and you can see that it's barely a trade. I wait, and yes, I might not be in trades as often as others, but because we're in a bull market, I'm trading longs at this point. So then we look at the stochastic is at the bottom of the chart here, and we're in about 50% here. So now you could take a long from here. Okay, now you can see that the long pops up to here. But then again, you can see it's now going sideways. We're going to watch the stochastic. We can see that this is also doing the sideways shuffle, as I call it. Now, what happens here on the RSI, you can see it starts getting this colored in green section. So now I'm thinking, okay, we're now aiming at the top, and I put in my my vertical line over here. Yes, there's more move, but for me, long position from down here up to there is a 11% move. On a 3x, it's a 30%. On a 5x, it's a 50%. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we can see, as the charts have done, because we're in a bull market, the retracement is ever so slight. Okay. So now you can see it's at the bottom and it's starting to turn up. So what we can then do here is put in the next line over here, and we can take a long from here. We can see that it's popped up over here again, and this is the thing now. So that would have been a very quick trade if you wanted to do a small trade, but because it's only at the 80%, I would still hold it, and I would wait for my stochastic and my RSI to be in the overbought more at about 100%, which is what I'm looking at over here. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just going to read some of the comments. I'm sorry I ran off just now. I think maybe the music got to me as well. Okie dokie. So now if we're having a look at the daily, I'm going to look at this and then read your comments. We can see that on the daily, it's different to on the 4 hourly. So if you're going to trade, let me just pop these off. If you're going to trade on the daily, that's also great. So let's see if this is going to work on the daily. I've just made the lines very thick just so that everybody on screen can see it. Thank you, Darren. Okay, so we can see here on the daily, let me just pop this off slowly. We're at the top over there because you can see we started going into the color there. Okay, so you could have taken it there or you could have watched it. You could see over here that it's still doing the horizontal and it's slightly turning down here. You could take that over here because, and I'm going to change my color because we're on the daily. So a monthly, weekly, daily is to yellow. Okay. So because it's starting to turn down here, you could see that we're at the top here. Okay. Let's get the next one over here. We pop down over here. We're still at the top of the RSI. So if you can see, the RSI is a little bit, I find it better in the bull market. Okay, it's ranging to the side over here. So yes, we could have sold here, or we could have kept it going until we've actually hit. See, I wouldn't even use the stochastic here. So this is what you've got to do on your different time frames, is go in and have a look and back test. So you can see we're still going to the side here. We're still going to the side here. It has slightly turned down here, but we're still above the 80%. We're still above the 80%. And then you could have sold it over there as well. So this is just something that you can play with. It's quite a nice way to trade. It takes a lot of pressure off. It is longer trades. Oh my goodness, look how nice atoms popped up as well. Oh, that's amazing.
They're all going. They're all going.
They're all going. Let me just see how much I'm up now. Look at that. I'm up 11% in my spot account. And that again.
It's a good morning.
It's a good morning.
And we've got music.
So here you can see, guys, I had my atom, my buy-in was at 10,158. I dollar cost averaged it down to 9.67. And now I'm in 11.2%. And what I want to show you is, let's just do this method that we're talking about. We're at the top here. We're at the top here. Let's just pop that in there. I'm back testing it. We're at the bottom here, and this is under the 50%. So I'm going to put that over there, and you can see we are still on an upward trend over here. Okay. So guys, that's kind of what I've done. Yes, it's the standard RSI at the bottom. Okay. And the stochastic RSI is at the top over here. All right. Okay, so that is, it's just the RSI and the stochastic RSI that I'm using over here. You can see stochastic, oh, there we go, guys. It's a free version. I'm just showing for everybody who doesn't have a paid version. Here's the stochastic RSI, and there's the RSI at the bottom. That's what it is there. Dallas, you're very quiet. Normally you talk more than me. That's why I'm blabbering to myself. Where have you gone?
He's currently going to trouble for study, so he'll be back in 15 minutes.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Okay, so this is, I see in the questions, I'm just going to go over. This is being recorded. It'll be on YouTube because it's part of the marathon. And so, yes. Okay. I see Jackie was also on. Okay, guys. So does anybody want to ask me to look at a specific chart? So just if you do, just pop it into the chat. And we can have a look at your chart that you're wanting to look at. Okay, Solana is my token. Let's go and have a look at Solana for now. Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you something here. Okay. Now this is what I'm going to talk about Solana, and then I'm going to look at the charts, guys. Solana is an interest. So I'm running two portfolios, mine and my husband's. My husband's portfolio is fantastic because I'm doing it for him. And don't do anybody's portfolio except for your spouses or your child. Don't do it for anybody else. You've heard Kyle's story if you've done whale school. Rather get them to do sniper school and whale school so that they can learn how to trade themselves. So my husband, every month he puts money into crypto, and he bought Solana over a couple of months, and he averaged it out at his buy-in on this pink line, as we've spoken to you about, the pink line, at 21.266. He's held it, and he is now up 261.6% just on the spot account, okay? I bought Solana in the last market. And my is at this level. And my Solana is up 45. 45%. Oh my word, that's fantastic. This is a great morning. The point is, he's at 261%. He's down here. Now, I was like, oh, that's not cool. I'm panicking because, so what I'm trying to show you is it's not too late, okay? Watch the markets. And what I did is dollar cost average down quite substantially in Solana. But it's okay that mine is down here. Even though we missed a huge run, I'm now 45% up. This is on a spot wallet, which means that I'm not losing any money. Okay. I'm not in a trade. I didn't do a leverage trade on this. Yes, I do leverage trade Solana on my Bybit account, but this is just our spot holdings. So this morning, what I actually wanted to do with you, and the reason I'm showing you this method is because this is a kind of stress-free trading. It's in the spot accounts. You're using, as 𝗟𝗏 named it, the twin method. He will go into it more in depth, the twin method, where he even brings in a triple method, which we tease about. So I want to show you that it's achievable. Now, the other very funny thing is when I take a trade, guys, I tell you what, I must be a whale, a baby whale of sorts, because the minute I get a trade, because if I had bought in here without dollar cost averaging, it always does the sideways shuffle. I tell you what, I laugh at Sunshine at Zion and I say, Sai, I'm going to take a trade. Don't worry, you've got time, because it's going to do the sideways shuffle for a while. It's just so funny. It's I'm in a trade at the moment. I'm in the Gala trade, and oh my goodness, is it sideways shuffling? And I'm so sorry, guys, if anybody's in that in a Gala trade. It is, look there. It's I took the trade, and that's exactly what happens. Our sideways shuffle. So there we have that. So you can see with the side. So I like to use the twins method that I've shown you, but I also like to look for trades. If I'm going to do daily trades now on leverage, I will tend to look for a token that is ranging over here. And then I'll move it. Okay, so let me show you. I'm going to go to a token called HBAR, and I want to just show you guys on the weekly, and then I'm going to start reading the comments because I know you guys. Okay, so look at HBAR. Oh my word, look at HBAR. Okay, so if we have a look at HBAR and we wanting to find, here we go. Let me just put it up there. Okay, so you can see what I've done on HBAR. I've also done my vertical lines. Okay, I probably haven't color coded them at that point, but if we have a look over here, the two correlate at the bottom here. Okay, so this I would have looked at the let me just have a look at the daily if it's a bit better. Give me a moment, guys, to get the daily up. Okay, so there we go. So I did this on the daily. So when you're working on this theory, have a look between the daily and the weekly. But because it's so long, it's been ranging for so, I'm just going to put it again on the weekly so we can have a look at the screen. Okay. So we've gone back. We're at the bottom here. We're at the bottom there. We're starting to turn up over here. So I've put this line in here. Let me just make it a little bit thicker for you. A 2x, and let's just make sure it's the weekly. So we're on the red because it's a weekly. Okay. Then you can see if I just used the stochastic RSI, we would have popped it over here. Okay. And that would have been my long. And that would have been fantastic over here. And then we would have been able to take a little bit of a short. But look what happens here. The short is still there. Okay. So we would have kept going down to over here. And we would have had a nice short over here. So let me just put this in a different color and show you. So on the stochastic, and this is the point, you need to work between your different tokens and have a look how they work with just using the stochastic RSI, or if they work better with the twins, because certain tokens show different things. So you can see the twin method is in the red, the stochastic RSI is in the white. Okay, so the stochastic is also at the bottom here. So that would have been a nice little move up over there. Let me just give you an idea of what it is percentage-wise. So that would have been over there. No, really. You would have popped them down here. And that would have been a 22% move on just using the stochastic RSI on the weekly. Now, if we had put that into a leverage trade, a 5x, then, you know, that's a 100% move. Okay. Then what we would have done, we were at the top. Okay. So if we're working on the twin method, now we're at the bottom here. We're looking to get in at the top. Yeah, we're still ranging at the bottom on the RSI at the bottom. We're at the RSI at the bottom. We now start moving up. We're above the 50%. It now correlates over here with the stochastic RSI. Let's just make you a little bit thicker so you guys can see it, and let's put it into our monthly. Okay, so now this would be at the top over there. Okay, so looking at what I'm showing you here, it does look a little bit to me as if it would have been better to just use the stochastic RSI. So that would have been over there. We would have done let me just put the trade in over here. Okay. We would have gone down to over here. And that there would have been a 48-49% move. At a 5x, you know, we're looking at a 250% move. So not bad using the twin method. Easy trading on the weekly from the bottom here up to the top over there. The stochastic does move over here. You can see, let me show you with the white. So different tokens you can do on different ones over here. And then you would have had that downward move and you would have had that. So you would have had more trades using just the stochastic RSI on HBAR. But the HBAR has been ranging so nicely that it's been easy trading, easy way to trade it up. You can see everything's moved this weekend. So looking at the stochastic RSI, we're at the top and we're going across horizontally. And on the RSI, we are coming to the top. So it might hit this resistance or this at the top here. It might pop up a little bit like it's done over here and then go down. Otherwise, it might actually just pop up and keep going because of the market that we are in. Okay, so I'm going to turn my face a little bit to read here. Okay. Oh my goodness, you guys are talking nonsense in this. Jackie. Okay. You got out of the Gala trade last night. 10% profit. Absolutely amazing. I think I'm not going to go and have a look at mine. I'm still in it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back to BTC because Jackie has asked me to show him the 4-hour on the BTC. Because I mean, even on the weekly on the BTC, it does, you can see. So, okay, let's go down onto, so I always start off by looking at the weekly, because at the weekly, we can see we're at the overbought. We can see that we're on the overbought with the RSI, but we can still see that it's moving to the side. It's still doing horizontal and it's slightly going up. So it still has space on the RSI to move up. So that is the whole thing over here. That's why I wouldn't be shorting it just yet, because you can see on the RSI over here, it has still got upward movement. All right. So if we pop down to the 4-hour, like Jackie has said, let's just, that's smaller over here, so it's a bigger screen. Okay. Just trying to make it bigger here. What date are you looking at? The 3rd of December, are you? So the 3rd of December, I'm just going to put the line in here for you, Jackie. Where is the 3rd of December? Come on, there we go. Okay. So the 3rd of December is showing that we're at the top here, but it's still moving. And we're still going horizontally here. We can see that there's no upward move, okay? So what I would have done more on the, over here, on the 4th, because we're so high on the RSI over here, and it's taken a slight turn over here. This has taken a slight turn. Now what I would have done on the 4-hour, okay, because I can see that this is on the overbought, I then would have gone to my weekly, and then I would have a look at what's going on the weekly. And I would see on the weekly over here, because that's the one that I've just plonked in on the 4th, which is what Jackie says, have a look at. You can see we're at the horizontal going to the right. And on the RSI, we're in the, we still got some upward movement. So I wouldn't have been just looking at the 4-hourly. I'm looking at the weekly chart as well to see how I'm going to make that move. So that is what I would have looked at over here before taking any shorts on Bitcoin. You have to step out and have a look. And when I first started taking trades, I lost a lot of my trades because I would be trading on the 15 minutes and I would never have looked at the 4 hours or the daily or the weekly. So what you need to do is you need to step back to see where the market's aiming at. So we can see that on the weekly with Bitcoin, it's still going up. Now, if we're going to have a look at the weekly, let me just pop in here. Okay. What we can see is that we've got the fib from the top going down to the low, and that the 618 to the 786 is over here. So I've been saying that I know everybody's been calling for it to pull back, but I kind of felt that it was going to go to the golden zone up here. All right. So that is why I'm thinking we're going to hit the golden zone and we might just pop straight down again for a retracement, especially if you're looking at the stochastic RSI and the RSI method. I mean, looking at it where we are now, I'm just going to pop these lines out. So that is why, Jackie, I hope that you see why I did why I haven't taken shorts on this. But again, I don't want to short in the bull market. I trade the trend. So does that make sense? Okay. Do you set up take profits on the trades on these time frames, or how would you determine how long to leave the trade for? Okay, so what you would do is if you're going to take a trade with this method, you're going to do your TA, you're going to look at your horizontals. So for example, you can see on the Bitcoin, I'm using the fib and I'm waiting for it to hit here. I'm not in a BTC trade, but I would put a take profit at that level over there with my BTC. Okay, so that's what I would do. Okay, let's have a look at I must just tell you, there was a token. So I wanted to buy a little bit of a kind of degen, but it's not a degen, I suppose. So I went into a token called Casper, and of course, people, what did I tell you? The moment I buy something to trade, Casper is in my spot account. It started sideways shuffling. So look at that. The moment I bought it, it went to the sideways shuffle. Then I found another one. Give me 1 second. Greg, can you remember the token I told you to buy?
Oh, no.
Okay. So then my husband's portfolio is very, very nice. He's just got Bitcoin in it, which is probably up just over 100% to Solana's 240, and he's got Ethereum, which is not up as much, but we're probably at about 30-40% up. So that's his portfolio. So I wanted to get him a degen token, and so I thought, I've got cash, let me get him Katana. Oh my goodness. I tell you what, Katana jumped with 45% in one day. I said to Cyan, buying it for Greg. So she went and bought it. Oh my word, look at this token. I can tell you it's run this week again. I don't know where I bought it in here because I've got it on this other portfolio, but wow, guys. So I bought it from probably, where were we? Yeah, he bought it there and it just started running. So funny. That's why I actually said, I think I must just put my money into Greg's portfolio because it just ran. So Katana ran, it was beautiful as he bought into it. Okay. Okay, so let's have a look at Ethereum being the second biggest. It was needing to run. There we go. Okay. So I like to work with horizontals as well. You can see I've got my verticals going up. I've got horizontals that I've placed in here. It was ranging for a little bit, which was a nice time to buy into it. Let me see where it is now. Do I have it in here? Okay, I had removed it somehow. Okay, so you can see Ethereum's also done a nice little push up overnight. I'm thinking that it's probably going to get to the horizontal here at about 2,500. So if you were in the trade, if you had bought in over here when it had popped up, which would have been a nice area to trade it over here. Yes, I'm on the daily. If you had bought it here, if you were trading the daily zone, you would have bought it here because it had been closed above. You would have been on the upward, and I would be taking profit here. Okay, so that's how I would have looked at this trade. I would have watched this candle finishing above, and then I would have taken my trade in on here, and then I would be taking profit over here. Okay, let's go to Gala. Okay, I'm just getting Gala up on the 4-hour. Okay. On the 4-hour, it's still got a little bit of upward movement on it. Over here, you can see I'm watching this, and I can see it's here. It hasn't turned yet. It is still has some sideways movement. So I think it might have a little bit of a push up to this over here, the 334 area. And if I'm looking at the RSI, I think it can go up a little bit more. So that's what I'm seeing with it. Of course, I bought Gala. I've got 2 Gala trades going at the moment. I bought Gala down here in my spot account, and I'm up 45% on that trade at a 1x leverage. And then I bought it in somewhere over here, and I'm up, I think, 25% or something at the moment. So I'm still in the trade. I'm watching this. I'm thinking that it can still make it to hit my take profit, which is at 0.034-ish, or a little bit above. And so that is what I'm waiting for. When I'm in a trade, I do start using trend. Oh, that was a bit thick. I do start using trend lines, etc., just to see how it's going, and to make sure. So for me, of course, it's probably going to do a little bit of an accumulation, a sideways shuffle over here, and then it might pop up over here. And why I think it will still go up a bit is because Bitcoin is going up. So I think we still have the ability to hit my take profit and to actually probably go a little bit more. If it gets to this trend line here and bounces off, then I think we could be going for a long. But at this point, just keep an eye on it, have a look at it, see what it does when it gets to the trend line, and have a look from there. But according to this, I think it's still moving up a little bit. Okay, if you're wanting to do, yeah, you see, I think on the 2 hours we're looking, and yes, it's got a bit of a downward trend. I think it's just aiming at the trend line, to be honest with you, because you can have a look on the RSI here. Yes, it did a little bit of a sharp turn down, but the RSI is already turning to the upside. That's why I think it's aiming to the trend line over here. So what you can see, I'm going to just show you my charts here because it is a little bit messy. And just to explain what I've done here. Okay, so I took my trade that I'm in now, and it's very conservative. It's on a 3x. Okay, I took it over here. Okay, and so it is up 10. So on a 3x, it would be up 30%. My stop loss is over here. So I've made my stop loss at this line over here. So if it pops down, I'm still coming out with a what just happened there? Hold on, with a 6.8% times by 3. So I'd be coming out with, it is about 19%. Up here, we're on a 10.7%, which is at about a 30% where it is now, because I'm on a 3x. So this is where I took the trade, because what happened, I trade in different methods. Okay, but you could see that there was at the top there, I could see that it was starting to turn down over here-ish. So I looked at that line over there. Okay, we were then popping down over here, but because we're, you know, it's still over here. I didn't look at this. I've just left it in because I took my trade over here. Okay, so what I did, you can see that this is over here. It's at the 50%. My stochastic RSI is at the bottom. I was waiting for the yellow line to go down a bit over here before I took it. What I did do is I included my, where are we? I beg your pardon. I'll delete that. I was also looking at a trend line at the same time because I was now zoning in a little bit more. I don't normally chart on the 2 hours. It was just up, so it's up there, guys. So what I did is I was on the trend line. I saw it pop up. Yes, I took it a little bit later than I should have, but that's where I took it. Ideally, next time, I would have taken that trade over there-ish. But that's fine. So that's how I got into it. I see 𝗪𝗪 is in the house again.
Yep, I'm here. I'm back.
Amazing, because the music's back.
Yep, music is back.
So I've spoken about the twin method. I dropped
good.
a little bit of alpha that we might have a little bit of a triplets coming at some point.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you to take over for maybe about 10 minutes, 10 minutes, and then I'll be back if that's okay. So if David can just pop me out for a second, and then I'll come back.
No worries.
Thank you.
Take your time. Have a little break.
Let me just stop sharing so that you've got that.
Okay, I'll do my sharing. I'll do the entire screen so I don't have any surprises. And let's have a look. Yep, that looks good. Right, okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. I'm going to start putting music here to lift up the mood. Come on, we need to wake up. It's Saturday morning. The market is moving. Good, good, good. Right, okay. Now, everyone was getting worried. Everyone was getting worried about this pullback, right? And you all know me that I always keep on talking about this pullback back down here, right? And when Bitcoin start move, let's put the daily. Let's put the daily so we can see the whole chart here. So, we've seen Bitcoin move from the 15K, right? And start moving, goes up. Retrace a little bit by 50%. Goes up, retrace again by 50%. I said, okay, that's not a really decent pullback. This is a minor pullback. Goes up again, same highs, then comes back again, same lows. I said, okay, equal highs, equal lows. This is a range. Comes down again, consolidates a little bit, and boom, off it goes. I said, okay, where is the pullback? Right? We'll keep on talking about the pullback. And you could see that every time that I was updating my Fibonacci, I was keep on moving my buy zone. This is my extra, let's say, not late entry, but a second entry, right? I got my entries and I was expecting a pullback, and then after the pullback, I'm going to reload again. So I still got remaining capital for me to deploy later, right? So let me remove that emergency trail line. I'm going to put it back in a minute. So let's do a Fibonacci and let's update this buy zone. Let's see where it has been moved to. So you can see now we moved to a further line up here, right? And it's becoming a bit wider. So our golden zone, if and when Bitcoin wants to retrace, if we want to do a full retracement, like deep dive, it can come down to these levels, right? Less likely. We are on the second phase of the bull market. Usually on the bull market, we don't get these kind of very deep dives as retracements. So, yeah, pullback, it's going to happen. It's going to happen, right? It's going to be a surprise move. I call it a surprise move, but it's not going to be a surprise move because we already know about it and we know this. I'm not going to go very deeply why I think of this, but if you go even on the daily and have enable your pi cycle, right? And let's observe what happened back in August, right? In August, the price went under, right, the red line. We want to stay above the red line. When it's going to break the red line, right, two things can happen. You can reclaim it, but this is a warning sign that when you have multiple candles, especially the dailies and weeklies, let's get on the weekly. You see we've got multiple candles on the weekly time frame, right? We got multiple closes below that red line, which is the pi cycle. It's a free indicator. It's called pi cycle bottom. So whenever we get price action closing, not just visiting with a wick, right? That doesn't count. When we got multiple candles, closes, like openings and closes below this line, it's a warning sign, right? That we're gonna have a surprise move in the future. In time frame, maybe anytime around now and the next 3-4 months, right? So we're gonna have a surprise pullback. And if you take this indicator, go back in time, whenever you get this indication, right, came down, stay a little bit below. It did not touch the green line because every time that you break that red line, you are targeting the green line. It stayed a little bit consolidated below, reclaims it, right, goes a little bit above, and then boom, it goes down and targets the green line or even lower than this. So there is going to be a pullback in, like in the future. Obviously, it's going to be a pullback. We're not talking about crashing. We're talking about a small pullback. So I'm aware of this. So I'm going to be very, very careful. Now, even on the weekly, it's looking good. right? And look at these candles. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight green candles to you on the weekly, right? It's bullish. So everybody got worried. Let's go back to the daily. Everybody got worried up to these levels and said, oh, it's pulling back, and I said to the streams, especially in the war room as well with Carl together, I said, this is a small pause. It's not going to be a pullback. It's going to push up again, right? And always remember the levels that you need to pay attention to. The levels that we need to pay attention is the 38 and the 35.8, right? We've got a major level, which is sitting at 31.8. The 32K, everyone's talking about the 32K. Well, actually to my data here, because I'm using the Bitcoin index, right? Not any exchange. I'm using the index, Bitcoin against dollar. So my levels is at 31.8, right? And the range, the box that we have, the bottom of the box is 35.8 and the top of the box is 38. Now, we are on the second phase of the bull market, right? And Bitcoin is like running on schedule, right? It hasn't shown any signs of weakness so far. And pull your trend lines up there and you're going to see, right? Even that pullback, right? You want to do a daily because it's a 4 hour, it's fine. I mean, you can see it came down, touched that trend line, boom, it goes up. Now, you need to look to the left as well, right? What's going on? Why is it posing into these levels? Go to the left and have a look what is going on, right? Why did it pose here? So you need to watch out these areas and say, okay, let's put the weekly. It makes more sense on the weekly. You get more closer, bigger candles, more closer price action. So the other day, what I marked, right, it was that Bitcoin. No, this is not the weekly. This is the weekly. I beg your pardon. So the other day, I spotted that pin bar candle, right, which is the very top of that up move, and then it decided to go down. So I said this is a very important level, and a lot of people will understand this is an order block, right? Why is an order block? Because a lot of mass orders took place on the same area that stopped this up move and carry on to the down move from that crash. So what do we see? We see that Bitcoin approached this level. It got into that order block. So that's why we've got the pause, right? So because I believe that we are on the second phase of the bull market, and I know this is very bullish, it is very strong. Look at the size of the candles. I believe that it's strong enough to counterattack this little order block there, right? To be honest, what is an order block? And how do you treat an order block? Order block is a mass of orders that happen on the same time on the same price level. Big orders like millions, right? I'm not talking about hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars. We're talking about millions, right? Maybe billions as well, like 1 billion or 2 billion short, right? So we got unfilled orders, right? The market reacted to this order very swiftly, very quickly, and pushed down, came up again, and then carried on. So we got unfilled orders. So what's going to happen next time? It's going to visit the same areas, some resistance, right? Some orders have been left over. When the price is going to come to these levels, the exchange will say, oh, you know what? I've got a few orders all the way back from May 2022. If the initial, let's say, trader that placed that order hasn't taken away, did not cancel his order, let's say he's got his order partially filled, most likely when it's going to come to these areas, it's going to react. It's going to execute these orders, but it's not going to be as strong as the first initial push. And taking in account that we are in a very bullish momentum and it's pushing up, I believe we're going to win this. Not in a straight line in one day. Maybe we're going to keep on tapping it, right? And trying to push these levels and see how we're going to get there. The next level is going to be that one there, right? Which is that area. So this area here, it's the 48.50 that everyone talks. And why do they talk about the 48 and 50 area? Very simple. Bring your Fibonacci, because I've got the target area here. And people, you know, if people that don't know me, they're going to ask me, why do you have a target box there? What's that? I'll tell you straight away. Grab the Fibonacci from the last high of the previous bull market all the way to the bottom of last year's low, what was the 15K. What do you see here? It's the golden zone, right? Other people call it the golden pocket. I've just got it the golden zone, right? So this is the main area that we're going to see again, some kind of resistance. It's not going to be huge, we don't know, but this is a point that a lot of traders, they're going to take profits. Why? Because it's a psychological indicator. Everybody's watching that indicator. Everybody's watching the golden zones. So what are they going to do now? They say, you know what? We started from the 15K. We're going to take some profits. The good traders, the smart traders, they don't close the full position, especially when they got a very good entry. So if someone bought down here, all the way down here to 15, 16K, right? When he gets all the way up to these levels, he knows that a lot of people, they're watching this golden zone and they're going to react. So what he's going to do, I said, you know what? It's time for me to take profits, not close my orders, but I'm going to take some profits. Maybe they're going to take 20%, maybe they're going to take 30%, maybe they're going to take 50%. You don't know, right? But do expect, down to the psychological factors, that a lot of people that are watching this Fibonacci indicator, they're going to grab some profits. So you better do the same thing with them, right? Grab some profits. You're going to see some rejection. And maybe that nice pullback, because we are hitting on that golden zone, maybe this is where we're going to get the pullback. Where to? Maybe we're going to, you know, you're going to do the opposite now. Let's see if I can predict where it's going to be the next pullback. And how you're going to do that? You're going to take the very low and you're going to go into that target, right, which is a golden zone. So you pretend this is going to be the maximum. And then when it's going to come back, it's going to come back roughly around the 28. Ideally, I will say to you, most likely, I'll see it come down between 31, which is this is the range box. Remember, this is a range box, and that range box aligns with the future golden zone, right? So anything around 31.8, which is the 50, right? Maybe the 38, which is the 36K level. Remember, the 35.8, all aligns. So these levels are very, very important. So when it's going to go up there, your first, let's say, point of interest, you're going to be like alert, you're going to be waiting, it's going to be the 36. If it wants to carry on down, that will be the 32 or the 31.8 in my case. And ideally, the golden zone, which is 28, anything between 25.5 and 28, because 25.5, it's an horizontal, right? So we've got an horizontal level there. So Bitcoin is still on schedule, right? It's on fire. It's strong. Go back to the dailies and you can see that, you know, you've got that trend line. It came back to that trend line. I'm using the 4-hour chart just for us to get more extra candles and get extra information. And look at what's going in, what's happening here, right? You see, it goes up, moves away from that trend line, comes back close to that trend line, and off it goes. Right. So,
Oh, Thalys.
yes, ma'am.
I see. Have you got nice new ear things in?
Yeah, I got my headphones. It's in-ear headphones.
Very
So
nice. I thought there was something missing on your head. I wondered why I could see the bald head so much. It's looking good.
Looking good. Yeah, I got my in-ear headphones. So this is what I got for work. This is how I do. I work in the TV industry anyway. I'm not a front man. I'm not on the front of cameras. I'm the one behind the cameras, right? I take care of the production that is going smoothly. I take care of the technical and the audio stuff. But yeah, this is what I use on my work as well. So
Well,
don't
I have
these
to just
bulky
tell you that you
headphones.
are incorrect, Fellas. You are the front man and you are in front of camera now. And
Now,
we
yeah.
all are with you. So you've changed.
Cool. Cool. I mean, I'm very grateful that I've been here. It's like I never thought about that, right? Like 2 years ago, that I was following 𝗪𝗘𝗏𝗏, and I was like one of these followers and watching and eager to learn. And 2 years later, here I am.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Seriously, I'm very grateful for
No, you're
Rand, for
amazing.
Sheldon, for Carl, and for you, and Bruce, and Cows, and Sean. I mean, it's a big team. It's a big family, guys. It's a big
It's a
family.
big
Chris, I
family.
mean, I'm gonna forget someone behind. I don't want to do that. I don't want to disrespect anyone. I'm very grateful that I'm part of this family. And why I do this? I do this because I was one of you guys. I was searching to find solutions, how to be a successful trader, and I was alone. So I know how it is. I know how you feel being alone. So
Yes.
I was alone when I started until I found 𝗪𝗘𝗏𝗏𝗏, until I got into the crypto school. I was on cohort 2, and then I became a mod, and then I became a lead mod, and then eventually I became a mentor, and now I am in the web room as well. So you can find me on the web room. Just a small note here, just to give you an idea where you can find me. You can find me on the crypto school, right?
I
We
love
do our lives there. So you can find me there on Monday and Friday, right? 9:30 to 11:30 on GMT+2, right? Because I'm in the European region. This is the time zone, UTC or GMT, whatever you want to prefer. I use UTC. This is a Zulu time, Terry. UTC, right? This is a military term. UTC is a time zone, unique and universal for all regions, right? In the military, they're using UTC, which means they don't care whereabouts they are in the world. They're using the same time zone.
So Fellas said, Terry, it's Zulu time, because I didn't know what Zulu time was. I was so excited. I was like, that's South African time because we're with the Zulus. It wasn't like that. So clearly I've learned something now. They thought I was funny.
It's funny, it is. But yeah, 9:30 in the morning, just before the European markets open, right? Up to 11:30. I usually go over about 11:30. People that know me, I don't stay around for 2 hours. I go like 4 hours, 5 hours, as long as I got energy and power to go through. Now, I am also in the web room, and I got a new session going on, right? And you are more than welcome to join us, right? If you want to get into the advanced, because web room is a little bit more advanced, right? And you want to use 𝗘𝗀 methods and strategies, you're more than welcome. I'll do the lives there on Monday and Wednesday on the US Open, which is a bit later, like in the afternoon my time. And I'll do Tuesday and Thursday, the EU Opens. Now, for people that got a little bit mixed up and I say, where is going to be, left, right, center, I've got another slide for you. So, Monday, you're going to see me in the morning, 9:30 on Crypto School, right? And in the afternoon, you're going to see me on the web room, right? Orcas are dolphins, yeah, that's true. They're cousins, right? So you see, I'm not a big whale yet, yeah? I'm trying to get from dolphin to orcas, and then I'll grow up, right? Maybe in a couple of years, I'll be a whale in a couple of years. But yeah, orcas are dolphins. I believe you, and I believe that term as well. Orcas are dolphins. Tuesday, you're gonna see me in the morning in the web room. Wednesday, you're gonna see me again on the web room in the afternoon, which is gonna be the US Open. Thursday again on the web room, and Friday you're gonna see me on the school, right? So grab that, screenshot it, and you're not gonna miss me. I'm gonna be around, right? Even though I moved into the web room, I'm still gonna do for the community the free version, so to say, the trade hunting. We're gonna trade a little bit hands, we're gonna trade a little bit, little trades. They're gonna pop up left, right, center, and I'm already got my spot positions, but I'm gonna do some leverage trading as well, right? We're gonna little
Ooh,
hedging going on
amazing.
there. Yeah. So
We need to double those $100, you know, portfolios, the trading
exactly.
accounts.
I mean, all you need is 5 doubles, right? That's what I
Exactly.
keep on saying. All you need is half a year, 6 months.
Yeah.
That's what you need. By doing double every month, which is 5% per day, right? So I'm going to say that very quickly because people that know me, 5% per day, if you do this, right? 5% per day, and you do that for 20 days, right? In a month, roughly, you're not going to trade every day. You're not going to have all winning days. So if we take an average 5% for 20 days, you're going to double your account in 1 month, right? So let's take that $100. So you start with $100, and the first month you go on step 1, 200. Step 2, like the second month, we're going to double that again, and we're going to make it to 400. On the third month, we're looking to 800. On the fourth month, you're going to have 16. The fifth month, we're going to have 3,200. And on the end of the 6 months, right after the 6 months, you're going to have 6,400, right? $1,000. And everything started with 100.
Yep.
Right? And all you need is 5% per day. Now,
Exactly.
if you make one day 10% and the next day you lose 2%, it's fine, right? You're still ahead of your game. And that's all you need, 5 doubles. 5 doubles, and you're going to be, you know, much better, because after that, the power of multiplication, right, is very powerful. You know, once you hit the 6,000 mark, right, straight away, the next double is going to be like over 10K. You shift now. You went from the single thousands and you went to the tens.
Yes.
Right. And after the tens, you go to 20s, 40s. And it's
Exactly.
unreal. So within a year, just 5% per day, you can make it. Seriously. And people don't understand this. They haven't put the numbers down. Right. And this is exactly what Terry said at the very beginning. Do you know your numbers? Right. Put the
Yes.
numbers down. If you do 5% per day in a year, you're going to be much, much better. And you're going to be so surprised and say, really? Can I do this? And like, can I make hundreds of thousands in a year profit from crypto? Yes, only with 5% per day. So if you do nice and lovely leverage trades like 5x, 3x leverage, don't go crazy like 20x and 50x. No, go slow. 5x.
Go slow.
Yep, slow.
And if you go find, go Google a compound calendar, a calculator. All you do is take the $100 and put in 5% a day, and go and have a look what happens over a year. You will just be shocked and think the numbers are wrong. Honestly, compounding is unbelievable. And that's what I was trying to say earlier is, even though it's $100, it's fine. It's fine. You can get there slow and steady, you know. What did we call it? The hare and the tortoise.
The tortoise, well,
the turtle.
The turtle and the rabbit. Yeah, that was that was straight away from the straight from the Greek translation, the 𝗪𝗪𝗍𝗄 𝗪𝗪, which is like the turtle and the rabbit, and people were looking at me, were like, what is he talking about? Yeah,
because it's a
the
tortoise.
hare and the tortoise.
Yeah,
the
turtle swims with the turtle swims with you in whale room. You see.
Right. Okay. Let's bring now this is the numbers, right? And let's talk about why you need to know the numbers, right? Very briefly, very quickly, for the people that just joined us. You need to find your number. How are you going to find your number? You need to know on your current lifestyle, how much do you spend, right? And if you're good with numbers and you are taking seriously about money and you are into that mindset that you say, listen, I need to stop, not tracing, but chasing behind money, and I need to change that mentality and said, I need to make the money that I make, whatever amount of the money you make from your day job, you need to make the money work for you instead of you working for the money. We need to change that, right? So you need to know your numbers. Put your numbers down. It's never too late. It doesn't matter, how old you are. Put the numbers down. Grab your piece of paper and pen and just grab the numbers and say, how much do I need to spend, right? Rent, if you're renting, or how much you got expenses on your houses, utilities, all the bills, the loans, the mortgage, anything that you need to pay for food, anything for you to pay for everyday living costs, right? You need to put them down and say, okay, I make X amount of money. I need X amount of money per month. And it doesn't change. It's like the minimum. That's it. Then you need to divide that, right? The X times 12. And you need to get the annual, right? And when you get that number, you multiply that times 25. When you do this, right, you'll get a number. Every person has a different number. It doesn't matter the number. It doesn't matter how big is the number or how small the number is. Don't try to target to have a small number or a high number. Just get the number. Just make sure that you have all the expenses covered. Everything. Even for your traveling, even for your holidays, everything. Put all your expenses down and say, listen, I need maybe 10,000 a year. Maybe I need 15,000 a year. It doesn't matter the number. Different people live in different countries, different regions. They got different expenses, right? Some areas are very expensive. Some areas are very cheap. It doesn't matter the number. Just get the number and then multiply that by 25. When you get that number is telling you that if you have this number right now. Hello, Jackie. Good morning, sir.
Hi, Jackie.
I like the South African colors, green and yellow.
Look, yeah, it looks like the rugby team going on here.
Yeah, I see. Can't hear you, brother. Unmute yourself. Yeah, okay. That's it. Grab your mic. Yeah, we're all flexing with all these mics. I mean, look at that.
I have to show you. I've also just added something. Look, fellas.
Good. Here you are. Everyone's got something different to add here. Right. Good stuff.
Jackie, you got to unmute yourself.
Yes, brother. I'm muting, brother.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Hey, everyone.
Hello. You look very posh.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Not bad.
Good, thank you.
Not bad.
I just had to hop in. This was a very interesting topic.
Yes.
You're always welcome, brother. You're always welcome.
Because surprisingly, we actually had this conversation in one of our groups that we had as well about, do you know your numbers?
Yeah. Do you know the numbers? I mean, you need to put your numbers down. And also, there's another rule that I would like to speak to the community here. You need to have the rule of, which is like the 50, 30, 20 rule, right? And I spoke about that on Twitter. And I need to do an explanation on video so I can reply to these people that they are still don't understand the 50, 30, 20 rule. But I'm going to get there because the 50, 30, 20 rule, it's a fine tune about this number that you're going to get, right? And once you get that number is going to tell you that if you have that number right now, you're going to live off, work free for the next 25 years without you worrying about your income because you've got all your expenses covered. It is that powerful. So when you get that number, so it doesn't matter what it is. It can't be $1 million. Right, it can be 2 million. Don't be scared of the number, right? So let's say it's $1 million. So what's my target right now, guys? Right? If I got $1 million right now sitting in the bank, I know that I got all my expenses covered for the next 25 years, worry-free. I don't need to worry about work anymore, right? So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to target my trading strategies and my trading journey, right, to reach that 1 million as soon as possible. The sooner I get there, it's better for me because I know that I got that million covered and I'm going to be good, right? And that is you moving towards your financial freedom. That's what we want. We need to go towards our financial freedom. We need to make sure that we're gonna know we don't need to go to work. If you want to go to work because you need to be productive and keep yourself busy and still contribute to the society, and you want to give out, it's fine. It's absolutely good, right? But
Q20, Jackie.
Sorry, guys.
So yeah, I mean, get your numbers right and target that number.
Are you
No.
not going to tell us what the 30th rule is?
Okay, let me do about the 50, the 50, 30, and 20 rule. Now, let's put here the big numbers, 50, 30, and 20, and let's make them nice and big, as large as I can. It's allowing me 40 is the number. Here we are. So here's a rule: 50, 30, 20. What is the 50? Right. You got your income. Let me move that a little bit here. Let's find a nice clean space. Let's go up here. Here we are. So you got your income, right? Let's do this quickly. Income, whatever income that is. You got your income, and you need to split it down into 50, 30, 20, right? And here you go. You go down, and what are you going to do? 50%. You need to make sure, right? You understand this very, very correctly. Here it is. And here. Now, 50% of your income should not exceed for a list. I'm going to do a nice rectangle here. So let's pretend this is a list, right? Of the things that you need. I'll make that very bold, very strong, maybe a pink, and I'm gonna give some space, right? So you're gonna have here a list of your things that you need, right? So on that list, you're gonna put things that you need to survive. What do you need to survive? You need food. You need a roof above your head, right? You need to have utilities bills. You need to pay your electricity. If you don't have to pay your electricity, you're gonna, freezing, or you won't have food. You don't have fridge. You don't have things like that, right? So make sure that you put here things that you need, right? Need for you to survival. And a lot of people make that mistake. I did that as well, right? And you got another list here, and you need to make sure that you put here only the things that you want, the wants, right? And it's different. A lot of people got confused, and they have the wants within the need. We need to separate that. Seriously, we need to separate it. And it's very crucial. So I need to have, let's say, 2 pair of shoes. That's out of an example. I don't need to have 5 pair of shoes. I need 2 pair of shoes for me to, I need sneakers for my training because I go to the gym, or because I'm training, or I'm relaxing, and I need a good pair of shoes, whatever, right? But when you already got sneakers and you go down window shopping, and you see that you see a nice pair of Adidas or Nikes or Reeboks or Pumas, whatever the brand that you like, and you say, oh my God, I love that, right? And you go instantly, oh, I want this. This is not on the need list. This is on the want list. And everything on the want list has not to exceed your 30% of your income. You need to make sure that your extra pair of shoes is on the wants. Your extra pair of of jeans or trousers, anything is on wants. Do you Netflix, for instance? Do I need Netflix for me to survive, or do I want Netflix? Right? I want Netflix because I want to have some good time with my family. Okay, fine. I'm not telling you not to get Netflix. Grab Netflix, but don't put it on the needs list. Put it on the want list. So you separate it. And then you need to make sure that that want list does not exceed 30% of your capital. And your capital is your income, right? This is your gain. I mean, this is the money you're making from you exchanging your hours. Modern slavery. Hello, welcome to this club. But yeah, we need to move away from that club. I'm working towards that. I'm going to drag you there. So, and the last 20%, right, is your savings, right, or investment. I'm going to do it like this. So 20% of your income, either you're going to save it because you want to go to holidays, right? And say, listen, I'm going to save all year round X amount of money, which is 20% of your income, right? And you're going to put it in savings. Or you can invest it. So listen, I got, I don't know, maybe let's pretend that I got $1,000 as my wages, right? And $200 straight away goes into my savings since day one, right? And then I can choose. Either going to save it on my holidays or I'm going to invest it. So if I know I'm going to go holidays in a year's time, my mentality says, okay, I can save the $200 and stay there. Hopefully, the bank will charge me for me to have a savings account, and every month or every 6 months, that money will get deducted. They've got all these nice fees for you, right? Lovely. How good of them. So instead of instead of increasing your money, you're losing money in the bank. But anyway, this is a different story. So I've got the mentality to say, okay, how can I make these $200 work for me? And how can I make this $200 to $1,000 so I can have a better holiday? Or maybe I want to extend my stay into a holiday. I was planning to go for a week. Now I've got more money. What if I can do a 2-week holiday or a month holiday? Treat your family, right? Or treat yourself.
Fly to London, hey fellas, from South Africa.
Yep. Your flights are expensive. We're going to meet in London. So start saving up and investing.
Exactly.
So this is the rule. And I want you to focus on these two. I need to separate it, right? What you need for you to survive, to go along on your day, and what you want. Want is extra things. It's like the luxury things, right? It is not the things that you need. I don't have a TV, right? I don't need a TV to survive, but I want a TV. I need a 55-inch TV, and it's going to be 4K, 8K, blah, blah, blah. It's luxury, right? You got a car? Do you need a second car? No. Do you want a better car, maybe? Okay. If how do you determine a better car? I mean, you need to see other things, other factors about the car part. So listen, my car is very old and it's not safe for me to drive this because I do long distance drives. Under the aspect of safety, then yes, you need a new car. Just grab a new car. But throw the old car that is not safe for you and grab it. You need this. But if you've already got a new car, which is quite safe, you don't need a Lambo right now, do you? You just want a Lambo. So Lambo is going to be on the want list, right? Not on the need list. I don't need a Lambo to go from point A to point B, right? You can do that with a Toyota, right? Nothing wrong with the Toyotas. If you don't like Toyotas, get a Lexus, right? It's stylish.
Have you priced the Toyota Land Cruiser, fellas? I'm just saying, that's my dream car.
You want a Land Cruiser now?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm in crypto, fellas.
Okay, so it's going to be a bulletproof one as well. It's going to be armored. And Terry's going to drive a Land Cruiser down in South Africa in Cape Town, world chart for her. At least it's going to be armored and don't be on in front of her way. I mean,
I'll fetch you, Jackie, on the way out on holiday.
Sounds like a plan.
Exactly.
Good stuff. Right. So, yeah, please separate the needs from the wants and make sure that your needs do not exceed the 50% of your income, right? Get the numbers right, remember? And when you master this, I promise you, trying to do this, trying to make it 60, right? Well, no, I'll do the other way around. Let's make the 50-40, right? Let's be more strict. And let's try to make the ones from 30 to 20, right? And then make your investments to 40. If you master these, then trying to fine tune in towards this area, 40, 20, 40, right? And it means that you're going to squeeze a little bit financial, your financial situation, you're going to squeeze it, you're going to be more strict about your needs, you're going to separate it, you're going to minimize a little bit your wants, and you're going to invest even more money. You're going to double your investment. Double your investment, that means you can 10x your returns. By double your investment right now, instead of me doing $200 investment, do $400 investment in a bull run, that will give me a 10x, a 20x return rather than investing on $200, right? So get good at this. Get your numbers right. I promise you, you're gonna look for better days, and I'm still gonna be waiting for that postcard of yours. Yeah, you're all gonna post me a postcard with a photograph of yourself in the beach, in the mountain, I don't care, holding a cold drink or hot drink and say, hey, I wish you were here. I'm still waiting for that postcard.
Exactly. Says the man drinking his green juice.
Yeah. Well, it's not a green juice, it's a red juice, but yeah, here it goes.
Okay.
I got my amino acids.
Excellent.
Right, so, so let's go a little bit into larger time frames. Your larger time frame is your friend. It's the one it's going to help you see the picture clearly and fight emotions. This is the biggest fight of all. We need to fight emotions away from it, right? So, what are you going to do? Look the weekly. Let's bring the indicators up. Let's bring my guns up here, right? Here I got my indicators. I'm using Bitcoin, just for reference, because it's got more data for us to compare. And what exactly Terry showed you, let me maximize that a little bit so you can all see. Give it a bit more space and more room. And what Terry told you before is trying to get right on the indicators to help you. Now, let me do a little bit of, this is the weekly. Let me see where is the bottom of RSI, the simple RSI. So I'll put a horizontal there. So this is the main, where we got the average bottom most of the times, these levels, all right? So I mark them up on the RSI. You need to do this on every single time frame, on every single token, right? I'll maximize that. You see, this is the weekly RSI, and you can put that line very easily, visibility on it on weeks, right? Week. So I'm on the weekly, so I need to see that line on the weekly. You can even write it and say, listen, this is a weekly, right? This is 1W. Don't forget about that. Put a reminder, put it in the middle center maybe, or I'll do it at the bottom right. So I make it big so you can see it. So here it is, 1W. It's telling me this is the weekly low, bottom of the RSI, right? Let's go back to the chart. Now I want to get and see when I get, I'm going to do some vertical lines here. When I get both of the indicators at the very bottom, stochastic RSI and RSI at the very bottom, what do you see? The bottom of the local bottom of that range, right? And also a little bit later, ASO, right, is giving you a confirmation that the negative, which is the red one, is turning around, right? When ASO is turning around,
Fellas, we can't see the ASO because of the pictures on the bottom of the screen, unfortunately.
Oh, right. Okay, I'll fix that. No worries. Boom, boom, boom. Can you see that?
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So ASO, we need to see the mountains where they're going to turn around. So when it's losing this level, right, it means you reach the bottom, because this is the red line, this is the negative. When you get the blue, which is the positive, right, this is the very top of the price action of that local area. And we're going to compare that with the price action. Thank you, Dave. Dave moved the pictures to the left. Very nice. So I can do a comparison together here. Yes, we can. Cool. Right, so here we are. The classic RSI at the very bottom. And we got RSI at the very bottom. And ASO is telling me that it's turning around. right? And this is the bottom of the area. Hey,
Was.
Waz is in the house. Right, cool. Yeah, it's time. It's 10 o'clock. So I'm gonna hurry up. I'm gonna hurry up. When you get,
I'm going, yeah. Can you hear me?
yes, we
We can hear you now.
Good
Hello.
morning. How you doing? Okay, we can do a sign language. Why not?
Sorry,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
couldn't
come
hear us, but we could hear him.
Yeah. Okay, no worries. We'll fix that. Now, and when you see the opposite, right? When stochastic RSI is the very bottom, when RSI is hitting the bottom, the top, right? Not big bottom. And when you got the blue, the positive, hitting the very top and turning around, this is the top of the local area. So that was the bottom and that was the top. And you can see that the price actually moved up and then it started moving down. And then again, when both of them are aligned, it's very crucial. When both of them are very aligned, right? It's telling you this is a new bottom and we're moving towards the up. And look, when stochastic RSI is on the very top, RSI is the very top, the positive is turning around and it's telling you, you know what? This is the top, the local top of this area. So if you use these two indicators, even ASO, that's for confirmation. If you use these three indicators on a weekly basis, you always gonna know when it's the bottom or the top of the market. All right. So look at what Bitcoin did recently, right? RSI was at the very bottom. Stochastic RSI was multiple times at the very bottom, right? And you can see that we've got overextension. ASO is telling me, you know, the sellers are in control, but that was the very bottom most likely. So it was telling you around this area here was the very bottom. And we got a little deviation. It went a little bit below that level. It can happen, but you know that was the bottom, right? And it starts shifting. And what do we see now? Where are we now? That was a 15K. This is how you know that was the market bottom. You go to the weekly, you pull these two indicators up, and it's going to tell you when is the bottom. That's it. Very simple on the weekly, right? And since you know, after that, you know you are heading towards up. That's it. And how do you do that? I mean, you know that the stochastic RSI is at the bottom, but what do you watch? You watch for the cross up, right? First condition, you need to watch for the cross up. After the cross up, you're looking to shift the mentality. Because while RSI and stochastic RSI is at the very bottom, it's not the time for you to shift mentality yet. You need to see the reversal, right? So after you get the reversal, that's the time for you to get in, right? And you can see that also another thing, you can see that stochastic RSI is very fast. It goes up and down multiple times until the RSI reaches the very bottom or the very top. RSI is slow. Stochastic RSI is a bit faster, right? So if they don't match, both of them, you don't need to panic and say, oh, stochastic RSI is the very top, what's going to happen? Nothing. It's going to do a pullback, right? And that's what I did here. Right, let me scale up a little bit. Stochastic went all the way up, but RSI was only halfway. So what did it do? A pullback, and then push up. And then it reached the maximum again, and we got a cross down. Do you panic? No, because RSI was still like in the 60s area, right? Pullback. Stochastic RSI reset all the way down. Where's RSI? Is it at the very bottom? No. So this is not the very bottom. It's a continuation, right? Then we got another stochastic crossing down. Is it a panicking mode? No. RSI was around in the 46 areas, right? Somewhere in the middle, not in the very bottom, not on the very top, right? Now we are approaching the area that, you know, Bitcoin is going to be maxed out, and this is where you need to be alert. Don't start shorting right now because this is not the trigger. Why? Because both of them, stochastic RSI is flat, both lines, 100. So there's no technical cross down. You haven't seen the blue one, the fast one, crossing down yet. So what stochastic RSI is telling you? That is on full momentum, still going. it's like, you know, the foot is down on the floor, right? On the pedal, full acceleration. RSI still heading towards the sky. So it hasn't turned around. So still going, right? So don't try to short anything right now. ASO, still looking to the sky. You can see the angle is going towards the sky. So it is not yet a level for you to turn around. You're just going to be alert. You're going to wait for it. And you're going to be ready for you to take some profits. And then, you know, we are approaching that, you know, we are inside that order block and we are approaching that golden zone. So no surprises for you, right? No surprises, no hidden surprises. We know there's going to be a pullback. We got the indicators on the weekly telling us that we're getting there, we're getting close. But don't jump on your guns now and trying to short, right? Don't panic. And that's why I said the other day, we got a pause, not a pullback yet.
Fellas,
Yes,
pull up
sir.
your monthly chart there, man. I think the monthly chart will just be a continuation of what you're saying there.
Yeah, I mean, let's go to the monthly, and you see, monthly still even stronger. You know, when you're going to become a whale, after the dolphin, after the orcas, you know, the killer whales, then we will become a whale, right? You're going to look on the monthly, right? And say, listen, you're going to be like sitting on your living room, nice. Maybe you're going to be in a nice 6-star, 7-star hotel in the lobby, and you're going to look on the computer and say, maybe on the phone as well, a fancy phone, and maybe a tablet, and you're going to enjoy your holidays and say, okay, let's have a look at the market. You're going to look on the monthly.
Yeah.
Seriously, is this a time for me to throw money in the market? No. Right? Is it a time for me to dump it? No. So currently, we are not on the monthly. We are not even getting close. I mean, use the monthly and the weekly for you to get the big picture. Be ahead of others. Let the retailers bang themselves on the wall because they're trying to pick up the pennies, right? So it's like you got you know, the market is like a huge bag. It's got a small hole and small pennies are dropping down the floor. And you got all these people going behind the bag, right? And trying to pick up the pennies, but not the bag. You go after the bag, right? So for you to go for the bag, watch the weekly and the monthly and let the retailers pick up the pennies. That is on the 4 hour, this is the 50-minute, this is scalping. There's nothing wrong with the scalping. I have nothing against it. But when you go to super low time frames, you need to remember you are targeting small percentage, right?
Yeah.
And you're trying to, for you to make it fair and worth it, what are you doing? You're over-risking yourself and you're going high leverage and you do this silly 20x, 50x, 100x. Because you're trying to prove the rest of the market you are smarter. No, the whales don't play that way. The whales are looking at the weekly and the monthly, right? So use larger time frames for you to see the direction. Is it going up? I'm looking only for longs. Do I want to go into 4 hour and have some fun and some leverage trades like 5x, 10x, maximum 10x, but leverage like on 4 hours, right? On the daily, 5x. 4 hours, maybe a 10x, right? But if you know that that was the bottom, you're looking for long positions, right? And have a look on the daily and the weekly and see which way you are. Is it uptrend or downtrend? Always go with the trend. If the stochastic RSI, both of them the RSIs, the twins, are on the bottom, you're looking for longs, right? When stochastic RSI is the very bottom, it's telling you that the whole market is sorting, right? And when it's really under the level of 10, it's like they overdone it, they're overdoing it by selling it. It's like oversold, right? And what are you going to do? Are you going to sell with them? No. Let the retailers do whatever they want. You're going to wait. You're going to hold your money. And when you see the cross, you go in. Say, okay, let them think that we're going down. I think this is the bottom. We're going up. And you just wait. Just wait. And it's going to pay back. I'm telling you, it's going to pay you back big time. So 11 minutes past 10. I don't want to grab any more time. I'm going to do these explanations over and over again every Monday and Friday. Let me put that PowerPoint up again.
Thank you, fellas. It's amazing.
Yeah, for the people that didn't see it, I'll go to do it straight away. Here it is. I do trade hunting Mondays and Fridays, 9:30, 11:30 GMT +2. Right, that's the schedule here. Also, I'm in the war room. Right, so I do Mondays and Wednesday US Open, and Tuesdays and Thursdays EU Open. So we're trying to catch the opening of the markets. Right, when you have the major volatility, when the European opens, when the US opens, and there's also volatility on the closings as well. So there is an overlap when EU closes while EU is open, and then you got two markets on the same time trading, and it's like high volatility, so switch spots. So here's the time schedule. You're going to see me on Monday morning in the crypto school. Monday afternoon, you're going to see me on the war room. Tuesday morning on the war room. Wednesday afternoon in the war room. Thursday morning in the war room. Friday on the crypto school.
Amazing, guys.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a lovely, lovely weekend. I'm again
Thank you,
so
fellas.
grateful to be around here. Daily, watch out. I mean, don't worry about these. Got your emergency trend lines. You're gonna be good. I mean, look at that. Drag that there, and use the 4 hour if you want to trace it and see what's gonna happen. Right? We know that we are approaching. These levels is like an horizontal. Is retesting these levels. What's going to happen? Can I touch and break this? You are touching the order block, right? The order block we spoke previously. They're touching this area and they're doing like a test. Can we go through? Or is there a lot of selling orders? Okay, let's take off that pressure and they're going to try it again, right? Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Now it's going to come down to that trend line. And maybe it's going to push one more time, taking off a little bit of that selling pressure, because Bitcoin, it doesn't seem that it's ready to go down yet, right? That is from me. Much love to all of you.
Thank you so much, 𝗟𝗏. It's been great this morning. And guys, if you loved what 𝗟𝗏 just showed, which you should have, please smash the likes. We only have 57 likes smashed, and we have over 100 people watching. So smash the likes, guys.
Yeah, give us some feedback. Do you like
give us
what
some
you're
love.
seeing? Yeah, I mean, it's not about love. I mean, show us some feedback. Did you like what you see? I'm going to stop my sharing so we can pop up here all together so we can all see each other. Cool. So do you like the content? Do you understand the strategies? Do you want more of, it's not only technical, it's not only TA, right? And lines and trend lines and horizontals.
Exactly.
You need to have other foundations. You need to know what are you going to do with your money, because it's very crucial when that time comes and you're going to make a lot of money. You need to know, right? You need to know what to do with them, and don't panic, right?
Don't panic,
Right,
exactly.
that's
Thank
it.
you, 𝗟𝗏. And
You're
with you
welcome.
around, 𝗟𝗏, we don't need to panic because you give us an overview of it, and it's just so amazing. And you're so calm, unlike me, who was running off just now. So thank you.
No, it's all right. It's all right. You are.
So
we
now-
had a fantastic morning. We have a fantastic
It
morning.
was lovely.
Yeah.
And thank you for putting the music up as well.
Yep. So we've got some music, some action going on. Jackie, you're going to be the next one taking the music up, right?
Yeah,
Some
Yes,
music
I
there.
will definitely do that.
Good. Right, guys, I'm going to log off now. I'm going to pass over to the South African team. And you see, Jackie, he's wearing the t-shirt. He's ready for
He
the
is.
game. So
Thank you, 𝗟𝗏. Okay.
big love to the South African team. And
Thank you so much.
I promise you, we're going to meet one day very soon.
We will. We will.
Right, guys.
Thank you,
Definitely.
𝗟𝗏.
I'll log off. See you later, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. So
Awesome.
Jackie, we're hoping Wes can pop on, guys, but he doesn't have any electricity. And when he did try, he obviously couldn't speak. So I've started off the thing this morning. Thank you, Jackie, for all the comments while I was doing it. I've calmed down. I have my knitting back in hand so I can relax. What are we going to do? Some trading. You're going to share your screen. Are we going to look for some trades for the people?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. Let me just make sure that I'm sharing the correct screen here quickly.
Now, Jackie, what have you done that's so exciting that you didn't even give me a link to watch?
Oh, you're talking about the monthly analysis that Waz and myself have done probably about 2-3 weeks ago. Let me just
Yes, I
make
wasn't
this
even
tab
invited.
quickly.
I was so sad. To watch, I mean, to watch.
Yeah, it's one of those, you know, if you're there, you're there. If you're not there, you have to catch the recording. So
Amazing
yeah,
with the
I've
recording.
started just you know, hopping into these things a little bit more spontaneous. Let's just test the music here quickly. Just let me know in the chat if you guys can hear this.
I can
Probably
hear
need
it.
to bring up the video.
Guys, can you hear the
Okay.
music? Yes, fantastic.
Sweet.
Guys, can you hear the music? Yes, fantastic.
Ah, I see Waz is in the chat still. Okay, so he is here. He just can't join us, unfortunately. Okay, let's bring up that chart that we were talking about. I think we did it on the, yes, it was on the Bitcoin USD chart. Okay, so for those of you who have not seen this analysis, it will actually tie in very well with what 𝗪𝗏 was showing you guys right now about it not being time to sell yet, right? And with good reason, right? So let's just start with the current cycle, right? So he was telling you about the golden zone right now in this area, right? So that is true. That is the area that most people are going to be looking to sell as the weekly and monthly stocks start topping out, right? But the analysis I'm about to show you is to show you the long-term areas that we need to be looking at. Let me just get rid of this drawing here quickly. And I'll explain everything that's going on right now in a sec. So let me just go back to the very first cycle. Okay, so let me just zoom into price here quickly. Okay, so I hope you guys have your notepads ready. This is like probably the best offer that I've come up with for myself personally and my strategy in a very long time. And from what I've seen, right, backtesting this far and doing it consistently has been giving me the best results that I've ever got in trading. So backtesting is a very strong tool, and that is what we've done here, right? So blue lines indicate Bitcoin halving cycles. And the area where these lines usually happen, right, signify the area where momentum starts picking up and we start heading into the next phase of the bull run, right? So this was like the very first time Bitcoin had a cycle, right? So from this halving to the all-time high in this cycle was 139 days. Just keep that in mind, right? Compared to their previous all-time high in the previous cycle. So I drew my fibs using the all-time high in that cycle to their most recent local low before the next cycle's pump. So then going off of that information, I started bringing in the 3618. So if you guys were on part 2 of the stream, you may have seen Bruce touch on this a bit further, right? So we're bringing this into play right now, and we're bringing in the 3618 with good reason, right? So from there, you can see we hit 3618 and we actually blew straight past it, but that is the reference point that I've been using in this exercise. So just keep that in mind. And from the halving to this all-time high, right, there is 378 days to the all-time high in this part of the cycle, right? Note that there's no halving between these two highs, right? Because Bitcoin is still in its young days here. there wasn't enough miners to create halving difficulty increases, right? So now we move on. So in this cycle now, we had the second halving that has happened, right? So all-time high over here was about $1,100. The low was about 150. So same exercise. We pull up the fib, the 3618. You can see that the halving has happened here as well. So now we blew into the 2018 cycle. So you can see that we actually blew way past 3618, but this is because the main adoption for Bitcoin has increased significantly, right? But note that 3618 has been hit. So it's consistent that 3618 is a point that gets passed in these cycle methods or tracking methods. Okay, so now from this halving to this all-time high was 524 days. So then following on to the next cycle, we did this again. I'll come back to explain these two orange drawings here just now. And we are now in the 2020 cycle. And you can see that from this low to the current all-time high, it's 3618. So this one's an interesting one, right? We had two tops in this cycle, right? The first top in most cases is supposed to be the all-time high, but that's not the case in this cycle, right? So in this case, we decided to track both days and the amount of time it took to get to the all-time high. So if you track the first peak, it was 320 days, right? But this wasn't the actual all-time high. So then if you look at the previous cycle, that was about 524 days. So realistically, we can't get an all-time high before this because the average has been about 500 days consistently going up, and it's going up exponentially. So then from this halving date to the actual all-time high in Bitcoin was 552 days. So you can see that we've gone up about 30 days since the last cycle before that. So now you can see that 3618 from that cycle was the 64 area, 60 give or take, right? So now a few things that I'm going to start highlighting here that's going to make it really clear to what I am seeing in the market right now is you can see the fib that we drew that gave us the 3618 also gave us the like fib levels for the build up from the low. So if you look at this, each cycle before has at least traveled to the 618 of their current fib. So let me just go back here and then I can show you the last, oh snap, sorry. Then I can show you the actual TA right now. Okay, I'm just messing up my browser here quickly. Give me a sec. Okay. So this is where the backtesting actually got interesting, right? So going back to this very first cycle. Okay. So thing to note, from the high to the low, we hit 618, right? This one is very small. It's the very first cycle, so you won't really see us get any more information, but keep in mind that we hit 618. So coming back to the second half of this cycle period, remember this is one full cycle, but you track them separately because this was still the very beginning for Bitcoin. Okay, so now all-time high, low, 618, retracement, pullback. Okay, so then for interest sake, I tracked the distance between this low and that low. So in this case, that was about 215%, but it contracts heavily as we get into the bigger cycles. So now 2018 cycle, right? All-time high, low, pull back to 618, second low. The difference between these two lows was about 43%, give or take, right? So just keep that figure in mind. This is how I've been tracking it. Also, someone pointed out that I should draw a fib from this low to the high. I didn't actually think about that, so let me just try that quickly. Okay, so this pullback 618 again, but I'll just keep that there. Cool. Moving on to the next cycle, which is where we are currently, right? So if we follow the pattern that we've been seeing before, we have a high, we have a low, we're about to hit 618. All the other indicators, as you saw on Thales' side, was stocks, RSI, and ASO are all pointing that we should have a correction coming soon. And according to the way we saw it on his screen, there was still a bit to go, right? So that lines up with what my TA is telling me here, right? We need to touch 618 to have a small pullback. And then, starts the bull run as we pass the halving. So now, blue line here is the estimated halving date for the next halving of Bitcoin, which is round about March 2024. So as we've seen in previous cycles, right? We touch 618 and then we have a small little pullback. The small little pullback is usually just before the halving. So if we take that into account, right, we're currently about to hit 618 pretty soon. But it's also very close to the halving. So that means that we should see a small pullback. It might not be as big as some people are expecting, considering how close we are to the halving. But remember, the halving date isn't set in stone. It's based
about
on
April,
how well the
isn't it?
miners. It's about
Kind of.
April, give or take. So
Yeah.
like March is just the first like date that a lot of websites have been putting out. So I'm just putting the halving date around about March, give or take. And I mean, April's not that much further. I mean, it's right there. So then, interesting enough, we tracked the distance or the time average it took from the 618 touch to the halving in previous cycles, right? And that was about 150 days given the beginning or like first week in November. So to that point now, the green line is more or less the day or area that I'm expecting the new low to be formed for this pattern to play out, right? And then based off of the percentages that we were seeing between the lows in the previous cycles, we had an average of about 40 to 50%. So if we did about 40 to 50% in this cycle, remember it's exponential. So I might be a bit off here. This will be a bit higher according to exponential growth, but I'm not sure how much that growth would be. So based off of that, the fact that we touching 618, and the fact that just before halving we need to have a low form. If all of that is correct, we're looking at a small correction coming into the market before we actually shoot and take off. So that is the TA and analysis that I have found. And this is what Waz and I have been looking at for the past, 2-3 weeks.
Amazing.
So in my mind, this has cleared up everything for me. I more or less know what to expect in the longer term. So now my trading has also been easier on the lower time frame.
So that's what I'm finding, Jackie. The more we kind of do this stuff, the more easy and the less stress I have with trading, to be honest with you. So like with school, we all start off doing Sheldon's method and that. And the more advanced we get with trading and the longer we trade, the more we find what works. And honestly, what you've done here is unbelievable. And it just kind of makes it settle. So you don't panic, oh, there's going to be, I can't trade now because it might short or, do you know what I mean? And so it's amazing what you've done. And I just, for me, found the twin method has just really helped calm my nerves with trading as well. And it's interesting what you've done here is amazing. It works with it. So I
Yeah.
just have to say is that you've been talking about the halving. Does everybody on our stream know what it is? We should do, but not everybody maybe is. What are you halving?
Okay, so I can give you a very, very quick explanation that makes it easy to understand, right? So halving only affects tokens that work on the proof of work consensus, right? So you're asking yourself, what is proof of work? So when you hear about all these people mining Bitcoin, mining Ethereum, mining Casper even, it means that people are using computer hardware or dedicated machines to complete other people's transactions in blockchain. So that's what mining is. So people who complete other people's transactions are the people who earn the cryptocurrency. And this was the very first way people could earn cryptocurrency. It's the most primal way to earn it. So then proof of work is the benefit you get for completing transactions in a blockchain for other people. And based on how quick your hardware completes the transactions will determine how much cryptocurrency you get. So after you understand that, there's a term that's called blocks, right? So the blocks in the blockchain is the specific amount of cryptocurrency that is moved per grouping, right? So these blocks are set in certain sizes. And since Bitcoin started, its first block contained probably, let's say, for the sake of the exercise, 1,000 Bitcoin. So when people mined Bitcoin, they were completing the block to complete the block of 1,000 Bitcoin. And once that block is completed, they move on to the next block. But now, as time goes on progressively, it becomes harder to complete blocks because there's more demand to get let's say the locked Bitcoin into play, right? So then the halving dates essentially is an increase in difficulty, meaning the hardware needed to perform the same amount of calculations as in the past is now higher. So if you wanted to mine a block of 1,000 Bitcoin, the halving essentially means the block gets split into 500. And now for 500 Bitcoin, you would be mining at the same power and efficiency that you were mining the 1,000 block of Bitcoin 4 years later. So essentially that's what halving is. It's an increase in difficulty to the mining blocks. All proof of work tokens have some sort of halving tied to them. Litecoin has a halving. It's the silver to Bitcoin's gold. They were supposed to be the underdog that does it better than Bitcoin. So that was the reason why they followed in proof of work, right? So yeah, in Bitcoin's case, the halving happens every 4 years, and this is automated. No one controls this. This is just how the algorithm was written for Bitcoin. So that means every 4 years, it becomes harder for people to mine Bitcoin. That's why people can't give you the direct estimate of Bitcoin would be done being mined at this date. The longer we keep up, and any drops in mining efficiency across the globe extends that date further. So if people's hardware, software, and mining tools go down, that date extends itself because the difficulty doesn't stop. It will continue until
Jackie. Jackie, hopefully there's not too many miners in South Africa with this load shedding, because we're never going to get to the halving then.
You'll be surprised. People have set themselves up for success.
I'm just teasing because we are missing Waz in the house because of load shedding or lack of electricity, shall we just say.
Yeah, he lives with us in the chats. Waz is herding the conversation there. So that is the importance of the miners, right? So if there's no miners, it'll be just that, no more Bitcoins coming into circulation, and it's just going to be super hard to attain the last, million. So the longer this goes on, the easier it gets to get more Bitcoin liquid.
Amazing.
What stemmed to this question? We were just trying to understand what is
I just asked, yeah, what is halving? Because you speak about it and a lot of people speak about it, but when you're new in the space, and there's a lot of new people at school and probably watching your channel, so I just thought, you know, just if you could explain it, which was great. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, definitely. Anytime.
So I'm going to
I just want to highlight one more thing here.
Okay.
This just ties in with what we're going to see. So you see these numbers here with MA, DW, and DW. I was bored one day, and this is what spiked the interest to do all this backtesting. We have the 200 MA daily, 200 MA weekly, 300 MA daily, and 300 MA weekly, all crossing in this green box. So this is the area that I expect the low to be.
Okay. Wow. So what is that number?
So around 28K, 28 to 32K Bitcoin.
Time to buy some more then.
Definitely. So sorry, you were going to say, Terry?
So I'm going to mention a name. Don't all laugh at me. I was watching Plan B the other day. And
okay.
He actually said something interesting. I didn't have a look at it. I've just been busy. But he said that what he does is he buys 6 months before the halving. Okay. And then he would sell 18 months after the halving. That is kind of how he would look at it. So I don't know, you know.
Wait, repeat that? He would what before the halving? How much time?
Quite late, 6 months before the halving, which was November. So if you just put a little bit of a, so that's where he would buy, I think it would be November, October, November, which is 6 months before. And then 18 months after the halving is when he would sell. You could go back and have a look on that. So.
Okay, so if we go to that same exercise, so the halving was in May.
Okay.
So then it's April, March, Feb, Jan, December. What's that, 5?
Yeah.
November. So you would have sold here. Then 18 months after the halving. So
he would have bought it 6 months before.
Oh, bought 6 months before. That's a very good plan. I mean, it lines up with what I was saying, right? So that's 618 right there. He's buying on the way down.
Yes.
He's actually really close to the ultimate low that formed.
Yeah. And then sells at 18 months.
18 months. So that would be May next year, and then 6 months after that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, maybe he's onto something.
So yeah, I told you earlier, guys, I've got a book. I write everything down that I watch people do, and so that is what he said. I thought it was interesting and to look at, and I thought just what you've been saying, Jackie, that'd be interesting to see. So.
Okay. Well, it's definitely interesting. So if we use the current data that we've got, so if this was March, April, going back, that's Jan, Feb, December, November, October, September. So that puts you around right here. It's a little bit out this time around because
it is a bit more October, I think.
Yeah, and I think the reason being is people can't calculate exponential growth in cycle increases. So that is the only reason why I can't exactly pinpoint where, right? To me right now, my own TA is also starting to look a little bit off, because if you look at what I'm saying here, right? We need to have the low form in 150 days from November 3rd when I did the initial analysis, right? So that means we should have hit 618 before that and formed the low at the green line before going to the halving. So A, either the cycle's not following structure, or B, exponential growth is kicking in, and it's what it's actually saying is the halving is going to be more or less later than expected, and the actual low is going to form somewhere here.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. But I mean, if you take his theory of 6 months before, right? But now you combine it with your twin method or triplet method, you could have got it in. I mean, to be honest with you, Greg got it in at about the 17,000 mark when I looked at the charts. That's my husband. So I said to him, it's time to buy Bitcoin. So if you had used that and it's kind of, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So it's just interesting. I think that you can use a couple of things to confirm it anyway. You know.
Definitely. Look, like everyone's TA will only show them one part of the story, right? Like what I found interesting on what 𝗟𝗏 was explaining just now, the three things that he was using, which was RSI, stock, and ASO, was able to determine this low, right? Which my method doesn't show you where the low would be. My method shows you where the high would be. So if you actually spent like hours writing a thesis on the cycle of Bitcoin, you could essentially possibly get very accurate.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. And the more time we spend in the charts, the more we learn. I mean, it's amazing. I love the growth because, you know, from where we started, Jackie, to look where we are. So the more hours, this man, I've never traded before, and he started winning all his trades, and we were convinced he had traded for years. But the thing is, like, just watching the growth, and the more hours you put in your charts, the more you, I mean, I dream about charts now. It's actually ridiculous. You know, there's better things to dream about. But the more, I think, what do they say? It's 10,000 hours to become good at something. And so the more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it, really, you know.
Definitely.
So some people are asking, are there any trades, Jackie?
That's what I'm trying to look at right now. Let us know in the chat if there's any specific tokens that you see have momentum and we're moving today. We can take a look at that. This was the last trade that I took. I took this on Tuesday. I've started relying heavily on the 8-hour and 12-hour timeframes because with the new job that I got, I don't really have time to trade. That and we aren't really allowed to trade during working hours, so I have to resort to longer timeframes now. So
Jackie,
I got in directly.
Bathroom calls.
Bathroom calls.
You're fine.
If only.
Yeah,
it's such a fast-paced environment. I don't really get much bathroom breaks, eh?
No, I'm just joking.
So I got in at this low. Then I rode the trade all the way down on this wick. And then I started realizing we were losing momentum, and I got out here, right? But what I'm seeing here right now is based off what we're seeing on the 8-hour and 12-hour, right? 8-hour has reset on the stock. You can see that it's starting to turn down across again. But that may just tie in with the 12-hour, right? The 12-hour was at the top at the beginning of the week. So you can see the 12-hour starting to come down. So that may mean that we have a small correction coming now on the medium-term timeframes. This will tie in with what we are looking for, which is the travel to the 618. So for the sake of this exercise, I'm just going to draw my fib here quickly from the most local low to the current high. Let me just clean up my fib here quickly. Cool. So based off of this exercise, right, we can see some downside on the stochastic, right? The RSI is still very strong, but given that the stock is moving down faster than the RSI is moving down, I don't think we're going to have a very big correction by the looks of things. By the looks of things right now, this might just be like a very local correction. And then we're just going to move up from there. So continuing the range sideways here to see what's happening. So, okay, let's go look at some more entertaining tokens because Bitcoin's a bit slow right now. Where's Waz? Solana's been like giving me birthday gifts this whole week. Like,
oh my word, I love Solana. Yes, when I woke up yesterday, I was like, oh my word, what happened? It was just phenomenal. I mean, Greg's
yeah, tell
account,
me about it. Like
246%.
I was still telling
just
myself, jeez.
Yeah.
Like I was still telling myself, yeah, I'm gonna stock up on some nice Solana. You know, I need to get back into my NFT game. You know that ship has sailed.
That ship has sailed. Yeah.
And I was still telling myself this where was this? We were here. End of October. I was telling myself, hey,
Yeah.
you need to get some Solana, man.
How much was it then?
$30.
And then you were probably thinking,
We've
yeah, that's
doubled
still
and then
high.
some.
Amazing.
Exactly. So yeah,
Yeah.
Solana is definitely going to be one of the tokens I'm watching this cycle, right? The fact that we're at $70 already and we haven't even started the bull run, that's a massive sign that it's going to be a powerhouse in this next cycle. I mean, $70 was the average in the bear run coming down.
Yeah. So the thing is, the first cycle that I traded in, Bitcoin was slow and steady. Ethereum made more money for me, obviously. And this time for me, it's definitely Solana, where last time it was Ethereum. Interestingly enough. I remember doing a show, watching Ran and Sheldon doing a show, and I think Sheldon said to Ran, Solana is the next thing you must buy. And if I remember correctly, it was at $3. And I was like, I'm not really, if only I'd listened and bought it at that point. Can you imagine $3 Solana? Especially because I didn't sell any. I let it run up and I kept everything as it went down because I was stupid then. I didn't know about taking profits. But yeah, it's a good one.
Okay.
What are we looking at?
Okay, so we're looking at cash. I saw Millman ask for it in the chat. Interesting story that a lot of people might not have also heard. Part of the TA fundamentals that I found out with Waz again. Yeah, Waz and I have been doing a lot in terms of research recently. Casper is a mining token. And for those of you that don't know, since Ethereum has moved to proof of stake, meaning your investment into Ethereum now completes the transaction. Casper is still a proof of work token. So all the miners that didn't know where to go from ETH have started shifting to Casper. That's why you're seeing it start to blow up now, slowly but surely, is because everyone that has done the like mining for this token in the last year and a half is now starting to reap the rewards. So now that is increasing the demand and supply for the token as more people start getting their payouts. But straight off the bat, this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a long play out. We're at the bottom of the range on the 1 hour. Strong support level over here, which we have more or less tapped in the range low area. You can see that we're on a trend line that could possibly be broken as well. Stocks have bottomed out and crossed, so that's another confirmation right there. For those of you that are using 𝗪𝗔𝗔𝗬𝗓, specifically the scalper tool that Simon likes using, we've got a buy signal on the 𝗪𝗔𝗔𝗬𝗓 oscillator right now. And the normal RSI is still in the mid-tier level, which is still moderately strong. So for those of you that are looking at this, I might actually just take a trade on this right now. So let's just set up here quickly. So this is about a 2.9% stop. Let's see if we can tighten this a bit better. That's if you're going to enter right now. Remember, you can still wait it out a bit. Let's just draw a fib here quickly.
You're going to take it on
So
Mexi.
fib. I first want to see which of my exchanges have Casper. Now that I think about it.
Oh.
Okay, so based off of the
does.
fib, let me check here quickly.
Because I've got it in Bybit. I know Mexi does.
Okay.
Wes says Bybit. BitGet also does it.
Okay, so then I'm good. I've still got funds in Bybit. Okay, so based off what we're seeing right now, right? The fib is already past 618. We're going to 786 now. So now is actually the optimal time to enter, just based on the fib alone. We've already got good support levels. We've got a strong supporting trend going back to November 17th, right? With 3-4 touches on that trend. So strong diagonal trend support, strong horizontal support, low in the range, and this range goes from where we are now, so 12 cents to 15 cents. So realistically, that is the area that you can target for this trade. TP1 would obviously be around about 13.5 cents, give or take, because that is the first level of major resistance that we're finding. So I'm just going to put this line here. So that's the resistance level. That's TP1. TP2 is just below these highs or at these highs. Let me just reduce this little here. That's a more realistic TP. So we're looking at a 13% gain on this trade, right? We've got a 3.94% stop, which is a bit bigger than my usual risk tolerance. I've now increased my tolerance to 2.5. That is what I'm happy to risk, right? So now, if we just tighten this to this low here, so 2.7 seems to be the ultimate best that we can get for this trade, right? So you could also say, what's the chances of it going lower than 786 and the horizontal support, right? That tightens it up to a 1.5, which I'm still comfortable taking, given that all the indicators show that we are at a very strong support level. I am happy to take a trade at this level. So now we can start calculating our leverage that we would like to use for the trade. For spot buys, this is perfect. You don't need to calculate anything. Just buy your Casper right now and hold it. Any buys right now, even if it doesn't respect the area in the chart right now, we are at the bottom of a cycle. So buying Casper right now might actually be a very good long-term play for your spot bag as well. So let's zoom in here quickly. This is a 1-hour trade setup for CAS. We've got a 1.53 stop. So let me bring up the calculator here quickly. So the way you do this, if you finish Well School and Sniper School, you might have learned how to do this. So you decide on how much you're willing to lose on a trade, right? So I am willing to lose 2.5% of total portfolio divided by the actual stop loss that we see on screen here, which is 1.53%. So that is the leverage that I use for the trade, right? So on Bybit, you can do this. You can set 1.6 as the leverage, but on some exchanges, you can't. You do decimal leverages. So now you can do 1.6x leverage on 100% of your portfolio, or you can break your portfolio up into percentages, right? And then only use part of your capital with the multiplier on the leverage. So in this case, let's say I only want to use 10% of my portfolio. I would then say, okay, if I'm using $100 as the full capital for the trade. 10% of that is $10. So because that is a tenth of my capital, I need to multiply this leverage by 10. So if I multiply this by 10 now, it's 16.3x that I need to use. So on Bybit right now, let's see if I can set this up here quickly with you guys. Okay, don't mind me. I just need to move my funds back to my derivatives account quickly.
If you give me your seed phrase, I'll do it for you, Jackie.
Oh, if only, right?
If only, right.
Okay,
Just
we are
click the
looking for
unified there,
gas.
Jackie. Just click that
Oh,
unified.
hell
Jackie.
no. I've made that mistake once. No, thank
And
you.
how? Okay, so talking about it, a lot of students ask about the unified. How did you get out of it? Look, I haven't clicked it either.
You
There's
don't.
no way. Yeah. So did you open
You need
a
to
new
open
account?
a second account, and then they've now introduced KYC transfers. I've done this. So following the link, you can transfer your KYC once to a new account every 180 days.
Okay.
So if you do make a mistake on your account, because they know people have made this mistake, you open a new account and you just go to your KYC page. I'm just going to show this quickly. So you go to, I think it's just clicking on your profile.
This is gold. Thank you, Jackie.
All good. Let me just see it quickly. Where do I see the documents that I've uploaded?
While you're looking for it, Jackie, why did you say, hell no, I don't want unified? Just explain quickly why not while you're looking for it.
Okay. So for those of you who don't know what happens, right? So you probably heard of isolated and cross. So on isolated, your trade individually don't affect anything else on your account. Whereas when you're on the cross method, cross affects everything that happens within that account type. So if you're on cross on your futures platform, your funds will then be interchangeable between trades, right? So all liquidity in your futures account is then used across all your trades. So if one trade goes south, it can start draining from your other open trades and from just your account balance in your futures account. So now take this a step further. What the unified account does, it allows this cross setting across all accounts. So this means your spot, your futures, your margin are all one account now, and they all have the cross methodology applied to it, right? So that means if something goes wrong in your spot account, it will start draining from your derivatives. If something goes wrong in your margin account, it will start draining from your full account balance.
So I wonder why they
and there's
brought
no
this
way
in.
to remove it.
I wonder why they brought it in. Horrible.
It's for the whales. Like the whales always want to be able to make money and don't want to be restricted by account blockage, right? If I'm a millionaire, right, and I have just deposited money into my spot account because I want to get going in this trade for the long-term buys, right? I don't want to still sit there and start transferring $1 million in between account types. I just want to get in, sell, buy, go.
I'd love to do that.
Cool. So this is the page I was looking for, right? So you come to this page on the new account, and on the new account, on the KYC account, and then you'll see this button top right here. If your account's verified, you'll then have this. It says identity transfer. So you'll click on that, and it starts the process to verify you first to make sure that you are the person of the account, and then you can transfer the KYC to the new account.
Thank you. That's amazing. That's really amazing because a lot of people do it without knowing. Like you said, hell no, I've done it once. So that's great. Thank you.
Exactly.
I see we have Matt and George in the room. Hi, good morning.
Hey, guys.
Good evening. How are you?
Oh, good
morning.
evening.
Good and yourself?
Good morning. All over the
I love
world.
it. Messing with people
Right.
about time zones.
Exactly. Well, we're all over the world here. I mean, Australia, South Africa. I think George might be. I don't know if you want people to know where you live, George, so I'm not saying it. Matt, you can't get away with your accent. Everyone knows where you live, I'm afraid. Anyway. Okay.
Gets me every time, eh? How are you guys going? Going well?
Good, thank you. Good,
Good.
thank you. We've had a good session. So I will, Jackie, are you finishing off or are you done?
I'm just setting up this Casper trade quickly.
Yes.
Let's just check. So we want our stop and our take profit. Yeah. Quantity first. Let's order by value. 10%. Stop. Profit.
Amazing.
Okay, so now the final thing to explain here, for those who haven't seen this, you're wondering, like, he's doing a 16.3x leverage trade. Like, we were taught not to do that, right? But in perspective, in my account size, $100, I'm only losing $4.
Yes.
But I have room to gain $19 on this trade.
Yes.
So I'm happy with that. I'm going long. I'm confirming stop loss and take profits are correct. 16 isolated. And there we go. We're in a Casper long.
Amazing. I'm sure everybody's happy with that.
Godspeed,
Anyway.
Jackie.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one. We'll keep watching.
Okay. Thanks.
Cool.
Have a good
Let
morning.
me just. Cool. David, you're welcome to. Oh wait, I can do that. There we go.
All right, George.
So
I
cool.
reckon it's you and me.
As we're closing out here, have a nice one, guys. You guys are taking us home.
Yeah.
All right.
Great
Thanks,
info,
mate.
Jackie. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
How are you doing this morning,
Cool.
Matt?
I'm well. I'm well. How are you?
I'm well. It's been a couple hours. The sand is out of my eyes. So yeah, lots of great information. Yeah.
I know we're getting
So
to the last few hours now, so everyone's starting to get a bit tired, and yeah, we got to bring it home strong, you and me.
that's the truth. I think we will. This morning has been, for me, and I'm in Mexico, so it's still dark outside. It's early morning. And this morning has been a lot of really good technical analysis deep dives. RSI, the twins, as Dallas calls it. And yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm excited that we're doing this now. You want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. Let's go. All right, everyone. So as you know, we're here. We're going to talk about Fibonacci. It's one thing, and I know when I started in trading, and I'm sure George is no different, you hear people talking about fibs and Fibonacci and things like that. And depending on your background, you may or may not have heard it previously throughout your life as well, but you don't really know what it is, and you may find it interesting. Anyway, it's a very big part of trading. It's certainly, for me, it's a very big part of my process and what I do to take trades. So we thought it was a good idea that we would bring you a bit of a presentation on fibs, and not only like how you use it in your trading, but where does it come from and why is it important, and the history of it, to see why is it that people have instilled this into the regular part of their trading, and why why is it around, and where do you find it and stuff like that. So yeah, we're just going to talk a little bit about the history of it, how to correctly use retracements, and extension. Okay, so there's a couple of different forms. One is what you see most of, and that's the retracement, where prices extended upwards and now it's retracing back down, and you want to use a fib level to work out an appropriate bounce point. And then the extension is the opposite of that, kind of where a move is happening. A token might be in price discovery, and you're trying to determine what's in so price discovery, meaning it's never been at that price before. How do you know when to get out of it, when to take some profits and to shave some of your position away? So that's sort of a brief summary of what we're going to talk about. Sorry, my dog is hyper and he's running around like crazy. So sorry about the tapping noise. I'm not tap dancing. It's not me. It's the little dash hound. He's crazy. All right. So I apologize. All right. Anything to add to that, George? You all good with that?
Yes, nothing to add.
Okay, cool. All right. So what is the Fibonacci sequence? All right. So before we dive into where it's been, where you see it in nature and stuff like that, what is this? What is the Fibonacci sequence? So what it actually is, it was discovered by an Italian mathematician in the 13th century. So what it is, it's a sequence of numbers, okay, and it starts with a 0 and a 1, and it steadily increases. Now, what it does is, it basically is the sum of two preceding numbers. So, for example, at the very bottom, you've got 0 and 1 equals 1. So therefore, the next step in the sequence is 1 plus 1 is 2. Then you've got 1 plus 2 equals 3, 2 plus 3 equals 5, and so on. Okay, so that's a Fibonacci sequence. So what it means is, I mean, it's not a specific formula, but because of the sequence in which it runs, the numbers have a relationship with each other. So it's basically a ratio. So each number is equal to the sum of the preceding two numbers. So if you follow the sequence along like I just did, it's 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34. Okay, so they all actually have a relationship with each other, which is like a Fibonacci ratio. Okay, so even though the numbers get greater and greater, the ratio remains around about the same. It's obviously not exactly the same because there's rounding and whatnot for whole numbers, but they all follow a similar ratio. So that's how it came about. This mathematician has discovered this ratio. And then the really cool thing that George is going to talk about next is where you can find fibs in everyday life. And this is the part that really, really fascinated me. Like my original career was as an engineer, mechanical engineer, mathematics, and that sort of thing before I gave that up to pursue cycling. But I love maths and I'm a geek for this stuff. So this is what really, really interested me when I started trading and I started seeing fibs and stuff. I'm like, I remember that stuff. So it really interests me. So anyway, George is going to now start to talk to you guys about where you can find it.
Yeah, well, thanks, Matt. So for me, fibs are somewhat new to me. I've always thought of it as universal math. There's all these beautiful images that can be created through Fibonacci or Fibonacci's, not Fibonomics. But as you can see here, you have this spiraling pattern that you see on the slide, or I'm sorry, on the plant, and that relates to how it grows. If you go into the next slide, please, we see that the Fibonacci actually relates to the rectangle and how, if you continue to break it down, and actually it's a building up. So starting at the smallest size, as you continue to build, you're looking at the growth and the cycles of growth. And the thing I find most interesting about this is, and I was thinking about this while Matt was talking, is how our lives are balanced with the amount of time that we spend in waking time and the amount of time that we spend in sleep. And same thing with growth and resting, right? How hard you should push yourself and how quickly you can grow. And so the Fibonacci actually is showing up in nature, and it's showing up in how things grow. And when we think about trading, I think about it as how the price is increasing or decreasing, like how is it growing or declining. And if you go on to the next slide, please. This show, because of how balanced it is, and I don't know, Matt, you talked about engineering. When I look at these architectural diagrams, is weight bearing easier when you build based on these Fibonacci's? I didn't realize that you had been in engineering at all, but if I want to build something, how would because these are beautiful buildings, they look impossible to build. Sorry to change directions, but
That's all right. From a structural standpoint, I wasn't a structural engineer. It's been many years since I did a material structure class, obviously. But the reason a lot of architecture includes it is because of how like pleasing it is to look at because of the ratios. Like it's a ratio that resonates with us naturally, and it's because we do see it everywhere. We're seeing it so often that it's something that's familiar to us. So when you see a building or a staircase that spirals or something like that, I think that's where it really is used a lot because of its familiarity to us. So yeah, maybe that's something that actually interests me that I might look into about it from a structural standpoint. I'm sure there's probably some merit to that as well, but I haven't done a material structure class since the early 90s.
yeah,
not telling me my age.
Yeah, it's something that I want to look at as well, because when I originally started looking at the Fibonacci sequence for trading, I was like, it's a lie. I had seen people do it on YouTube. Here, you just draw this and look, it's going to go boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, this is a lie. I didn't think I could actually use it in my TA, but by watching the videos, I saw how it worked. And that's what I found so interesting and really deep diving. I only thought it really showed up in nature, but as Matt was just indicating, it's something that is that we have an attraction to. These 6-1, the Fibonacci designs based on that, designs that express with the Fibonacci sequence shown, actually is quite pleasing to us. And we don't know whether or not artists actually, thank you so much for the slide change, we don't know whether or not artists actually are thinking about this when they create art, but really a large amount of art leverages this this Fibonacci sequence and design, in the breakdown of how we build things and what we are actually attracted to and think is pleasing to the eye.
And one of the things, sorry, George, to interrupt there, that they have actually found is that a lot of our human features follow the Fibonacci ratios as well. Like apparently the length of our fingers, the difference in the length of our fingers is an integer of the Fibonacci sequence. And they talk about, ratios of people's faces as well. Like what they would say is the most beautiful people in the world are closest to the Fibonacci ratios in their faces,
Wow.
So yeah. It's there's so many examples in nature of those things, like fins on a dolphin's back, as the ratio to the tail to the fin is a Fibonacci ratio. Like it's crazy.
That's one thing I thought was really interesting. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that so in nature we see it all the time, just in how how things are growing. So much, it looks to me like the pattern of design, right? Like all the way up to the solar system. Just look at that and look at it all the way down to a shell. And if we start looking at flowers, yeah, you can go on to the next slide because I was going to use that example. If we look at flowers and count the petals on flowers, they equal a Fibonacci number. I was blown away when I found this, doing this research for this presentation, because I recognized it in the shell and the solar system. Cool, awesome. But as Matt was just indicating, the length of our fingers, our leg length to our torso length. right? Like that is also a Fibonacci as well. And I'm just blown away. So Fibonacci is showing up all around us. And so sorry about this, but if you could go back to the diagram with the Fibonacci at the very top, that'd be wonderful. I should have put this at the end. So I thought this was really interesting because we have the Fibonacci sequence, as Matt was talking about, 0 plus 1 equals 1, 1 plus 1 equals 2, 1 plus 2 equals 3, and so on. But what I think is really interesting, and this is how, ever since I started working on this presentation, I really started to pay a little bit more attention, give the Fibonacci even more homage, because it's pi. And there's lots of people that walk around with the shirt pi. But, when we use Fibonacci's and do the division, the sequence of numbers is less significant, but the ratio generated by dividing any adjacent number into the other, right? So when we take the numbers above, 3 plus 5 equals 8, 5 plus 8 equals 13, and divide it, we come up with 615. So, it's not, we all draw our fibs slightly different. It's not this exact number, but it's always in this very, very tight range. And knowing that that is true, that this math, it keeps replicating over and over and over again, gives me confidence that I can use this. And the more I pull fibs, the more I see them, the more I trust them. For a long time, I haven't trusted the 618. How could it pull back that much? But when I start thinking about it from a perspective of living, breathing, and experiencing life, right? How much time I spend in rest, how much time I spend doing, and the balance that even 𝗟𝗏 was talking about how we're looking at 70% for for the living and thriving, and a percentage for the recovery. So it's interesting how it keeps playing out, and the more I think about it, the more I recognize it, and the more I can appreciate how it can be used in my tracing. So with that, we can move forward.
It's actually really interesting to talk about that as well, because that's something that I've never really thought of. And back in my racing days, it actually would be interesting to look back on my diary that I've got, like my training diary, and see when my performance was the best, what was the ratio between the amount of sessions or work that I did compared to my recovery sessions. That would actually be really interesting. I'm going to go back and look at that, because if that's a fib number, that's going to blow my absolute mind, So yeah, be prepared for a loud bang, because it could be my brain getting blown up.
And I included this quote: mathematics is the language in which the creator has written the universe. The fact that we're seeing math play out, this same math, right? It's a language unto itself. And I think that is really valuable when we talk about pulling fibs, going from, okay, where we've been to where we're going, or, where we've been to where we're going. So whether you're going up or down with your fibs retracement, or if you're using an extension, where can we grow? When we know that flowers are going to grow you can only do so many images, right? Lots of images. I love the images. But even how a tree grows, right? It's coming up with its trunk, it'll grow one arm out here, and it's using the same fib breakdown. I don't want to misspeak here. So I can leverage that in my trading, and it's showing up over and over and over again. So if you're like me and skeptical that this can be used in trading, start looking at where it's showing up in other places, and then question your own belief that why it can't show up in trading. So with that, I think I'll hand it back over to you, Matt. I think you're going to do
yeah, cool.
Unless you have something more to add to this.
No. It's spot on. Like when I first started trading, like I said, people were using the word fibs, and you could see that people were drawing these fib retracements, and I knew what the Fibonacci sequence was. Like I knew how, literally what it was made up of. However, I didn't understand how the ratio was applied to trading and stuff like that until I really did start to look into it more, and then it just blew me away. So, so what we're going to do is we're going to talk a bit about the rule of thumb. The rule of thumb basically is you've got a Fibonacci extension, like we said, which basically provides you a bit of a forecast of possible prices that a trend at the start of a new wave. Okay, so it's literally, like the word says, extension. Okay, so it can be used to identify the price to close an open position. So it measures the impulse waves in the direction of the trend. Okay, so literally, like I said, extension is the main part of that comment. You're looking for a price extension upwards. Now, the retracement tool, which is the one that people use most frequently, the retracement tool, again, focus on the word retracement, is used to identify an ideal price to open a trade. So in other words, it basically means where it is, if price has been in an upward extension move and then it starts to retrace, you want to work out at what point is that going to now potentially turn around and give me my opportunity to enter before the wave extends again on another run. All right, so they're the two basic uses for it. There's lots of other fancy indicators and stuff that you can use fibs for. We're not going to go into that. We're going to keep it very, very simple, because that's what we're about, is simple trading using simple stuff to get really good results. So we talk a bit about retracement. So I'm going to cover what retracements are about, and then George is going to cover extensions, and then we're going to basically just have a look at a few charts, look at some retracements, try and see how the fibs work, and do a bit of live stuff like that. So retracements, retracements levels are stemming from this Fibonacci sequence. So basically, it's going to identify areas of, like, horizontal areas that are likely to act as support and resistance. So we're going to show some examples of charts in a second, but if you draw a fib, okay, and there's a fib, you draw the fib line on the chart, and right next to it, there happens to be a previous area of support and resistance, that can give you some extra confidence that perhaps that is an area that you need to be aware of when you're looking at your trade, and being patient and waiting for that opportunity to enter a position. So each of these levels, fib levels, is associated with a percentage. So the percentage is how much the price is retraced from the direction of the prior move. Okay, so again, it's a Fibonacci retracement. So you're looking at how far has the price retraced. So when you're drawing it, you draw the fib in the direction of the previous wave. So from the bottom to the top, and then you're looking at how much it retraces. Okay, now these levels are, now the favorite ones that people use is there's 23.6, there's 38.2, 61.8, or 786. Now you'll see then there's 0.236 because they are ratios, okay? However, if you break it down into a percentage, it's easier to conceptualize that as well. It's how much it's retracing back down. Now, often you will see people talking about a 50% level as well. That's not an official Fibonacci level, but we've thrown that in there because people do use it as an indication of a continuation point in a wave as well, that often they do retrace to a 50% level and then they continue on. Okay. Now, one thing to note about this as well is that you take into consideration when you're looking for these retracement levels is the more bullish the prior uptrend. So if we're in a really, really big raging bull at the moment, you're probably likely to see that the retracement levels aren't going to be as deep. Okay. So you look at how much Solana has ripped the last couple of days. See, now my budgie's going off, you know. He likes the sound of my voice. You see how much Solana has pumped lately. It's less likely that it's going to retrace all the way down to the 786 level, because that's a very deep retracement for something that's moving a lot. Okay, so you also take that into account when you're looking at retracements. You got to basically analyze what's been the previous price action, and then draw your fibs in and try and look at where are the levels of support previously, and just note how bullish has it been, what is the possibility of it pulling that deep, and so on. And you just have to come up with these scenarios in your head and be prepared for those different things to play out. As the price action gets closer, you have to have a plan in place to either act on that trade or to let it run lower, and so on. All right. So yeah, basically, like I said, the more bullish the prior uptrend, the less likely the retracement. So it's not going to go deep. This indicator is useful. It can be drawn between two significant points, such as a high and a low. So you're basically going to have 2 points, and there's going to be a retracement that's going to occur somewhere in between before the wave continues. You guys will see that in a second. All right. It can be used for different things. You've got bounce points, so retracements, where the price retraces to and then bounces. And then you can use it the opposite way around when that retracement has just happened. Where are you going to take profit as the price then starts to move in the direction and you start printing money because you've made a successful entry on that retracement? Where do I then take profit? Because that's the next step in your trade is, okay, I've done the hard work, I've got the entry, I've nailed the fib bounce. Where do I take profit next? So then you actually can use fibs the opposite way around to work out the retracement in the other direction. Okay. Now, one big thing that people wonder a lot is, and I'm not looking at any comments here, so I can see Chaos is on the comments, so no doubt he's keeping everyone in check. Is it can be used on any time frame. Okay, it doesn't matter. You can use it on 1 second charts if you're that mental. You can use it on 1 second charts. You can use it on weekly charts and everything in between. Some people I'll even see will use fibs when they're looking at entries based on candles. What size is the candle next to the previous candle, and they will use fibs to gauge literally on the candle size or the wick size to determine whether that's a trigger to enter or not to enter. So it can literally be used in any situation. Okay, it depends on your trading strategy and how detailed you want to be with that. All good, George? Anything to add? You got anything else? No, you're all good. Sweet. All right.
Yep. Perfect.
Excellent. All right. So what I've got here as well, guys, is I've got like a bit of an example on some retracements. I also appreciate the fact that you won't be able to see a lot of these numbers. Actually, it's a lot worse than I actually thought. So let me just see if I can make this full size. Does this actually help you guys or not? Let me just check this on the YouTube when it catches up in a second. Not really. Marginally better. Anyway, what I've got here is an example. So this is basically a pith chart. It's a 5-minute chart. What we've got here on the chart on the left is, or on the left-hand retracement wave, we've got it retracing down to a 786 level. Okay, so the wave has gone up and then it's retraced back to the 786 level. If you look further to the left, just where the picture is cut off, you can see that there is a level of support and resistance that's occurred previously. The other indicator that tells you that it was getting close to, or an indicator that was telling you that the 786 may be a possible bounce point, was the fact that the stock RSI was at the bottom. If you use 𝗪hale, the hyperwave was at the bottom, things like that. All right, so there's other things that you use in conjunction with the fibs to let you know that you may be getting close to that point, the bounce point, where the bounce point may happen. On the same chart, moving all the way over to the right, you can see we've got a second retracement that was in play. That's getting very, very close to a 618 level. All right. So, you know, that was one that I was watching. And I think it actually ended up going deeper down into the 618 at the end of the day after I took that. So, you know, that was one that I was watching, and that gives you an idea on as it's starting to approach, you start to get ready. Notice that also the RSIs are now, the hyperwaves moving down, the stock RSIs, you know, getting down as well. So you start to get ready, you start to get prepared. What's my position size going to be? Where am I going to put my stop loss? You start to look at all those things as well. Another quick example, this is the 4-hour Bitcoin chart. Okay, so on the 4-hour Bitcoin chart, this particular wave, it retraced down to the 618 level again. So it worked its way up over the space of a couple of days. Then it retraced itself back down again over another couple of days, basically to a level, to a nice little created what was a resistance level up into a support level now, and then it carried on, from there. Same thing again, the stock RSI had moved itself to the bottom, the hyperwave had moved itself to the bottom. So these are all the things that again, like I said, that you look for when you're getting close to finding, is this actually going to be the bounce point? You start to really get excited when you notice that the RSI and the other indicators are telling you it's nearly time for a bounce. I'm just trying to show you different time frames, guys, that it looks, even though it's a different time frame, it's exactly the same thing. The time frame does not matter. It's still the same technique, and you're still looking for the same things on the chart. So this is a link daily fib retracement to a 382. Now, the reason this went to a 382 was that link on the daily had just had a really nice move. Prior to all of that as well, link had a really big move. So there was still that bullish sentiment in the market about link. So it only retraced to the 382. It didn't go really deep. And again, the same thing, the RSIs and the hyperwave and things like that were at those levels as well, that indicated that there was going to be a solid bounce. Now, before George talks about, extensions and stuff like that, this one here is a PITH 4-hour chart. Now, what I used on this one was, on my trade, I actually took this trade and I used the fib to tell me where to take profit as well. So if you notice here, the purple part of the fib in the bottom part of the chart, you can see there that the price action dipped just below the 618. Once it came back above the 618, I entered the trade, and then it came back and retested the 618 a second time, and then it started to take off. Okay. Then what I did was, once that wave, the downward wave was complete and I made my entry, I drew the fib in the opposite direction. So I drew the fib from the very top of the wave all the way down to my entry point, basically. And that then printed where my take profits need to be. So you can see on there, I've marked them out with the blue zone, TP1, TP2, and where the 382 fib and the 618 fib were for take profit just happened to be resistance levels, previous resistance levels, even on a new project. You can, that's literally the extent of the price action on that entire project. But you can see that those waves actually honored those fib levels. It's crazy. And that trade played out perfectly. I got my TP1, and I did end up exiting at TP1 because the market was not looking very good. So I took my TP1 and I left. But yeah, that's literally, even on a very new project like this, where there isn't a lot of price history, it's still honored the system of using fibs and the science of it, as we say. All right. All yours, George.
All right. So as I was mentioning earlier, I'm newer to trading, but I've been blown away by the fib retracement, and just recently started using the fib extension, which allows us to forecast where price may go in the future. And what it's looking at is, where has price been? How high has it gone? What was the retracement? And then as the output, let me tell you where we can go from here, right? And you have the opportunity to include up and down. But in order to use this tool, you need 3 points: the original point, the point of expansion, so where the price went to, and then a prior pullback that you're looking at. And I'm going to show that on the chart in a few minutes. But based on this information, you get the forecast. The most common extension number is 1618. So it continues to go as additional, it adds up. So 2618, 3618. 3618 is what Jackie was just talking about. I think the 2 is actually a different number, but the 3618 is showing up in Bitcoin, and I look forward to drawing that chart. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay. Actually, so before I only had that one slide because so let me get my trading view if it's okay. I'd like to show.
George, do you want to share your trading view? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to show my trading view because I have a chart. it's sort of a consolidation of what you were showing, but this one is just an extension, I think. And then I have a chart that where I'm using an extension and also pulling fibs in all the different directions. So I have that ready. I didn't do the fancy slides though, not for this one.
That's all right. That's all good. Yeah, the real charts is better anyway because you can use your cursor and stuff like that. You know.
Yes.
Have you shared your screen?
Nope, I'm sharing it now. Present, share screen.
Yeah, David might have to do his magic and actually put it up for us. But yeah, once you've got it sharing, he should flick it up for you. No problem at all.
Okay, perfect.
There you go. He's done it. Look at that. Bang.
I know, he's on top of it. So just paying attention to the fib at this point. Here's the retracement. This is, I'm actually looking at the Tron chart on the monthly level. And I've been using this because being new in trading, it's like, okay, well, how do I plan out what my take profit levels are? And for TRX, and I don't suggest you follow this necessarily, because I don't know if this is going to happen, but I've set my take profit levels, and my next take profit level is actually up here, way up here, because I believe that this project has the opportunity to grow. But there's no way to forecast that based on where it's been. You know, the high before was 18 cents, and that was a wick, right? Really around 13 cents is really all that I would consider in price. And where we are right now, we're currently nearing 11 cents. So how do I forecast this, since this is something I want to have in my long-term bag? And as somebody who's new to trading, I've been around since 2017 trading, but I would listen to fanboys, right? Crypto fanboys, and then they'd say, you know, this token is going up. I'd pull out my handy dandy Coinbase, which had as much efficiency as they did in telling you what to do, and go, oh, it's going up. Cool. $100 buy. There's no chart, right? Like they show you this, like, they just show you, like a cartoon chart. There's no, what has the price been? It's just, here's a chart. Do you want to buy? No take profits or anything else. So by doing crypto school, I've learned more about the trading. These things go up and they go down. I've experienced both sides of that, the euphoria and the like, oh my goodness, what have I done? But having these levels, by using the extension, by leaning into what I'm seeing in nature, knowing that these things replicate, it gives me the ability to actually have some confidence that it can go in these directions. I have to watch it. And for me, I've set it my first take profit at a reasonable level. And again, let me just redraw this so you can see how it's drawn. Okay. In real time. So we have the fib retracement here, and then I should actually add that to my toolkit because I use it on a regular basis now. So taking it from this lowest point here, right, and pulling it up, okay, to that point, and I go in on the lower time frame and get it to right. Now, I could stop it here because here's my low. Here's the low that I'm looking at, but instead I like to have it all the way off my chart. So I just use the dotted line to help me get to that point, and I can drill in on the lower time frame, right? So let's go down to a 1 hour just to experience this refinement that we can do, right? You have to find the line. That's the problem. But once you find it, then you just look at drag, 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 drag. What are the candles doing in that area? Usually I do this in private, and I'm on a 1 hour chart. I can't even get there. I thought I did 4 hour. Apologies. So I am on TRX. Okay. And what I do, I want to show you one more tip or trick that I do, and I'm new to the TA. So, managing what I have on my chart, and, has been something that I've spent a lot of time on over the last couple of months because for me, it's like I need to put all these things on and then you take things off. So we got it there. I'm going to go back out to my monthly. Let me set my chart again. And there we go. We have it. Okay. So again, it allows me to set what my take profit levels are. And actually by going in there a little bit deeper, I might adjust them a little bit more, but these are the ones that I'm using. I want to show you one more chart. And that's Binance. Apologies. Let me go to this chart. And so here I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So I actually create for the all this drawings that I do. I just started doing this. So I'd love feedback, Matt, since you're seeing my chart and you have a lot more experience. But I actually create a risk management stop loss, take profit folder. Oh my goodness, I'm on the wrong chart. So, or is it down farther? I'll find it. But I have risk management, take profit, and then I put all of, actually, let me go back to my TRX for one more second. I think it might be there. But then I have the different fibs that I'm pulling. Nope. So I'm still getting lost on my charts. There's lots to do. Having your charts organized, setting things up, and keeping, why did I decide on this take profit level? When the price starts to go down, how do I hold my position? How do I hold my composure when I see price start dropping down from this level here, right? I continue to use my fibs. I do retracements. Where can it go from here up and down? And then I can reassess whether or not my take profit levels are at the right level or if I need to reassess. Okay. So I've found them really valuable, and the fib extension is, one of the tools that I'm using all day, and especially on newer charts. I have some additional charts, but I'll let you show one for a minute and make sure I'm showing the right chart. I was jumping around after looking at the cast trade earlier. So
No worries. No, that's spot on. It's really, really good. It's actually, it would be a good one as well for something, like there are, we've been so bullish lately that there are a number of those smaller projects that are new that are actually that are in price discovery. There's some out there today, like, this one here. There's a token, that's in price discovery now, SNS, and it's like, if you want to trade in and out of that, it's like, where the hell do I take profit? If I just share my screen, actually. Okay, so if David can share that, that'll be really good. Excellent. Yeah. So, you get a project like this that's absolutely pumped. It's in no man's land. It's never been there before. And if you're someone that wants to capitalize on taking some profits, instead of just literally going, it's pumping, like, and you're holding on, and then you wait for this big red candle, and then you decide to capitulate and take profit, and then you've left 20% out there, using the exact tool that George just spoke about. Gives you some a more scientific approach to when to take profit if you want to take profit on those projects. So it's a really great tool. It's out there to be used, and you'll find, because of this of the psychology of the market, because I mentioned in one of the other things I did earlier today was the whole market's driven by psychology, right? Like, if the whole world's feeling bullish, then we're going to have green candles. If the world's feeling bearish, we're going to have red candles, and so on. So people follow these things. People follow the fib retracements, and they use fib extensions and stuff like that. So the more that you jump on the train and you follow these same systems, the more likely you are to be successful. You're not going against the trend, you're going with the trend. And that's the important thing with trading is don't go against the trend, because you'll literally get wrecked. So yeah, that's really cool. I was just going to go back to one of the charts I had before that no one could see very well, and maybe just show that. As George said, keeping your charts in check is really important. And as you can see by the 155 tokens I've got listed here, mine aren't really in very much of an organized state.
You're doing better than I am. I've got lists on lists, and I've got weekly chart list, my holdings list, color chart, you know, but keeping them organized, then you can find the one where you did your TA.
Yeah.
It's important. So
I do have other categories in here. I have ETH pairs, BTC pairs, and other stuff as well. But I've got, you know, these subcategories here. I've got indexes, you know, so I've got the Bitcoin dominance, USDT dominance, and so on, market caps. And then I've got charts to watch. So these are the daily ones that I watch every day, you know, and then I've got the ones I'm trading right now. As you can see, I'm not in the trade, nothing there. There's some charts I use from AMA, and then there's some other favorites. So yeah, it's somewhat organized, but there may be 155 of them there.
it's okay. It's loud.
Not bad considering there's probably 30,000 projects. I'm not doing that bad. So yeah, what I thought I'd do is maybe clean up this chart a little bit. This is that PIF one I showed you guys from before. I thought maybe I'd just clean that up a little bit and just show you how we do these fibs. So basically, what we need to do is we need to ignore, you know, we need to ignore basically, you know, all of this of the chart, because at the point in time where we're drawing this fib, none of that section actually exists. Okay, it hasn't happened yet. Price is starting to retrace, and we're starting to get a little bit fidgety. At what point is it going to bounce? You know, blah, blah, blah. I'm really keen to get some of this PIF. It's launched. It started to take off again. It's now retracing finally. Where can I get into the project? You know, or where can I use it for a leverage trade to make a couple of dollars? So what you need to do is, because it's a retracement, you want to draw the fib over that covers the previous wave. So you can see here pretty clearly the previous wave is, you know, basically from here at 28.5 cents all the way up to 55.5 cents roughly. So what you do is you're going to grab your fib retracement tool. So on the side here are your various tools that you can use. There's a whole range of Fibonacci tools. Look at all these things. If you're a Fibonacci geek, this thing will just blow you away. You grab the retracement tool and then you draw it in. You basically select the bottom of the previous wave, and then you can draw it up to the top of that wave. Okay, now I don't have mine set up to extend my fib lines right across the screen. I like to just draw it in at a level so I can just kind of keep it close to the price action. So what you can see there is it's drawn in a 618 level and a 382. Now I've set it up so that I only show certain things. So I've created templates. So now that I'm in this, I can go up to this little toolbox appears, guys. This is a little template. So whenever you're on an indicator, this little toolbox appears. You can change your settings and so on. So you can go in there, you can change what ones you're looking at, or you can pick the ones that you want to have, and then you can go down into the bottom here and you can go save as, and you can create templates. So I've created all sorts of different things that I've been playing around with. But I've just created different levels because it keeps the noise down. There's already enough noise on charts. So I've picked that. And what will often happen is if I'm sitting here and I'm waiting for the price action to come down and it blows through one of the fib levels I was watching and it starts heading for the next one, I go in and I go to my template again just to keep the noise down on the chart, and I pick 618, 786 because that's the next stop that's potentially going to happen. Okay, so just like that. And then as the price action comes down, typically, now this chart isn't a great example in the fact that there hasn't been a lot of previous price action. There's no other previous levels of support for a bounce down at this level other than basically all the way down at the very bottom. However, I drew in the 618. I really wanted to get an entry into this project because I kept hearing about how good it was, and I just kept watching, and I was watching other indicators at the same time. And then what do you know? It actually did bounce right on that 618, which is just crazy. You know, like we said, there's no there's been no real previous price action to speak of really on this project. And yet, what do you know? It retraces to a 618 level, and its run in the world of fibs has begun for this project. You know, it's crazy. So yeah, that was where it all started. And then you just sort of, you know, it went up to this level, bounced back down again, and then hovered around that 618. So this was the area where I was actually interested in getting into as well. It bounced around. I missed this initial move, bounced around, and I waited and waited and waited for it to come back down. It did. And then when it went, I got jumped in. So then it's like, okay, I'm in the trade. Great. Originally I had quite a deep stop loss on this because I didn't really know exactly, you know, how low this thing was going to go. So I had quite a deep stop, and I only had a small entry on it originally because I didn't really know, you know, how far this could potentially go down. But I had a small entry, and I was just willing to cut if it basically got below this level. I was hoping that this little bit of previous price action here would act all of a sudden as a support level. So that was what I chose as my level for my stop. If it pushed back down into that, I was just going to get out, you know, small position, 1% risk on my account, no big deal. And that's how I played it. But then once the trade started to get moving, it was like, okay, I now need to work out, you know, where am I going to take profits? There isn't a lot of information on the chart to give me choice on where to take profit. So what you start looking at is where are the previous levels of resistance. So previously the price came down, it bounced a little bit to this point, got rejected. Bounced a second time, got rejected. So straight away I'm thinking, well, that's a potential area that I could take profit. You know, it's a potential area. What's the next potential area? Here. You know, and then the third TP and your final TP, because I don't want to ride this thing all the way to the top floor. I just want to make a little bit of money on it. So, you know, I entered a spot position, which I am going to hold long term, and now I entered a leverage position that I use just to get some extra money to then enter into other projects. So these are the two things that I marked out as possible areas for me to take profit. And then what I did was I grabbed my fib again and I drew it in the opposite direction to look at what's the retracement of this downward wave that it made. Okay, so what's the retracement on the downward wave? So that's obviously take profit points, right? So I grabbed my fib and I went from the very top there all the way down to the bottom of that particular wave. Let's just change the color of it just to make it easier. Let's change the color of it to make it easier for you guys to see. So let's maybe make it orange, and let's thicken up the lines. Maybe thicker than that. There we go. So, okay, I've drawn the fib in. Now I want to get the levels and check out the various levels and see if they actually make sense. So I'll go back into my templates. And that's just undone all of my good work on those colors. Awesome. Well done, Matt. Sorry, just line that back up. There we go. So if I just quickly change those colors again, just to make it obvious for you guys, make the line thicker. There we go. So I pulled the fib in that opposite direction to what's the retracement of this downward wave. So where's how far is the bounce going to go? And it just happened to line up with those previous levels of resistance, both here at 40 odd cents and then up higher again at 49 cents. So yeah, it's literally using the fib. I use the fib for my entry. You know, like this is the very first time the fib played out on this project. It was right there. It pushed up. It retested the fib level again, still sitting within that golden zone there between the 618, 786. Retested it, and that's when I went in and then used the fib retracement in the opposite direction to take my profit. And I took my profit up here. As soon as that particular candle went through that level, I took my profit. Actually took a little bit of profit there, and then it pushed up and I thought, this is great. This is going to go to my TP2, but then the market started to retrace. So as it retraced back down through my TP1 level, I actually decided, you know what, I've actually done pretty well on this. I'm just going to get out now and move on to the next thing. And that's what I did. So yeah, in a nutshell, a bit of a long-winded explanation, but because I've used the fib in both directions, I think it was worth spending a little bit of time explaining. And it's crazy to me as well how it lines up with these previous levels of resistance and stuff like that. And you'll see it quite often when you're pulling a fib down as well, how it lines up with those previous levels.
Yeah, if we have a quick second, I'd love to show my screen because I found one of the charts that I did this on, and I think this is what do you do with your different drawings? Like some people are like, start with a new chart every time, and I try that, but then I don't know, I end up saving them. So let me just.
Yeah, like what I do is, I mean, you know, all of this preparation work, sometimes you're preparing a chart for 3-4 days, depending on the timeline as well of the chart that you're, you know, if you're looking at a daily chart, you could be sitting here charting this thing for more than a week, waiting for it to get to where it needs to be, you know. So that's where I move it into my daily charts to watch list, because that means that I've got something on the go with that. So that's how I manage that. I've got this list of 10 charts at the moment that I've got on the go, and that's because I'm watching them for one reason or another. So I leave that there. Then once I've done my trade or what I'm watching is played out, then I will basically, you know, move it out of the way into my favorites to trade bit. And then the next time I open it up, I may or may not delete what's on there, because it still may be useful for me to go, oh yeah, it bounced off of that level because I've already drawn in, you know, I've already drawn in support and resistance lines. And so it's only really, I only really ever delete it if I want to take a very fresh look at the chart, because often you're drawing in resistance and support lines and they're very useful to you even in the future, you know. So
Totally agree. Yeah, I find it distracting. You know, I have charts with, especially when you start to get into the lower time frames, you get more and more. So let me show you what my technique has been. I'm just finding this. We'll see if it's too much time investment, but so far it's been really easy, because the reason I find it easy is, here we go. We've got our TA and we're close on time.
Hey, we've only got 1 minute, by the way. Yeah. I only just realized. Shit.
So after you draw the line, right, you can, if you go over here, so here's our price, you know, all of our different items we're watching. Under here, there's this layered pieces of paper. So when you click on the item, it'll highlight it so you know which one it is. If you if you click this up here, add a folder, and then I can rename this to test. Okay. So now I've got this folder test, and I'm able to click and drag any items that should be under there into there. So I'm finding this helpful because I trade on Bybit. I keep using Binance charts, and it serves me. It doesn't serve me. Yada yada yada. Up to the minute, I'll do it here, but I want my TA on my on the chart where I'm actually have the token, and so here I'm able to turn on my take profit TA, and so I actually had, you know, a trend-based fib extension, fib retracement, and these are off of the major, you know, the major levels. This doesn't necessarily play out for, you know, what I'm doing on the daily, you know what I mean? But having it here makes sense. In addition to that, if you have technical analysis that you're doing on lower levels, you'll have it'll be highlighted in an orange eye here. So when I go to a lower time frame, those become available for visibility, right? So I'm able to keep my TA on that is for the lower time frames and hide just what I'm needing in the moment. One more thing, and because I find, okay, I do something on this level, I'm like, yeah, this is my trend line right there. Right there, you know. Now I go down to the 15-minute, and I'm hoping my example works for me. No, I'm too far off, but the line is like thick and big and right in the middle of everything I need. So I'll go back up to the daily, right? To the monthly. No wonder that you can't see it. Go back up to the monthly and right click on it, and then visibility on intervals here. And I can either, I can change when it's going to be available. So current interval and above. And I'd probably do that on the daily, set that. Now it's not showing up on the daily chart, but here you see over here in my object tree, I see that I have a trend line and that it's not available on this level, but it is something that is available. So I've really found using the object tree to be valuable, especially as a newer trader, because for me, I'm finding it's TA or no TA. Just chase those green candles, but chase the green candles or run from red candles, sell, sell, sell. So historically, I've been deleting things, keep a clean chart so you have a fresh eye. But instead, now I'm keeping my TA, organizing it, investing the time in organizing it so that I can go turn it on. And depending on what I'm doing with that chart, it's easier. I've been setting up take profit and stop losses on the 3-day. So that bar, right, like you're right in the middle of it, of take profit, a P&L diagram right here if you have it on the 3-day. So with that, by being able to hide it, I can keep my chart clear and still do all my basic TA. So just wanted to share that. That was it.
Yeah, it's really good because a lot of people don't know about the whole object tree feature in TradingView as well. So it's actually a really good thing, and it's really useful as well if you've done a lot of charting and you want to clean up your chart. It's a really easy way to go into it, and you can just get rid of trend lines and leave other stuff. You don't have to go through and then individually pick each trend line and search back through your chart. You can just literally go into the object tree and go trend line. There's a trend line, trend line, trend line, trend line. Just delete them, and it's a really easy way to clean it up. I see the boys that are in town. Fefe is here.
Yes.
What's up, legends?
Rain.
How's it going,
guys?
How's it going?
Misty
What is
Mason,
happening?
great to see you.
How's it going? How's it going?
Wonderful.
Good. Yeah. we're
All
doing
good,
well.
all good. Do you guys hear
What
us?
do you guys?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, good. Okay. What's up? What's up? How is this marathon going, huh?
It's long.
It's long. That's promising. I thought you were gonna say like it's awesome, exciting.
No. It is awesome. It is awesome, mate. No, of course, you know how it goes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. Cool.
You guys ready
Nice
to crush it?
listening,
Ready to
in the
crush
last,
it?
Yeah. I don't know. We're ready to chill, and then we'll see what comes out of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Awesome. Cool.
All right, guys.
I don't know if
thank
I
you,
can...
George. We'll leave it with you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you. Bye-bye. What's up, Maison?
Oh, nice.
I don't know if David
I'm good, bro.
background
What
or
about
not.
you?
I don't know who's in the background, but we wanted to it would be awesome to put some music in. It's just so quiet in here. But I don't.
It's streaming. That's the thing. It's streaming. It's streaming.
What do you mean?
YouTube. YouTube. Copyright.
Oh yeah, but there are copyrighted music on here in Streamline. But anyway, guys,
then play that. It's all good. Yeah.
welcome everybody. This gentleman above me, it's called Maison, the man, the legend.
Hey guys.
And my name is Fefe. We've been with school for a long time, and then things changed, and we kind of started our own stuff. So, but we appreciate the invitation back, and we're happy to be here and bring you some offer that might help you in the bull. So,
Yes.
what should we start with? So, let me just give you a little bit of explanation on what we really do. So, as you see, this is basically kind of how our charts look. So, we don't use any indicators. We don't use any. So, this is basically how we trade based off of a chart. We have a couple of lines here and there, but we usually just use market structure, price action, liquidity concepts, supply and demand, and something called smart money concepts. So the idea here is that we want to trade with smart money, meaning that we want to get in on a position. Smart money meaning institutions and people with bigger amount of money, who place certain trades on a chart. They take certain positions, and we believe that retail is getting screwed. So if you are not making success in trading, the problem might not only be with you, the problem might be that you know, it's just you're just not using the right strategy technique. You're not following the right approach to trading. And what we found out on our own, everybody has their own style, but what works for us is to, you know, trade with the people who can't afford to lose. And those are, you know, institutions and people with big money who, if you go into a position with $50 million, then even a 1% stop loss or 0.5% stop loss is or a loss is a lot of money. So this is what we trade. It's called smart money concepts, and this is like a very, and it's like a very and it's like a very I don't know, trendy thing. It's a very trendy thing now to say smart money concepts. But the truth is there are two ways of trading smart money concepts, I believe. One is saying, oh, I'm trading smart money concepts, and one is actually like properly trading smart money concepts and consistently making money. So I want to believe that we are doing the second one, and consistently making money. If you follow us anywhere, you do see that. So should we jump? Do you want to share your screen, Rain, and explain a little bit about, you know, maybe, I don't know, market structures and just something that you all really have to understand?
Market structure, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many people heard of that terminology, market structure, but let's see. Our market is basically structured in a way that it creates waves. In a wave, we have two things: a main trend and a pullback. So these two are the two things that we have in a wave. So as a smart money trader, we need to identify the actual areas of reversal inside a particular wave. That's all. Simply saying, based on a lot of other concepts such as liquidity, imbalance, trends, a lot of other things as well. So where is a strong level, where is a weak level. So we have a lot of other things as well, and time is also involved in that thing as well. So yes, simply saying, that's what market structure is. So what Fefe is drawing is the actual market structure, or the trending market, to be precise.
It's very important to understand, like, a lot of people start out, so just a little bit of background. So as we all started out, it's like, you know, putting all our money in trade. Yeah, we can trade, then it goes up, then you crash it, and then they quit it. Okay, then you go to the next one, then you start doing indicators and signal groups, and then that doesn't work. And then you start following people with signals, and that doesn't work. And then you start doing indicators, and that doesn't work. And then, you know, like, you kind of progress. This is what we've been through, at least. And then you get to a point where you actually don't need anything else other than the market structure. What we always thought about is that, you know, I could hardly imagine someone with $100 million sitting there and looking at the MACD cross. Like, it's just beyond me. You know, I don't know if you can imagine that, but it is a possibility. I just don't think that people with large money who take larger positions are sitting there and, you know, watching. No,
exactly. They never use indicators. Yeah, exactly.
So the idea here is to look for market structure and identify in the market structure where people are interested to buy, where is the real demand and where is the real supply.
Not people, bro. Not people. The institutions are interested to buy.
Yeah, but also like people with big money, right? So there are it's not necessarily institutions, because we get that a lot as well, right? That in crypto, institutions are not that whatnot. More and more obviously are involved. There's a CDTF coming as well. But anybody big with larger amounts of money. So if you're trading a low volume coin, on that chart, it might not be institutions that do take the trade that you actually identify in the chart, but it might be people who have interest in moving that price or that chart either way. So so what you want to start with, I think what we're going to explain here, obviously we can't put everything in 1 hour or 50 minutes, but we want to give you some basic ideas that is really, really important to take away, especially for the next pool. So what you want to do is that you always want, probably you heard about some, we don't see the chat. I don't know or we don't see the comments. Is that
it's
right?
on YouTube. It's on YouTube. So I can actually see it. Yeah.
Also, it's not hooked up with StreamYard?
Yeah. No, I don't think so. So people are saying that you mean rich people give their money to institutions who then manage and trade it for the rich people. Exactly.
Also that, yes. So what you want to identify is we have, as Rain explained, we've got three directions in the market, right? The markets do three things. They go up, they consolidate, and they go down, right? These are the three directions: up, consolidation, sideways, and down. These are the three directions that you can see in the markets. So what you want to identify, there's a saying called, you know, don't counter trade. Don't go against the trend. Don't counter trade. Now, it took me some time to understand this truly, because yeah, of course, you don't want to trade against the trend, but what does that really mean? And what it really means is that if you identify a trend, this is a downtrend, right? So if you identify a downtrend, don't long this. Don't take long positions. Even though you see there's a point of interest down here. Do you hear me? I hear music.
I don't know, but the stream is kind of lagging. I think. Let's see.
Who put in the stream? I mean, the music is coming from me, or
I don't think
do
so.
you hear
Playing
me?
in the background. It's not copyright.
Nice. Thank you, David.
Nope.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Fantastic. So what I wanted to say is that it's much better environment. Guys, smash the like button, smash the subscribe button. If you're new to the channel. Anyway, so even if you identify a great point of interest where you're like, okay, this could be a great trade because look at it, like we created a higher high here, and then okay, so this might be like a great trade. We come to a retest, and then whatever, this could be a great long. The trading against the trend is exactly what this eliminates. But if you're in a downtrend, you do not go against the trend. You only take short positions if you're in a downtrend. How do you do that? You wait for the right opportunity. Let's say you missed it up here, no problem. What you are going to do is that you're gonna identify an order block that could be an interesting area for sell. You're gonna look for some kind of reversal sign, for example, a market structure shift, and then you're gonna wait for a retest, and then you're gonna take your entry there. So you always want to go with the trend. And now to identify a trend, you gotta have strong and weak levels. You wanna take this, Rain?
Bro, like I don't know why my website is kind of lagging. I don't know why.
Okay.
It's,
So
we carry on the
so
stream.
in an
I'll let
uptrend,
you know.
you always have let me know when you sorted. So you always have
Yep.
in an uptrend, you have all the lows are strong lows, right? All the lows are strong lows, meaning they are strong enough to push above the recent highs. That's what it is, right? And in a downtrend, and in an uptrend, all highs are weak highs because they have the potential to be broken, right? So this is what you have to understand. In an uptrend, every low is strong, and in a down and every weak high is weak. And in a downtrend, every high is strong and every low is weak. So obviously, when you go in an uptrend, you expect these levels to be broken, right? So you would never build your house in weak foundations. That's the idea here. You would never ever build your foundation on weak grounds. And so that's the same thing here. If you see a downtrend, that means that these levels are the strong levels. This level is a strong level. This level is a strong level. This level is a strong level. Most of that, now it's not that simple, right? Because obviously not all highs are strong because this high is not strong, for example. So you have to understand what highs you're looking, internal structure, external structure. But in reality, what we want to deliver here for you is that all the highs are strong and therefore all the lows are weak. So you would not start building your trades or your foundation on weak levels because you know that overall you are in a downtrend. And in a downtrend, we know that every high is strong. And so that's one of the basic. You hear?
Just a tiny correction. Not all the lows and highs are strong. Like the high low, which is responsible for the break. That's the one.
Exactly. So this is what I say: internal structure, external structure. So if, for example, if you look at this, I don't even know where to look. Like this is not a strong low. Oh, a strong high.
Strong high. Yeah.
This is not a strong high, but this is, for example, this here is a strong high because this was responsible for the break below this level, right? Yeah. So there's a lot to it, but we don't have a ton of time. But this is why it's worth following, guys. Follow us on Twitter, follow us on YouTube, and everywhere else if you want to learn more of these. Rain, are you sorted now?
I think so. Yep.
You wanna share screen and go on with liquidity or explaining like how we identify.
1 second. The thing is, like, I think it's my internet, but it's kind of lagging. That's the only reason.
Okay, cool.
I'm not trading you. Okay, let me see. Trading is working or not? Yeah. Okay, it's working. Yeah.
Let's give them nuggets with liquidity. Let's just why do patterns don't work sometimes and why do they work sometimes? You know, if you trade patterns, they sometimes work, sometimes they don't work, and we will give you an explanation why that is. Did you share your screen?
Oh, no, I'm trying to share my screen. That's the thing. Like this stream is kind of lagging for me. I don't know why.
No worries. Then you can. I can just take it if you want. I just thought it would be cool if you explained. So, aren't you listening? Aren't you listening on YouTube? Isn't that the problem? Okay. Anyway, so a lot of times, what if you see this pattern, right? What would you say? We lost Rain. Yeah. Okay. So if you see this pattern, what would you call this? Usually we would say this is like a flag, right? Or something like that. I'm not actually that familiar with all the names of the patterns because I don't use them, but I would believe you consider this as like a flag. And then you say, okay, so this should be broken to the upside, and then we're potentially going to go up. Now, this is true, but the reason why this is true is because of something called liquidity and liquidity concepts. Now, what is the difference between this, what I just drawn, and this? There is a huge difference. And the difference is that there is much more liquidity building up on the bottom than it is building up on top. Let me explain. Liquidity is basically limit orders. Yeah, exactly. You want to take it from here?
I'm
just
yeah, you explained.
why.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. You explained.
No worries. So limit orders, right? So these are basically limit orders. So or liquidity means that when you are in a pattern, when you're in the chart, right? There are lots of places where people go long and short. So for example, people who go long here, they will place their stop loss down here. People who go long here, they will place their stop loss down here. People who go long all the way here, they will place their stop loss down here. And then there's a pullback, there's a reversal, and people who go long here, they would place their stop losses here, and then so on, right? So you see different stop losses being placed at the major levels, and that creates different kind of liquidity. Market makers, the people behind it, you know, I don't know if I'm the first one telling you this, but there are big players, market makers, big institutions that are playing with you, playing with retail. And the way that works is that they want to engineer liquidity around certain levels so they can get their orders in. Now, if there is someone with, let's say, $1 million, right? But there is not enough volume on the chart for them to get into a position, what would happen is that they would place $1 million market order. And what would happen is the chart goes like this. They place $1 million volume and it does this. So they already average up. They buy the order book up. And by buying the order book up, they basically shoot themselves in the foot because that's not real demand. It's just them buying it up. And this is when you see a chart going up and down immediately, right? So they're usually the retail traders are the exit liquidity on these kind of pumps. So what they do is that they engineer liquidity so they can be sure that when they get their orders in, there is a lot of orders, it's limit orders sitting there. So we have, I know it might be a little bit confusing. And again, we don't have a lot of time for me to explain everything. So I'm just going to try to give you something that you can take away from this video. And I'm going to get there now. So there are three main types of liquidity. There's trendline liquidity. It's basically the trend line that you say that should bounce and should hold and whatnot. That's actually very dangerous because if you spot a trend line, that means liquidity. And that means we should not trade the trend line because it is going to be taken. The second, it's trendline liquidity. The second is relative equal highs, relative equal lows. So when you see a double top, you see a double bottom, you see a triple bottom, you know, all that kind of stuff. So all these, that's the second. And the third is session liquidity usually. So if you look at the sessions, if you take trading seriously, you got to look at the sessions and session highs and lows, so major levels on sessions are also liquidity. And we have something called liquidity pool that is basically a built up liquidity for different limit orders. So if you see something like this, as I just drawn here, this is basically a pool up here. So we have a lot of stuff here. We have this trendline liquidity, then we have relative equal highs, then we have, trendline liquidity, relative equal highs, double tops, triple tops, all that kind of stuff here. So this becomes like a pool of liquidity, meaning there are a bunch of limit orders up here.
Yep. So did you explain what liquidity is, bro?
Yeah, but you can explain it again.
Okay, yeah. It's all good. So
no,
you want to
explain
explain
it
again?
Yeah, sure. I think, yeah. So if someone didn't get it, maybe they got a different explanation.
Okay. So let me just show it. So what liquidity basically is that people, explain liquidity by different things. The basic meaning of liquidity is basically orders. Buy orders, sell orders, that's all. And it basically depends. The underlying meaning of liquidity basically depends on how you view things. For example, liquidity for a retailer is basically an area where they can actually buy and sell without any hustle. Meaning, like when you place an order, that order must be executed in that exact price area. That's
A limit
liquidity
order.
for the retailers. Limit order, exactly. But for the institution, it's not like that. Institutions have a huge lot of money, so they can't enter on the random areas where the retailers actually place their orders, especially on a support zone or a resistance zone. Normally, these support zones or resistance zones are the areas where a huge lot of demand and supply are there. So now, if you're an institution and if an institution wants to buy, you can't actually place a buy order over here because they have hundreds of billions of dollars. And if they place a buy order in this area, then price will go up impulsively. So in normal scenarios, they can't actually place a buy order because they will be the ones who are driving the market up, and they don't want to do that because they will be the ones, we're in a loss because they drive the market up. So they basically don't want to do that. So what they're going to do is that they're going to target the stop losses of the people. Okay, meaning over here, this is actually an area where a huge lot of people bought, right? So over here, you have a huge lot of buy orders. So an institution can't actually enter over here, because there is an existing form of demand in the form of buy orders over here. So if they place a buy order in this area, then price will go up impulsively. So an institution doesn't even place an order in these regions. And the fact that they also know is that there are a huge lot of sell orders in the form of stop losses below these lows over here. So this is what the institution basically targets. So this is the institutional perspective of liquidity. They want to enter into the market without making the market move. But because if they make the market move like that, then that is considered as manipulation, and the SEC is going to go behind them. A lot of people are going to go behind them if they manipulate the markets. So the institution doesn't move the market like that. Okay, but the institution doesn't create a demand and make the market move like that. What the institution do is that they're going to drive the price to hit the stop losses of the people who entered over here. And that is the area where they're going to enter because they have a huge lot of liquidity in the form of sell orders. So they can actually buy up all the tokens that they want. And then price will come down to tap onto a freshly created demand. And that freshly created demand is the one which drives the price up, not the institutions. And again, over here, this is considered as a resistance zone. And this is a resistance zone. And inside a resistance zone, you'll have a huge lot of sell orders, right? So the institution also knows that. So because when price reaches at these areas over here, in the institution know that the random retailers as well as a huge lot of people would trade support resistance zones are gonna try to sell in this level. The institution also knows that. So what they're gonna do is that they're just gonna make the market go above this resistance zone to hit the stop loss of the people over here, and the stop loss of a seller or even if is basically a buy order. And that buy order is the one which drives the price up and not the institution. Okay, the institution will only make the market hit the stop losses of the retailers. That's all. So that is the institutional perspective of liquidity, and that is what Fefe is explaining: trend lines, equal highs, equal lows, all the other such liquidities. So the institution only cares about one thing: liquidity. If they want to enter, they need liquidity in the market. If they want to exit, they need liquidity in the market. And if they want to move the market also, they need liquidity in the market. So this is the only thing that they care about. And imbalance is another form of liquidity as well. So these are the only things that the institution basically cares about, nothing else. So understand that, guys, and trade accordingly with that, okay? Fefe, I'll give the stage to you.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, exactly. So I actually just read up. I put our social handles in the comment section, so you can see our Twitter is YouTube, all that. So check that out. And I see people saying if we could explain the other types of liquidity, the second type they missed. So it's probably the, I don't know what. So
the easiest one, bro. Range liquidity. That's the easiest one.
Yeah, so yeah, but that's basically relatively equal highs, relatively equal lows, right? So we've got trendline liquidity, we've got relatively equal highs, relatively equal, so double tops, double bottoms, range, exactly as Rain says, and sessional liquidity. But then we have the pool, then we have imbalances, a lot of other stuff. But if you see already, if you already see the trend line, and if you take away, can you bring up my chart, David, please? So if you already take away the fact that if you see a trend line that's not always a tradable trend line, then you already should be better off than most of the traders out there. So like if you consider the fact that there is a trend line here, let's say like this, and then you say this trend line is broken, so I'm gonna get in on a short position or whatever it is, and then you get a liquidation. Then you say, okay, we retested, this was just a fake out, I'm gonna get back in a long position here. Then you get smashed again, and then you say, okay, the main level is broken, now I'm gonna get into a short. So this is exactly how they
just one more thing, guys, like there is nothing called a fake out in the markets. Just understand that, okay? Fake out It's just a terminology, that which people
Liquidity
use
hunt.
when they get stopped out. That's all. That's basically, when you get stopped out, that's basically a liquidity hunt. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
If
a
you know what
liquidity
you're doing,
hunt.
then you know why you got stopped out as well. And that's what I said. There is nothing called a fake out in this markets.
Look at this,
Everything
for
happens for a
example.
reason.
Yeah, look at this, for example. So you see relative equal. Look at this trend line here. You're like, okay, so we bounced. So this is how would a lot of people look at it. Oh, we bounced once. We bounced twice. Oh, no, not even with this one. We bounced once. We bounced twice. We bounced 3 times. We bounced 4 times. We got to bounce 3rd time. When we break, a lot of people will say, okay, this is the time to short. I'm going to short. I'm going to get it. Even, this example is actually even better. Look at this. It's even better. It gets even better.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, so we got a trend line. We break the trend line. I put a short like this, right? Something like this, because you put it above this high and whatnot. And so you get this. This is basically the reason why it's not even going lower is because this level here is a very strong demand on the daily, or not on the daily, on the 4 hour. And it takes this liquidity, right? It basically, yeah, I know it might be a little bit too much what we're explaining now, but I don't know, we'll see. So basically there is an order block down here, right? And this level was responsible for the break above the highs on the hourly and the 4 hourly. So you know that this level here is a strong level, a strong area for potential reversal. Say it again.
A point of interest, that's all.
A point of interest, exactly. So when you know that there's a point of interest, you want to look for confirmations, lower time frame confirmations in these areas, right? Okay. Sorry, I was just checking if there was anything to consider here. Okay, so there is a point of interest, and when you see that the price is consolidating here and building up liquidity for it to come down to our point of interest, that's a very strong indication that we are going to touch into the point of interest and then move on from there. And this is exactly what happened. You're like, okay, we had a decent bounce here. I'm going to trade the trend line. And then you're trading it. You might go up all the way here. That means you're not taking the high. It's even liquidity hunt here. And then basically coming all the way back down. This would be the entry, the right entry. Why? Because if you look at this, you take this short, you get smacked. Then you say this was a fake out. So now this was a fake out. I come up here. This is a demand zone, right? Again, what do you see here? Trend line. This is such a good example. I promise you, I haven't prepared this. It's literally just, I'm just trading costs and this was just here. So then you're saying, okay, this was a fake out. We're going up. I'm gonna trade this trend line and I'm gonna put my stop loss down here below these lows, right? And then you get smacked again, and then price moves to the direction. This is exactly
again. You're gonna say that's a fake out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're gonna think it's a fake out. Exactly. So what we would trade in this instance is the following.
It's the opposite of what you guys do. Yeah.
We would identify this and say what is it on the 1 hour. We would say this down here. This actually
that's a great point of interest. Yep.
Yeah, that is good. But you can also say that it's up here first. Is up here in the breaker.
Yep. And below that is actually a good level because that's in the discount, I think.
Yeah, is it? Yeah.
That may be the discount. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So then you go down and you say, okay, what was the level that was responsible for the break? And then you can say, well, it started from here, right? This is the actual area of interest. This down here. Actually, you can even consider down here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then what happened? That's not even what I wanted to explain, is it? We were in a 5-minute chart.
This is a recent chart, I think. They're actually in the recent chart.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I don't know where we were then. Oh, it was here, right? It was here.
Somewhere around there, I think so, yep.
It was... now I lost it. That was a good example and we lost it.
That one, yeah.
It was that one.
Yeah.
Sorry. Exactly. So you have the breaker here, right?
No.
What is the? I wanted to say what is the good level here? Exactly down here. So you go down to 5 minutes. What was the responsible for the break above? And then you can easily say this was the initiation of the move. So this move broke above these highs, right? Down here, and then this place moved above those highs. So you can easily refine these entries and say these are the 2 points of interest that I'm looking at. These are the 2 areas where I'm looking at. You can take it basically as one. But if we see a high here, that means we are game. We don't see a high break at all. But what we do see is liquidity building up. We do see liquidity building up
as well.
So
that's
we don't have
actually
this
a textbook example of it, right, bro?
Yeah, it's a very good example. But we haven't even talked about this, right? It's just literally just coming up here.
The liquidity, like that's basically a textbook example of liquidity and how the market sweeps the liquidity and then reverses.
Exactly. So it sweeps the liquidity. it breaks below the lows, right? So you have a break below the low. This is, I'm explaining to you what we would trade. It's only a week, but we do have a break below the low. We have a little bit of consolidation here. And then from this consolidation, we do create a high here. We do have a high break above here. We call this a weak MSS. What's still on the 15? Still a weak MSS. Now, it's not even a problem. The only thing is that we got to take confirmations. So what would you have done, or what would we have done, is that you see there is liquidity laying here, internal liquidity laying here, that needs to be taken, and we need a touch onto our point of interest. What would be our point of interest? It would be this candle. The last candle before an impulsive move. This red, I mean not red, but blue candle down here, this bearish candle down here. This would be our confirmation. We go down on the 3 minute, if it allows me to go down on the 3 minute. It does allow me, and we see a strong market structure shift here. This was the beginning of the inefficiency, right? This is where the inefficiency really started. So this was where the order flow started. So what you see here is that you see a market structure shift, basically a shift in the market structure. So you could either wait for the 50%. I don't know if it came down. It did. It literally comes down to the 50%. This is why I love charting as well, guys. Like this is the true beauty of like charting, right? So then it comes to, this is when you really understand. Rain is actually my mentor, and he told me in the very beginning, like, start thinking, stop focusing on anything else, start thinking like you are making the market. Yep. You are the one driving the market. What would you do if you wanted to get in on a position? And so it didn't make sense at that time, but obviously it makes a lot of sense now. And this is what we can tell you as well. You know that, there are a lot of concepts, for example, come back to discount, come back to premium, liquidity concepts and all that kind of stuff. But this is what it does. It creates a market structure shifts, come back 50. But even if you wouldn't have done that, you could have done this. You could have done this, right, with a 0.63% stop loss, and you would probably target these liquidities. Let me guess, this is also session liquidity. Yeah, exactly. Look at it. So you could easily target easier high. This is a 1 to 4 risk reward trade, and this is a perfect example. It's so good that I'm gonna make a video on YouTube about literally explaining this again on my YouTube channel. And talking about that, go and follow Rain. This is his tag on Twitter, Rain457, but I put it in the description. And also follow me on Twitter if you guys want more off of these. 𝗪𝗪𝗿 is my name. And then obviously check out the YouTube channel as well. You can find everything on my Twitter. Should we look at some markets and try to give these legends some direction?
Yep.
You want to take it over, and I'm gonna. Do you want to take it over, and I'm gonna look at the comments?
Sure, bro. Sure.
David,
thing is, I'm gonna go for the deeper explanation. I think. Let's see.
No worries.
Let me just try to keep it short. Let's see.
I don't know if David is here.
I think
he's here. Okay, cool.
So right now, a lot of people have actually turned bearish, right? So look at this thing. Like Ethereum is kind of bullish on the daily, on the weekly, as well as on the monthly. So expect Ethereum to go up to this level, which is 2,700. So I've actually been calling this 2,700 for a while now. And we have a huge lot of confluences as well. And guys, don't try to short Bitcoin right now, because if you want to short Bitcoin, just look at USDT dominance right now, and just wait for an MSS, or just wait for a trend break according to what concepts you trade. Just wait for a trend break above the highs, okay? So that you'll definitely get a good confirmation that money is flowing into the dollars than the Bitcoin or the overall altcoins. So if you get that, then try to take a short position on Bitcoin. And till you get that thing, never try to long, because USDT dominance is basically correlated with Bitcoin. So understand.
Oh, explain that. I think they will love that. Explain that. Explain the correlation between the 𝗖𝗍, total market cap, Bitcoin, USDT. I think that's also, guys. We're giving you free offer, incredible freaking offer. This is serious shit. Like, it's very, very good. Very good. It will blow your mind.
So you guys know what 𝗖𝗍 is, right? 𝗖𝗍 is basically the dollar index. So if the 𝗖𝗍 basically goes up, if DXY goes up, that basically means is that people are taking their money out of all the other financial markets, especially stocks, forex, everything, and putting it into dollar, basically, because dollar is gaining strength. They don't want to invest into the economy. That's what dollar DXY basically indicates. And DXY is one of the major indicators which helps us identify if we are in a recession, or if the market is going to crash, or if the market is going to pump. So if you look at this thing over here, the XY was actually pumping starting from May 2021. And if you look at the traditional markets, which is like, for example, like which one is it? S&P 500 or NASDAQ? Wait, let me just do NASDAQ.
Someone is saying that we're gonna get shadow banned, but I believe David put in copyrighted music, so it's all good.
Yeah, that's NCS, right? So Fearless is not actually a copyright music. So
Yeah,
over here, let's. Yeah.
no copyright music, royalty free.
So starting from, let me just. I think I can't share this thing. I think I have to share 2 different tabs. So
Don't worry, Stacy. Don't worry, Stacy. We got it. We got it. Don't worry. Appreciate you so much. Don't worry. We got it. David is on top of things.
I have to take 2. I have to share like 2 screens to show you guys this thing. So the market, the DXY basically started dumping, starting from
use the split option.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Do you have the split option?
Yep, I have. So this is basically that's basically the comparison. So you'll be able to know when the dollar basically reversed. Look at this thing.
Oh, we don't see it. We see your other chart. I think you're looking at another screen.
Look at this thing. Look at the top over here. Look at where that DXY topped and look at where Nasdaq bottomed as well. So DXY basically topped on October 2022, meaning the people started taking their money out of the stock markets and they started putting it into the dollars. And look where the bottom of DXY is, and then it started reversing. So this is basically an indicator this is basically a chart which helps you identify if a recession is in or not. And if you see the DXY going up, then that basically means is that dollar is getting strength. That basically means is that people are taking their money out of stocks, and that eventually means is that risk assets, as in the crypto markets, is gonna crash like hell. And that is that's what we saw earlier as well. The crypto market basically crashed in a huge way when this happened back in October 2022. Starting from there, we actually saw some good crashes. So after that, then now the market basically started recovering because look at this thing. This is basically Nasdaq, and the Nasdaq started pumping, and as well as the crypto started pumping, and everything started pumping because DXY started reversing from these levels. We have been calling these levels, for a while now. So
if you follow us on Twitter, you know this. We literally got it by the cent to 107.
Exactly, and this is the correlation of stock markets and DXY, and the correlation in crypto is basically you can actually consider DXY as USDT dominance. So if the USDT dominant goes up, then that basically means is that people are taking their money out of dollars and they are putting it into, people are taking their money out of crypto and they're putting it into dollars. So that is what this basically means, USDT dominance. And USDT dominance is basically correlated with all the other assets out there, especially the major ones, which is the Bitcoin. And if you compare the chart of DXY, USDT dominance, as well as if you compare the chart of Bitcoin, you will be able to see a similar scenario which happens. Like, let me just... Bro, I don't think that we will be able to show the charts in this area. Okay, let's see. KuCoin. Oh, what the hell? So
guys, I actually put our stuff down in the description, so you can find our YouTube, Twitter, and all that. Go follow us. Go follow Rain. Follow me.
So can you guys see this thing? Like USDT dominance and the market, now crypto, the Bitcoin is basically showing, charts which are pretty much similar to each other. Look at this thing. It's basically showing inverse charts. So for you to confirm or for you to, identify trend breaks or, fakeouts, like you guys say, if you guys need to identify those things, just go check the USDT dominance. That is going to help you, identify if you are actually in the trend or if you are actually, trading against the trend or everything like that. So if you have a trend break on Bitcoin, and if you don't see that trend break on USDT dominance, then that basically means is that the price can actually reverse. But if you have a trend break on Bitcoin as well as a trend break on USDT dominance, then that basically means is that price will definitely reverse. Okay, this is basically an inversely correlated chart. BTC is inversely correlated to the USDT dominance, and yes, this is the basic explanation for this. And you can actually consider BTC dominance as well.
Bro, I'm sorry for interrupting. Look at Ethereum. We might give you guys a live trade.
We are already in the trade, bro.
Yeah, I know we are, but they're not. If we make an MSS at 23.65, we're good to go.
3 minutes. Here, it's kind of like a risky play right now. This is the crucial level. So right now, if you like, the risky thing is like we had a huge void dump over here, right? It didn't create that much of a liquidity when it came down. So, and today is Saturday as well. So it's kind of
still didn't do PD. I think this is not a bad trade. It's a risky one. Obviously, it's weekend. We don't really take trades on the weekend. Although it's the bull. I just tweeted the other day. No, I actually tweeted today morning. I think is that in the bear market, our risk reward is 1 to 5. In the bull market, our risk reward is 1 to infinity. That's true. That's kind of what it is.
Yep, and I think I gave you this level earlier, I think, Fefe Pro. Somewhere around here, yeah, exactly this one. So there is a possibility, if price comes down, you can actually try to long in this area, which is 2306. So this is actually a good area where it can actually reverse. And yeah, that's it. Watch out for that thing, because all of this thing which is which you see above will be considered as liquidity. And normally what you're going to do is that you're going to try to short when this trend line gets broken. So don't try to do that. Just try to long when price reaches these levels. There is a higher possibility for the price to reverse from this level as well, and it's in the discount as well. Okay, try for that. And I don't think that over here this is actually a good level for us to long right now, because it needs to accumulate again for it to pump again. We had the liquidity when it came down, so you need to accumulate again for to build liquidity, to build enough liquidity for it to move up. Okay.
No, I'm listening. Definitely.
Okay, so yeah, so that's the thing. So this is the only level that I will be trying to look for a long right now on Ethereum. And AVAX, I think this thing is literally pumping in a good way. So we basically caught AVAX long back over here. So AVAX is pumping in a good way, and if AVAX breaks above these highs, we will be able to give you guys a trade within the next 15 minutes if it breaks above these highs right now. Otherwise, it will be kind of risky for us to give you guys a continuation entry. Yeah, it's kind of risky to give you guys a continuation entry right now.
Dominance is coming back to the POI as well, so that's gonna be interesting to see.
BTC dominance?
Yeah.
Okay, so okay. But okay, so this is kind of like an interesting thing. Can you see this, Fefe, bro? We have a huge rejection on the weekly, and we only have like one more day to close this for this candle to close. If we get a candle close like this, then the USD, the BTC dominance can actually dump in a good way. That's basically the all season. We have been calling this. We actually told this, to some people, like
in our community.
Exactly, like 3 days back, I think. 2 days back, exactly this when all the other tokens started pumping. So this can actually be the trigger for the all season. So watch out for this thing. And one more thing, before the halving or before the ETF, we may actually see a good crash as well. Okay, guys. So if you guys are still not exposed to the spot account, in the crypto market, don't worry. You will have an opportunity again after going up to like 55K or something. Price may actually come down. Price may crash like about 40%. So you can expect a reversal to happen when price comes down after going to the 55K. Don't try to FOMO into the market right now.
Yeah, but I gotta. We talk so much on this. In our we have a Discord as well, and we have daily morning calls on the market and trades and stuff. And we debate so much on this. But literally since like 17K, we've been saying to be exposed to the markets, right? Be exposed. Just have a position. Have 20%, 30% of your money in NFA, obviously. But like, and then the thing is that Rain is right. Based on the TA and based on the history, we should see a 40-50% dump from around 48 to 55K, somewhere there, right? Around 70 days before the halving, there usually is a drop. Usually, always there was a drop. 35 to 60% drop, about 70 to 90 days before the halving. So that would be around January-ish. So now January, February. Now the problem is that it might never fucking happen. Like, the only reason why I'm pushing for everybody to it might be a little bit late now to start having a position, obviously, but like you should have exposure. If you have 100% of your money in cash, buy some. Just buy, just buy 10%, 20%. Just be exposed, because if this starts running, you don't know what's going to happen. Maybe the Bitcoin and the Ethereum ETF gets approved. I don't know. Anything can happen in the crypto world. Anything can happen. And if this starts running, we're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5x very, very fast. So.
Yep. So this is the area that I'm expecting a reversal, 53K. Either we see a rejection from 48K or 56K, 53K to be precise. And I'm expecting this thing to go up to these levels because of the liquidity building up in this, because of the liquidity in these regions on the weekly time frame. So let's see how it's going to go. And yeah.
So he's asking for Solana TA.
Solana? Well, I think my Solana started a mess, I think.
Is Ethereum also inversely correlated to the USDT dominance? Everything. So if the USDT...
Everything is actually, exactly.
No, go ahead.
No. Everything which you see in the crypto market is basically correlated to the other things. USDT dominance. But the king you must look at the king no matter what. So what I personally do is basically I basically look for correlations with USDT dominance and BTC dominance. BTC, and then I basically look at BTC dominance as well, just to be sure. Okay, and if you are expecting an Ethereum pump, just look at the Ethereum dominance as well instead of BTC dominance. That will help you understand if Ethereum can actually pump or Bitcoin can actually pump better when money flows into the market, to be precise.
It's very important to understand the difference, right? So like the dominance means that you have it means you see the dominance in a percent, and a percent means what percent of the total value logged in crypto, the total market cap, what percent of that asset takes off of that whole pie. So you have to imagine it in a way that you have 10 buckets, let's say, or 10 coins, or $10. Let's say you have $10, and you've got yeah, exactly, and you have got 10 different buckets. You have USDT, you have Bitcoin, or you have 3, just for the sake of an example. You have USDT, you have Bitcoin, and you have Ethereum, and you have to divide your $10 into these different buckets. So the way the percent, what the percent means is that if you put all the $10 in the USDT bucket, then the USDT dominance will be 100%, meaning the total value in the crypto world is $10, and all of that is in USDT, right? And if you put 50% in Bitcoin and 50% in USDT, so you got $5, it will be 50% Bitcoin dominance, 50% USDT dominance, 0% exactly. Ethereum dominance. So you have to always think about the dominance, and it means if the dominance is going up, people are putting money in USDT. So the dominance, people are taking from Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana and all these other buckets and filling up their USDT bucket, and therefore the bucket is being more filled. Therefore, the percentage of the total market cap is taken is higher.
Exactly. So yeah, that's what I'm expecting. Like, on one more thing, bro, like I do expect that thing, okay, bro. I do expect it to come down to 33K. Fefe is too optimistic about it, okay, guys.
Bro, if we go up to like, if we don't reverse, I'm actually short now, but if we do not reverse from 48,000, I think we're gonna go to 50 something. Then the ETF news comes. We're gonna go to 60 plus, 60, 70, or maybe all-time high, and then a 50-60% dump. So like if we dump from 70, then potentially we can go down to like 35K. I do see that happening, but that everything has to play out that way.
Yeah, let's see. You wanna bet some money on with the community?
Yeah, I'm actually happy to do that. I wanted to bet Ren. We were in a morning call, and he said that Bitcoin is not gonna hit 42K before it hits 32K, and I wanted to take the bet, but someone else took it before me. So.
Okay. Let's see. Like in my opinion, it will definitely pump.
Yeah.
Towards 55K. And
one thing to remember, guys, one thing to remember is when it's gonna dump hard and you're gonna hear everywhere that we're going lower, that's when you want to buy.
Exactly. The drum will be too impulsive like this. Okay, guys, like look at the pump which we had in the bull run, and look at the drop. This was just 1 week of huge drop. And then what happened after that? So when this kind of drop happens, this can actually be a 30% drop on Bitcoin, or a 40% drop, or a 50% drop. Don't be scared to buy at that time. Just buy it. Okay. So because that will be the low has actually, like, the most of the liquidity which is meant for Bitcoin as well as most of the other tokens has been collected, and the lowest that this is the extreme level that price can actually go, in my opinion, 22K, if it wants to go, and that from now or from 55K, that's basically a 60% drop or something. Yeah, 54% drop. So I don't think that is gonna happen. I expect it to hold around 33K, but let's see. I can't deny the possibility as well, but yeah. Let's
do one more thing. I see someone asking, actually more people asked, and then we have got like 5 to 10 minutes. Let's explain to them the fair value gaps, order blocks, something like that. Let's.
There are like multiple explanations for order blocks.
Yeah.
So you're saying, bro?
No, I know it's a lot. I'm not, but maybe try to give something to them. Just like, a simple retail order block.
There are like multiple order, explanations for order blocks. And for example, like an order block is considered as the last bearish candle before an impulsive move, because this is the area where the sellers got trapped. I mean, buyers got trapped. Look at this thing, guys. Like over here, you can actually see that over here, you can actually see 3 consecutive candles which show bullishness, right? So a huge lot of people thought that the price is going to go up, and they basically bought up in this area, right? And against their expectation, price went down. So currently they were in a loss, right? Just because price went down. So if price retraces back to that same level again, they're gonna exit their position and add to their short position. Meaning they're gonna exit their long that they took over here. It can be investing, it can be anything, but they're gonna exit their position over here, and then they're gonna add to their short position. Meaning they're gonna buy, they're gonna go short. So when you exit a long position, it's actually a sell order. That's going to create a sell pressure in the market, as well as when you add to your short position as well, that's going to create another sell pressure. So that sell pressure is the one which drives the market to the downside. So that is the first explanation for this, or the first type of order blocks. And the second type is basically the last candle before the impulsive move. Because this is somewhere around this area is the area where the sellers got activated and pushed the price down. So that is why we consider that as an order block as well. But this is just a small explanation, and if you look based on the explanation that I given you, you'll be able to find a huge lot of order blocks. But let me remind you, not all order blocks are valid. Okay, so there are like particular criteria that must be that you must see before getting into an order block, getting on a trade inside an order block. Okay, so watch out for that as well. And fair value gap, it's basically the gap in between 3 candles to be precise. For example, like any candle can be taken as a first candle. Like I'm just gonna close my eyes, I'm just gonna randomly go to a price. So over here, so this is the first candle over here, right? So this is, if this is the first candle, then this will be the second candle, and this will be the third candle, right? Let me just show it to you. The highest, if it's a bullish or fair value gap, then the highest price point of the first candle and the lowest price point of the third candle has to be interconnected, or has to go through each other. Okay, has to be connected like a chain. And if that thing happens, then we say that there is no imbalance in the market and there is no fair value gap. And if you consider over here, look at this thing: first candle, second candle, third candle. Over here, the trend basically changed, right? So you are in a bearish trend. So this is the first candle, the lowest price point of the lowest price point of the first candle, and the highest price point of the third candle are not interconnected, right? So there is a fair value gap. This is a fair valuation gap. So the market will fill these gaps to attain a fair valuation. Okay, that's the reason why price went up, to fill the fair value gap, and then it went down. So I hope that made sense to you guys. So this is the fastest explanation that I can actually give it to you.
Yeah, there's not. It's difficult. I was just scrolling back to see the love, guys. I would like to ask you something. We're gonna round this up soon on our end, and I want to ask you something. I wanna. Although 𝗘𝗏𝗏 removed our roles as mentors, but I want you guys to let us know if you love this. Let us know in the comment section. What do you think about this? Is this useful? Did you learn something from what we taught you? Please pop into the comment and let us know what you think. We would love to see the good and the bad. We would love to know. We'd love to learn. We would love to evolve. So let us know in the chat what you think. I see. Are you watching the chat?
Yep,
Maison?
I see. Yep.
Awesome. Cool stuff. So let's round up. I think this trade is gonna be good. I would give them this Ethereum trade.
Sure, bro.
We need to see a break. We need to see a break above. But the problem, everything is building up liquidity. That's the problem. We're still looking at the chat, guys. Pop it in there. Obliterated. Yeah, what were you saying?
No, just confirm it with 8 BTC.
Yeah.
We'll be able to understand it, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
What should we do as a roundup?
What should we do? That's a good question. I haven't thought of that thing.
Let's do something fun.
Wanna bet on the community? You wanna bet me? Let's see.
You know what?
And whoever wins the bet is gonna give the money to the community.
What?
Let's bet on our viewers. Like you said that BTC is gonna go up, right? And my view is basically it's gonna reverse from 53K. Let's see. If my views goes right,
okay,
we can actually select one person from the community and give it to them.
You know what I was thinking? We can do that. I might disappear for a second. I'm activating my VPN. I wanted to. We can do that as well, but I wanted to show you guys. So I usually do on the YouTube channel. I usually do 1000x leverage, and we don't encourage that. But what we could do, I can do this now. Because
that's basically gambling, yeah.
Yeah.
The big gamble.
Anyway, but it's so much fun. Yesterday I made 400% live on the YouTube channel. So I wanted to. What I usually do is I give out the profits. That's what I wanted to do here, but I won't be able to pull it up now. So that's not. So let's. Should we take a bet, guys? Also in the chat, let us know what you think Bitcoin price is gonna be end of the year. Bitcoin price end of the year, and then based on that, we can also take a bet. And then what do you say, Rain? What Bitcoin price is gonna be end of the year?
For me, end of the year, bro.
End of the year.
Okay, let me just see.
I know Banter has like a guessing game as well. What do you see end of the year?
End of the year. Okay, I expect it to be around 50K, 50, 48, that range.
48 to 50. Let's say something. Is it 50 or what?
48, in between 48 and 50K right now. That's the only thing that I can say. Just because it's like pretty close to this high. So this thing can actually break in the next week or something.
Okay. And the end of the year, we consider 31st of December, midnight. Right?
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Okay, so I will say, I think we are going to consolidate. I think we're going to pump before the end of the year. And I think we're going to have a major crash before. So I would say rather around 40,000. 40,
End of the
42.
year.
Yeah, end of year, yes. I think a lot of people are going to cash out as well, you know, like Christmas is here and whatnot. I think we're going to see a massive push in the following week to like 45 to 48,000, and then see a rejection, and that comes down to around 38 to 40,000. 38 to 40,000.
Bro, somebody's asking, how was your date with the white technician? I think with the technician.
Oh yeah, yesterday I was streaming and there was an internet technician coming to my house. So we had to stop the 2.5-hour stream because he was coming. So yeah, it is what it is. All right, I think our time is ending. I don't know who is here, who is not. David, I don't know. We want to let us one more thing, guys. It's worth I think at least it's worth following us. Go follow Rain and myself. This is how you find us, and you can find all our socials on there as well. It's worth doing it. So, in my opinion. And thank you so much for the presence. I love the comments as well. Appreciate it so much. Yeah, cool stuff. David, are you here?
Yep.
David, shy to talk.
If this breaks, guys, just one more thing. If this breaks here, if we break 23.64,
just give the other high, bro. That's basically PD.
It's okay. But they didn't achieve PD. Look at it. It should take that high.
That's let's see.
Should take that high.
If you get a good displacement from there, go for the long. That's all I will say.
Yeah, usually, you know, in our community as well, the Rain is the conservative, and I'm the red. You know, let's go. But he gets burned less times than I do. Less times than I do. But we closed a fantastic week and month. Okay. I see Jackie, the man, the legend. What's up, man? Oh, we don't hear you. Do you have a Binance?
I keep muting. Nah. It's a South African Springbok t-shirt.
I thought.
Same here.
I saw them coming home. It was incredible. Video was incredible.
I thought Jackie was hired by Binance.
Yeah.
Well, I secretly replaced CZ, you know?
Yeah, why not? You know, new CEO, man. How's it going, Jackie? All good? What's gonna happen now? What's gonna? I think, can we remove my screen? I will just stop screen sharing.
Yeah, like I think all the other people that were on in the stream are just gonna hop on now. We're just gonna like share our thoughts, you know, what we expect and things like that.
Cool.
How have you been, man? You've been hustling hard there, I see.
Yeah, man. Hustling. I'm literally, I can't tell you. I had a long meeting yesterday with the man, the legend himself. If you know, you know. Maybe there is something to keep an eye on Banter channel for maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see what's gonna happen. It's exciting times, man. Exciting times.
Nice.
Also, we're running the community with Rain. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, exciting. And also, it's very nice to see the bull. It's just honestly, I'll tell you, it was draining. It was mentally draining, and making more money in the last week than I've made in the past 3 months just feels so good. You know, it just feels so good. And this is why, you know, like this is literally how I feel. Like I take risk reward, and this is why you have to pay attention as well. But I take risk reward trades with like 1-to-1 risk reward. Because I don't look at it as 1-to-1. I look at it as 1 to infinity. And, you know, it's really like you get into a position. We took a rune long. Rain called a rune long in our community. And it pumped 37%. And we took it like at a 10x leverage. And it's just crazy. You know, it's just stuff like, then we had the AVEX long. What else did we take the last week?
A lot of them, bro. A lot of them are there.
There's like crazy numbers, and it's very good. It's very nice to feel that the bull is back. And I honestly think that we're gonna make money in this bull than we've ever made. That's my feeling.
Definitely. Like I was having a chat with was it Waz? I can't remember if it was, but yeah, we were saying like people are worried about how they're gonna miss majority of the bull run because they're so uncertain about what they need to do, right? But the issue here is that it's so easy to make money, right?
It's not gonna get easier. It's a little bit easier, but not much.
Yeah. So then the other thing I was highlighting it to everyone, remember, we were making money now, like in the bear run, right? You shouldn't have to worry about making money in the bull run. It's just gonna be simpler for you now.
Yep.
It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Very excited. It's gonna be just.
Now is the time that you should make your psychology ready.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And it's also I also realized like having these smaller positions run very big, keeping those positions open. You know, it's nice stuff. It's tough. Like it's just. Is it really gonna go? Is it because I was really like I learned the hard way that you gotta close 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5. You close because in the bear, you know, this comes up, this goes bust, that gets sued, this scam, that's a rough pool, that's I don't know what. Like it's literally every single day something like that happens. You can't operate in a market like that. So yeah, but now it's I think it's getting and I think we're definitely over the difficult part.
Yep.
Are you guys waiting? Are you? Should we go now, or is there a plan now, or what are we?
No, this is the plan. Actually.
Doc is gonna buy you a tea.
Oh, yeah, okay. Beth,
we're just kind of shooting the breeze. That's the idea.
Nice seeing you guys. How's it going? What time is it? Where you at?
I think Beth is still connecting a sound.
I just woke up.
You just woke up. Okay.
The dedication.
The dedication.
Oh, I thought it was an hour later, but it's all good. I'm here. That was great, you guys.
Awesome. How are you feeling?
Good, man. I'm impressed. I've improved a lot since we've talked. All good.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. So excited.
Yeah.
Just see my spot bags, man. I'm not complaining.
That's the deal. And that's also the other thing, guys. You're gonna make most of your money in the spot. That's what I think. Like trading is good. I mean, yeah, maybe not. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, like if you know what you're doing, you can make a shit ton of money in leverage. But like
the thing is, you don't even need leverage more right now because it's a bull run.
Yeah, but if you have
20 to 50%.
Yeah, but if you have $1,000, you know, like.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely something to live for. I see.
You know what's kind of cool? Like if I win money, like if I win on my futures trades, which I've been doing really well, scalping a lot too. I'll take a portion of that profit and then just go search for when the retracement's on the spot, and I'll just put it in there.
Definitely. No, definitely. And I think we're gonna have I'm 100% allocated in small caps. Like I have 42 small caps, and basically 95% of my net worth is in medium.
Fefe's gonna have a Lambo next year.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Definitely. I'm buying a Ferrari. I'm gonna tell you a cool story. I don't know what we're doing now, but I'm gonna tell you.
And he's gonna donate it to me.
What?
And he's gonna donate it to me.
Yeah. It's gonna be. I'm gonna ride it in Dubai, man. I'm gonna tell you a cool story that in the Banter office in Cape Town is in a very decent area. It's like a business district, and in the building where Banter is, there is the Ferrari dealership. Not on the Banter, but like on that building. And so one day I was like losing my shit. I'm like, it's just too much fucking stress. It's like, I don't want to do this, all this shit. And I'm like, I'm going to go for a walk. And I went for a walk. And long story short, I'm like, I'm going to drive a Ferrari now. Like I need to, I almost bought a Ferrari in the last bull, almost. And then I screwed the whole thing up. And then I was like, I'm going to go in now and I'm going to drive a Ferrari. And I went in and it said in the door, it said, what did he say? He said, only an appointment. You have to get an appointment to get in and lock door. And I left. And I was thinking, when I was younger, I was always a braver, why not just go and ask? And I stood at the door and And the lady opened the door, and I was like, I came to check out the Ferraris. And she's like, oh, no problem. Come in, no problem. And I'm like, okay, I want to sit in one of the cars. And she's like, oh, I would have to call like the head of sales. And I'm like, then fucking call him. Like, what's the oh yeah, sure, no problem. So she calls the head of sales. She calls the head of sales. And I was like, oh, what car do you want to try? And I'm like, I want to sit in that one. Oh, that's cool, no problem. We sit in. Do you want to start it? I'm like, of course I want to start it. Start a car. And when I get a true story, you can't make this shit up. True story. I get out of the car. He sees my jacket that says crypto.com. I had a premium card with crypto.com, so they sent me all this merch. And he's like, are you into crypto? And I'm like, yeah. I promise you this happened. And are you into crypto? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, do you want to try that car as well? And I'm like, and I sit in the other. I have it on Twitter. You can see it on Twitter. And I sit in that car, and he's like, you know what we should do? You should come by on Saturday, and we should go for a spin. And I'm like, that's exactly what I've been thinking, man. So anyway, I go back on the Saturday. The Ferrari is ready. Ferrari Romero, 2023, 2022, somewhere, whatever. I sit in, and we start going, and he start pushing, whatever. And he's like, yeah, we don't usually let people drive. It's like $25,000 deposit. And I'm like, so why would you let me drive? And he looks at me and he's like, I think you would be good for the brand. It was so fucking cool. And so anyway, I told him I'm going to come back and buy a Ferrari in Cape Town as well. So yeah, so you got to get back to Banter because I gotta get back to Cape Town. That's the story.
He has to buy the
so
Ferrari.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible in the bull, guys. And that's also the reason why I also told you the story is that you make it here first. I already have a Ferrari. It's here first, right? And then you just make the rest. I also tweeted something the other day, and it said, I am already successful. I already have all the financial abundance. I achieved all my goals. Time just hasn't caught up yet. And that's the mindset I think everybody should have. Like you have everything. You just gotta, grind when it comes.
Definitely agree with that, man.
Ups and downs. It's been 2 years. I don't want to say dick sucking because that would sound bad on this stream, but it was bad. But yeah, but now it's you gotta get better. Okay, I don't know who's jumping on, but I must go. Unfortunately,
it's all good, man. We can take it from here.
Jackie, let's catch up, brother. Like I would love to just catch up and talk and see what's up. And Maison, you as well, and everybody else, obviously, absolute legends. Awesome seeing you here. Hope to catch up later. Hey.
Same here, bro.
Thank you for the invite. Appreciate it. Take care, guys. Have fun.
Fefe.
Take care. Bye bye.
Good to see you.
Pleasure.
Bye.
So many great sessions today. That was awesome, that last one. Really, really fantastic, Maison. Rain.
Both are me. I'm known by different names. And I'm anonymous as well.
You know what's interesting as well? As you start watching a few sessions back to back, you start getting all the different perspectives from people.
Mm-hmm.
Just helps you sketch out your picture better.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Jack, you're known to me as the BNB king.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna hand in my towel for BNB at this point. Unfortunately, I don't know what's gonna happen with the token now that TZ is not there anymore.
Yeah, I know, right?
That was kind of like the grounding factor for me. So I'll still have. Hey. Sorry, Pop. I'll still have BNB, but it's not going to be my biggest bag anymore going forward.
Right. No, I get it. I completely understand. You never know what's going to happen. That's why we tell everybody, make sure you have cold storage.
Definitely. Although Solana's catching my eye, though.
Yeah. I was actually
running
a Solana ETH comparison yesterday.
Watch near, guys. Watch near. It hasn't run.
You think Near's gonna blow up the cycle, bro?
It hasn't run yet. It hasn't had its run yet so far. It's only been up like $1, like just $1 or something like that.
It's definitely looking spicy though the last couple of days.
Yeah,
Now look at DOT.
definitely.
It was looking like the exact same scenario. The exact same scenario happened in DOT earlier. Like 3 days back, DOT was like kinda dead. It was kinda moving slow, and then whoosh. So watch out for Near.
I'm gonna have Near, but I need to add more. I'm pullback for sure.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I have Near. It's ready to pop, but Yeah, thank you for the reminder. A little bit more wouldn't hurt.
Guys, where's Chris? The organizer,
I
the
don't know.
man, the
Let's
legend.
let's see where he is.
There's so many new tokens though. It's like the gaming tokens are just amazing me. Some of the some of my spot bags, I wish I would have bought more. But the problem for me is I can only put $250 into Coinbase a week. It's just so annoying. I mean, I applied for an increase, but because I was hacked, they were like, I don't think I proved it to me 3 times. So that's my issue. Like,
why is there a limit like that?
I got hacked, so I don't know. So I was hacked, and then I proved that I was me. I'm like, look, this is me. I called them and said, I want to wire you X amount of dollars. They said, no, you can't. I was like, are you kidding me? And then you put it on crypto.com, and it takes 10 days to even, clear my ACA. My bank was just, I can see it's clear. So for everybody out there, in the United States, just make sure if you want to buy spot, make sure that you're putting whatever you can in there at least 2 or 3 days ahead, because if you want to move it from one exchange to another, you can't. You have to wait until it clears your bank. So that's why I think I need to move out of the United States. Get out of the United States.
Damn.
No, it's so true. And because of the volatility that you can experience, I don't like volatility, especially when I'm just trying to get a certain amount of money onto the exchange. So I would buy USDTC and have it out there, and then I can move that because, I have a little bit of price control, especially with 3 to 5 days. 3 days is getting better, but it used to be closer to 5.
No, yeah, I mean, Coinbase is pretty good. Coinbase is like 3 to 5 days. But if I put like multiple in, they'll say, okay, you have to wait till it all clears, which makes no sense to me. Like, I just don't get it. Like, I wanted
if
to
you
move
opened
money
a second
for
account,
everybody here to show them. But I mean, I couldn't even move. If I tried to move USDT out, it would have said, no, you can't. I didn't want them to see that. I didn't want our audience to see, oh, no, you can't. She doesn't know what she's doing. Like, if you go onto an exchange and you put, let's just say $100 in there, and you buy $100 worth of, let's just say Bitcoin, and then you want to move that Bitcoin to another exchange or whatever, or to your ledger, you can. So you have to wait until they think it's cleared from your bank. Now, I showed them, I'm like, here, it's cleared. They're like, sorry, you got to wait 5 more days. I'm like,
Guys, I gotta go as well, okay? So my brother is calling me, otherwise I have to go to the gym, otherwise he's gonna kill me.
All
Bye, guys.
right. Bye, Ray.
Bye.
got to get that workout in. I'm with you there.
See you, mate.
Morning, guys. It's been great watching you all. I was watching your whole stream until I got load shedding last night. You guys were great. Have you enjoyed it?
It's been so much fun. Yeah. It's really giving me a
I
chance
hope that
to
the
meet.
students out there enjoyed it. It's like people learn so much alpha.
For sure.
We should have another name for alpha, because us females, that's all good.
Well, and it's great to meet, to interact with people from the different time zones and get a chance to work with moderators that I don't usually work with. So it's been a really awesome experience.
Yeah, I've enjoyed that as well. And it was nice having Jackie jump on again this morning.
Yay!
His charting was amazing.
It was.
We miss you, Jackie. We miss you, Jackie.
Yeah, I miss you guys as well, eh?
How's the trade
I
going?
always use it quickly. I got that from you. Like, hold on, quickly. Quickly. I love that when you say that.
It's a bit unnecessary though that Jackie still rubs in about the Springboks. It's been a while now.
Oh man, if you had to come down to visit a Friday, any Friday, doesn't matter which one, you'll see the colors every Friday. Unfortunately, I missed the day, so I'm wearing mine today.
Just so you know, mate, if it was Australia, I'd be sitting here in my rugby jersey as well. So
Definitely.
I'm just saying, South Africa is the best. I don't watch rugby, but it's absolutely we have the best team.
Actually, you know what? I should have been prepared, and I should have been wearing my Aussie cricket outfit today from the recent one-day World Cup, because
I have no idea how you play cricket. I would love to learn though.
Exactly. Jackie, how's that trade going that you put in?
I have closed it and re-entered again. So right now I'm literally in profit again, just above like entry.
That was the CAS, eh?
Yes.
So now you're gonna go make me look at a cash chart.
You should definitely go for it.
No sleeping for you,
I think
Beth.
it's the
Come on.
first time I've seen Jackie trade something other than DMB. It was weird.
I know.
Really
Same.
Oh, guys, if you only knew.
Oh my god.
Do you have
I
a
felt
BNB trade in, Jackie?
I felt slightly dirty that he was trading something else, you know?
Exactly, I agree with you. I do.
That's funny, man. No, I
really
haven't
is.
actually looked at BNB in a good 2 months now.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Why not?
Wow. Yeah, but you
Yeah, when
mastered that, man. You really
When
did.
they
Like, I
sacked
think.
CZ, I was like, there goes my
Oh.
luck.
Yeah, but you really know how to trade that well, because I can tell you that I would take some of your, like when we were back in the day, I would like just watch. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I would just like, okay, Jackie knows what he's doing. I'm gonna do it, and I would get out early, but I'm like, Jesus, he really knows what he's doing. It was really good.
Thanks.
Of course.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah,
I think
it comes down to using the ecosystems, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying, Terry?
I was saying that I think that Sunshine should be jumping up with us. I know she doesn't want to, but I think all's fair, hey? Don't you think? Look, George is smiling.
Definitely.
She agrees with me.
Yeah. Is she
I
there?
really-
Where is she?
No, she's going to
she's
pretend
still-
she's not listening. And Kim should jump
Let's
up with
get-
us too.
Yeah, let's get the Shadow Wolf up on stage.
Yeah,
Oh,
Shadow Wolf,
she's
get
still
up
mad
here.
at me for trying to get David to have some gummies there last night.
Yes.
Yes, Beth.
I love that. I'm not gonna lie. I like some gummies.
Oh, I would have never guessed. I think it comes with a banter territory is all I'm saying.
I just have to figure out how I'm gonna sneak them in my suitcase for Australia.
I wouldn't be sneaking anything going
I would
to
not be
Australia.
sneaking it in, or the only place to see in Australia is the detention centre.
No, I have a card. I have
Oh, you
a
got a
card.
card?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
No,
prescribed.
it
I have
doesn't.
bad
Yeah.
eyesight.
Yeah, but when you
still
go
wouldn't
cross
risk it.
international, once you cross international borders,
The worst thing they
rules-
can do is make me throw them out.
No. Australia, Beth. No, Beth, go watch those movies. What happens?
No,
when
you're gonna
you
scare
see
me. I'm already
drugs?
afraid of the snakes, the spiders, the freaking kangaroos are gonna punch me in the face.
Yeah, you can't take gummies to Australia. It's not going to work.
And Border Patrol.
They won't even know they're vacuum sealed.
I would pay to see a kangaroo on a gummy, not gonna lie.
Oh my god, I would love that. I would.
Okay,
I'm
guys.
gonna risk it. I know people.
All enjoy
No.
Beth now while you can see her because she won't be around for a long time.
She's gonna be sitting in a gum tree with a koala bear, just eating gummies and getting high. Like,
Oh, good. Looks like
I do
we
not
might-
trade when I eat gummies, though. Just FYI, do not.
I wonder who would win in a fight, like Beth on a gummy or a kangaroo on a gummy.
Oh, I'm quite
probably
entertaining on the
best.
gummies. I could have my own comedy show on those gummies. That whole thing.
Those kangaroos are wild. I did not realize they had so much personality for fight back, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm totally. You think kangaroo? Like, I put up my puppy right now. You'd be like, "Oh, that's a puppy." It's so fun, right? But kangaroos are like all out there, like, "No, bring it, man, bring it, bring it. I'm ready.
I
Yeah.
think
I'm
they're
ready."
quite dangerous, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they got like hella anger issues.
Oh my god, you
They
guys are
look all
scaring me.
roided up. I thought it was something.
Hey,
You know-
there's Luba.
Yay,
hello.
Luba.
Hello, can you
Hello.
hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes, we
yes.
can.
Morning. Oh, you got your banter clothes
Banter
on
clothes.
again?
Yes,
I
Oh,
love
that's
it.
so cute.
As I said, this year the Banter clothes arrived earlier.
Uh-huh. Do you see
That's
So
that?
what am I
where did you
getting?
get that shirt?
Uh-huh.
Do you know what? I bought this shirt last year and I kept for some special day.
And it came.
And
Nice.
Today's the day.
Awesome. I love it.
I can tell you, Sign is ignoring all of us. Luba, she's not
is
joining
looking
us.
at her hand.
So cute.
Where is she, David?
I don't know. I'm
She's
trying to get her.
commenting in
She's ignoring my
the. She's in the
messages.
YouTube comments about she's on holiday.
Every message I send her, she's ignoring
She's on
her.
holiday, so were we all. She's so funny. But it's so nice being on with everybody, and I just, yeah, it's amazing. Anyway.
Are these the dogs of the 24-hour?
Yes, she will be.
I
Is
see
that some Ludo?
Beth had little Peanut up on there before, and for once my guy's actually being quiet. So
I just want to hear your dog run around and run around and run around.
when I was
I believe
doing
the
that
main
session,
star of the show is your bird, man.
oh,
I know.
the bird, yeah. So George, when we were doing our thing on Fibs, my little guy was literally doing laps of the kitchen island at full speed. Like it was so distracting.
You could hear it in a little bit in the background, like, okay, there's some kerfuffle, but it wasn't bad at
it's
all.
His paws on the floating floorboards. They just scratch on it, and because he was doing skids like a cartoon character around the island, it was
Too cute.
Yep.
So, guys, in the chat, ask us some questions. We'd love to answer. How do you?
Yeah.
How
Carl
do
was
they buy
asking,
a
how does it get?
Banter? Yeah.
Yeah, same question.
How do you get a T-shirt? No, you can't. That was last year. Liba will have to get us for the team. Liba, if you find something again this year, you're gonna have to buy some for the team and send it over to us in Cape Town.
All right, if I'm gonna get, I will definitely. But yeah, that was because Banter become my really like large family. I'm just with you guys now, but it's I came to Banter at the at the top of the last bull run, of course. You know how it works. I've been scammed before that for a huge amount of money, and then I came at the top, and I'm still here. And Banter is my family now. Hello, Frida. Hello, Dale.
Hello.
And
Hey,
yes,
buddy.
Hey.
and when I shopped this one, straight away I just got one, and yes, for the special day, I knew it was going to be, and as Santa Claus arrived this year earlier, that is a time to wear it, definitely, because we are all happy now. We're still here, we are still fighting, and now we got these rewards because we've been through like up and downs, and like the roller coaster was so oh my god, it's just like something it's mind-blowing, but we are still here, we are family, and just I'm so happy. I'm just unbelievable. And when you open your eyes in the morning and you see these gains, and you know what you've been fighting for, and it's just beginning.
Exactly.
It's just the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And can you guys imagine, the guys who are watching, how lucky you are, because you just came in the right time if someone is new. Because I went in from the all-time highs, but you are here from the very, very beginning.
You are from the 88 generation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So am I. So when I first joined, into crypto space, I got into crypto space because I wanted to invest, right? So I was trying to find ways how to make my money to work and bring some more money, right? So at the time I got in, it was a huge hype about crypto, obviously, and everyone was jumping in, so I jumped in as well. But I didn't know how to jump out, and I didn't know when to jump out, and I didn't know where was the top. So we all, not all, but I was as well from the 88 generation, which is the all-time high generation, right? So we just got burned into crypto space on the right timing, all-time high timing. But never mind. As you said before, it's very, very important that we here, we are united, and we didn't give up, and we are not quitting. And it took us a very long time to get to the bottom, to load up again, and now to be already just before the second phase has started. Most of us are already breaking even because we DCA'd, and
exactly.
now it's going to have the second phase of the bull market, and now we're going to enjoy the real profits. What we're supposed to, have 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but I shouldn't complain of what happened 2 years ago. I had no idea, so this is the price I had to pay, right? When you don't know what you're doing, this is the price that you pay. So I paid my price, and to be here with all these people here, and people that are behind the cameras, like, is Terry, that he doesn't always come to the cameras, and Cyan and Kim, and people that they didn't come to our show, like Sheldon and Kyle and Ran, all these people, we are united, we are family, and we're here, and we're gonna get towards the end of this. We're gonna go to the other side and join them. So
Exactly.
well done to all of you, not all the people only here, but all the people that are following us. Well done that you're still here. You haven't, you didn't quit. And better days are coming. I promise you, better days are coming. And we're here for you. Yeah, we're here for you.
And I must say, 𝗪𝗏, it's the community, isn't it? I mean, Sunshine and I are sisters, and literally when we started, it was just as Sheldon came into banter, and we used to watch every program together. She doesn't live with me, we're different sides of the world, but we would say, okay, we're watching Ran, and sometimes we would do, which I know is called a watch party, and I'm just going to deviate a bit. Jackie and Waz were speaking about doing a watch party about a year or so back in the Discord chill and chat, and I was like, I don't understand why they would want to talk about watches. I just don't get it. And of course, the two of them strung me along because you know what they like. And finally, I realized what a watch party was. So Cyan and I had been doing it without knowing it. And we would listen to Sheldon, and we would watch Ran, and we would buy all the tokens that were taught. And literally from the beginning. And then when crypto school, I think we must have been within the first 10 people to sign up. I'm not even joking. We were like on it, sharing links.
I was the first one in a crypto school. Really?
Were you? Amazing. You see. So, and then just moved from there to Sniper, and now Amazing Whale, and just being in the community and watching how, the community's grown. And it's this family that has made it so amazing. And I'm so sad that Sunshine won't jump up on Kim, but they're the ones that are holding everything together. They do all the work, and they really do, and they're there for all of the moderators and for all of everybody. So thank you, ladies. You are absolutely amazing. Even though you are not joining us, we know that you are in the chat and that you are watching us. And
yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So anyway, I just wanted to say, so we've grown from that, and we've just got such a lovely family here now. Can't wait till we all meet in London or Greece. I think Greece maybe, hey?
Greece is much
better.
The invitation is still on after the bull market, and when everyone is going to be like relaxing after their profits and stuff like that. We're going to do a meetup somewhere in Greece. I'll pick a Greek island. Maybe we're going to do a vote and pick up a Greek island, and I'm going to do the tour for you.
Oh my God, I'm so there.
Yes.
We got to pick a location that Beth can bring her gummies. So remember, that's got to be.
Yeah, exactly.
So Tyler, start working on that now, mate. All right.
You start, you start building and creating things and have your profits, and then we're gonna sort out the rest of it. I'm gonna find some good, we're gonna good nice stuff in the islands. I'm gonna book a nice place to sit and relax, and have a good party and dinners and.
So in other words, people, in his previous lifetime, he was a tour guide.
Yes, I don't know, maybe.
Aw. Hey, I love Greek food. I'm there. I love Greek food.
I need to say
Okay.
something. We said we're going to take a holiday. Sunshine writes, we are actually going to buy a Greek island, guys.
Nice.
Not
Okay.
go on holiday.
See how we can all pitch in and buy a Greek island? I'm in.
I mean, we got plenty of islands, so I'm sure we can find one for you to buy.
Exactly.
One of these days, listen, if you see it, you believe it, you can achieve it. Done.
Exactly. So guys, I'm gonna log off. I want to congratulate everyone, a single of you, and the people that are on the panel and the people behind the panel, and the people that are watching us. Well done. Again, the end of the 24-hour session here. The next one's gonna be a greater one, I promise you. And we're gonna keep going, growing and growing and growing and get it better. And I'm going straight back to my cooking because I just stopped cooking just to say hi, and I'm going back to continue.
That's really nice.
Nice.
I'll see you later, guys. Yeah, take care. Until the next
Bye-bye.
one, yeah?
Bye.
Bye.
I must say that we're also missing Chaos, but he's also sent love and he's always here and with all of us. So we are missing Chaos, but you know that he loves all of us and he's here and he loves you guys in the chat. He's there for everyone. So I'm just if I haven't mentioned somebody, please, it's just because I'm fasting. I've forgotten. So no gummies for me because I haven't eaten for a while.
Yeah, the mom, she
God.
did a really good. The mom, she did a really good presentation. Just her
Oh,
sound
Mam's was
was really bad, but that was awesome.
Sure, it was great. It was George. It was amazing. I know that Mams did all of the presentation stuff, I think, but wow, it was amazing. I was sad that her sound didn't work, but it was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that presentation was phenomenal. Like I felt terrible that her sound didn't work, but the presentation was so good. Like it really was. So good.
I think what was most impressive about working with Mams was just her passion for really bringing this knowledge to the students and her excitement to make sure that they could actually invest in really solid tokens and know how to get into crypto, right? Like those are the two presentations she was working on, was do your own research and how to get money into crypto and how to get money out. So yeah, she's a real benefit to the crypto school community. And yeah, next time.
I would say from my experience, it's the most important thing, how to get out.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's that, guys, you're gonna struggle with that. And trust me, when everyone will be saying you, take your profits, please take your profits.
It's definitely easier said than done, It is really hard when you're seeing, like today, my MEXC spot account increased by 10%. That's like, how do you take profit when you're seeing it rise? Because tomorrow might be another 10% or more. Like,
exactly.
It's easier said than done. And I'm saying I'm taking my money, but I need all of you guys to keep me accountable, when the time's right as well.
Yeah.
So you're actually onto something there. Etienne asked a question in the chat, and he's like, "What's our plan for taking profits as the bull run comes around?" Because this is a tough one, right? You're already experiencing the symptoms of someone that's in a bull run, right? So what do you guys plan to do in the bull run, actually?
Well, for me, I think the easiest answer is when 𝗟𝗏 has found the island, we sell and buy the island.
Absolutely. No, so I'll tell you what I've done is like the tokens that I'm going into now, as soon as I've doubled them, is to take out the initial buy-in and then keep the profit in USDT so that when the market does a pullback to buy in again. So it's just to take out your initial and I'll tell you what, in the last run, I used to watch George, We Are All George, and he said it. And, I had many tokens that did that, but I was like, nah, I'm sure it's not necessary. And at the end of the day, it's probably exactly what we should have done. So that's one of the things to do. Yeah. So
I've been
that's what
doing
I'm
that
struggling.
already. Sorry, I've been doing that already, Terry. You know, on
Yeah.
some of these smaller cap ones, I've literally taken my original $100 and I just keep putting it into another one, and then another one, and another one. And I've used that $100 and I've leveraged it into thousands.
Yeah, but do you know what I done last year? I mean, last bull run, not last year, last bull run. I just put in Gala. I remember at that stage, like just $20, just nothing. It was quite like small amount. And then I went up for 1,200 or 1,300. And you know what? Yes, I took out my initial profit, like this $20, but I never took the huge profit at the end. You need to be prepared for, like, let's say in 2025 to take these huge profits, because everywhere on YouTube or Twitter, everywhere they will be screaming for the higher. We're already gonna be really high at that stage, but everyone will scream for like extra, like let's say the Bitcoin will go to million and all this stuff. But you need to take off these profits, the big ones, not the initial ones. Okay, we can take off now some, but you need to take these huge ones, because you're gonna hear everywhere. Everyone will be screaming. Like maybe at that stage you're gonna be like 200,000 on Bitcoin, but everyone will be screaming that it's gonna go to million. It's gonna go to 500 or something. Like, I mean, these the huge profits.
It's going to take a lot of self-discipline, you know, as well. It is going to be hard. I know I'm expecting it to be hard. And I say with every intention, you know, there's going to be a point where I'm going to cash out a very, very large chunk of what I've created. You know, I'm going to definitely keep some in the game because you have to, but I'm going to, you know, and it's going to be hard. And I am, like, I'm serious. I'm going to be relying on my family, like you guys, to help us pull the trigger.
Sure.
We're all going to help each other, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I was looking at Solana, and I was just like, oh, my average cost for Solana is $13.89. Because I started buying a long time ago. And should I sell it now? Should I sell it now? I'm like, should I put my ETH into Solana? Like,
Yeah.
I must say, when I went to the studio, it must have been a year or so back when we were deep into the bear market, and I was still holding all my tokens because, you know, you're too scared. Okay, they're under, you don't want to sell them because you don't want to lose. And I was speaking to Kyle, and he had nothing. He was fully into USDT. So, I mean, guys, if you are still new to it and you are scared that you're going to do the same thing that, you know, a lot of us did in the last run, watch Kyle, watch Thalas, watch you know, everybody in the guys doing the AMAs, and as Matt said, just like work together as a family and watch and see what's going on. And there's these guys that know what's going on, and we have that emotional fear, and that's what we talk about with the emotions of trading. You know, like you say, oh, it's running, but what? And it's also that gambling mentality, or it's running, let's leave it longer instead of taking our profits. So
yeah, and please don't be alone. Just go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all here for you guys. Discord, reach out to us, whatever we can do to help you. You know, everybody watching. You know,
because that's another my mistake. I don't have anything, anyone, no friends, no family, no one who deals crypto. No one at all.
You do,
and I've been.
You do now. You do now.
Now, but I've been. That's why I always been alone and made all these mistakes. You need.
People think I'm speaking another language. Like on Thanksgiving, I'm looking at my computer every freaking hour, and my family's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "You don't understand." Like, get down here. I'm like, no.
And that's why I decided to just go into community. Yeah, I've been cheerleading all the time, like press the like buttons and all. I've been all over the YouTubes and everywhere, but in a trading, in psychology, like I've been alone. Don't be alone, please. Just go to Discord, go to community, because at that time, as I said, when you need to take profit, you need that friend with you who's going to punch you, take that profit.
Yes. Exactly.
So, this is a piece of information that someone told me once, and I never quite understood it until now. And it is actually going to be a guiding light for you guys on this journey, in this cycle, the bull run. When you start hearing people who you know aren't in this specific industry, like in crypto or in Forex or whatever industry, right? And you are someone that has more knowledge than most people, right? If you start hearing them ask you, hey, is it a good time to buy this? Is it a good time to get into this token? Is it a good time to sell? You need to do the opposite of what they are planning to do, because that usually signifies that they are late. They are the retail in this case. So by the time they ask you, they've missed everything already, and it's time to do the opposite movement. I've seen this 2 or 3 times that happen now, and it's been the case to the T.
Yeah, and it's true. Yeah.
So which ones of us were the ones that got in at that moment? You know,
exactly.
I've said the story before that.
Definitely.
You know, I got into crypto when I was at my son's basketball
Is it
training.
Jimmy or did Matt just freeze?
No, Matt's frozen.
Can you hear me?
Oh, wait, I think
we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, my computer's slowing down. But it was literally a moment when I was at my son's basketball and I overheard the kids talking about, the kids in his team, they were like 15 years old, talking about how they'd made $1,000 on Doge. And I'm like, you made $1,000 on something? How'd you do that? You know, and that's literally how I got into crypto. So I bought at the top, and these teenage kids were talking about it. But yet here we are now, you know, where we've come a long way from those days. But that's literally, like you said as well, Jackie, that's my exit point on this side.
Yes.
Yeah.
George, I just wanted to say, and Beth, it was nice for me to see Brian and Eddie on because of the time zones, we don't see them on because I wake up and there's a million messages on the Americas group and we been sleeping while you guys are doing your thing. We snooze.
Oh my God, the messages go back and forth. They're great though. It's really great. It's been very helpful. This team is amazing.
But it was nice to see them on as well and to listen to them and it's nice to see what they look like. And I think that's what's nice for the community, seeing all of us just chatting here and so it was lovely.
Yeah, I agree.
Very good.
Really well.
Yeah.
And plus, what I want to say to community.
George, we can't hear you. If you're talking, you are muted.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Now we can hear you.
My mic was up slightly, so all right, perfect. No, it was great to actually see these guys as well. For I had never seen some people, and it was awesome to see them come on. Like, wow. So
Yes, it was nice. Wes was like a whole 30 seconds, but he did jump on. Electricity in South Africa, hey? Oh, my word.
Loba, you were saying something?
Yeah, I want to say to community another thing. Just, guys, don't be lazy, please. Now we have so big opportunity. Even the Run was doing the show about the airdrops and everything. There is sometimes really just some small things to press the buttons, go into explore all these dexes and everything, and you can get really nice rewards. Because again, another my mistake, because I've been doing all the mistakes you can imagine, and not once but many times in trading, in all this. It's like a circle. And
but you're here.
You're here. You take everything on board because probably the humans are like that. It's not like you get once. You need 2 or 3 times to understand, and it's really, really huge opportunity now for all of us. It's just mind-blowing, and really don't be lazy. don't go for like, I mean, don't watch the, I don't know, stupid movies or something, you know, just put your time into yourself. Just
Yeah, I agree. I see people all day watch TV. I'm like, okay, are you learning something? You're bettering yourself? No. Okay, then. Well, you know, if you're not putting time into it, for me, like, it's okay to watch the videos over and over again. It's okay. Spend time on Discord. Come on the AMAs. You know, like, join Sniper Club. Join Sniper Club. I mean, it's for me. It's like people ask me, "Will you show me how to trade crypto?" I'm like, "Well, I show you? No, but you can take a school." Well, can't you just do it for me? No, I'm not doing it for you. Even these high-end athletes I work with, we all just pay you to do it. I'm like, no, you don't. And now I've got 2 of them that are joining Sniper School. One already has, which everybody will find out soon. And, you know, I think the one person that I've talked to, he was like, oh my God, thank you so much. This is a lifesaver. And I'm like, well, I've been trying to tell you this for a year. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, I agree with you, Luba. You have to be dedicated. You have to want to learn. And nothing in life, nothing that's worth value is free. And the school is free to you. I mean, you're spending $100 to put into an exchange. I mean, so technically it's not free, but you're learning. So yeah, I second that for sure.
And 100%. I know.
It is actually free, Beth, because it's your $100 to trade.
Exactly. It's free. It's your $100 that you're learning with. But like, I mean, who does that? You know, we're doing it as a service to you because we want you to be successful. There's nobody else out there that does. There's no community.
Decided to begin, guys.
It was hard coming through that. It was hard coming through that bear market as well. But it's the time that if you grind away and you keep persevering and you use it as a time to learn and learn and learn, now you're seeing the benefits of it. Because I did, like, I worked myself into the ground during the bear market, trying to learn this stuff and to establish myself and create a base. And now, you know, like I said, my 𝗪𝗍𝗍 spot bag was 10% up today, and this isn't even the screaming market yet, you know?
Yeah. Now I have to go look at mine now. I'm going to go see mine.
Just to let you guys know, I've entered a BNB long right now.
Did you
Get out of town!
Back is back! Back is back!
Yeah, so long only 1 hour. I know that the chart right now looks like it's short biased, but based off of stochastic market structure and fib, we bounced on the 50 fib. So chart is at equilibrium, and majority of the candles stopped at 382. So based off of that alone, there's enough strength to move the market up. RSI is still quite strong. So with that being said, I've got a 3.3 trade. We're targeting 253, and the stop loss is around 238.
Nice. I'm going to chart it out right now.
Good to have you
Okay,
back,
so
mate.
guys, there's some people in the audience that don't know who we are because our names are not on the bottom. So we put it in, but it's not Zoom. So I'm just going to say I'm 𝗟𝗏. I'm sure everybody knows that by now. So I'm 𝗟𝗏. Each of you put your hands up and just kind of say who you are, maybe, or don't put your hand up.
I am 𝗪𝗏𝗿𝗀𝗏. You can see me on every YouTube screaming, smash the like buttons, and I'm like cheerleader of the 𝗪𝗏𝗿𝗀 community, and probably you saw me around a lot.
Awesome, Luba.
And I'm from UK, originally from Latvia, but living in UK for the last 20 years. And yes, my dream, my biggest dream is to free my family. As everyone here, it's just like to have financial freedom. It's not about like let's say yachts and jets and all this stuff. Just how financial freedom when you are really calm and you don't stress out in this life, and you know your place. And I found my place when I went into the crypto. I just knew it. Finally, I found my life lifestyle, my life, like everything, because I was so confused in my life. I just like jumped from one business to another one, and it's like I don't know where I belong, what I want to do, and like, you know, you are just like, you are a little bit like lost. When I discovered the crypto, that's it. That's I know it's mine. It's just like trading and crypto and all this community. It's just where I belong. And I, from the beginning, do you think I ever thought that I'm gonna be here streaming with you guys? No. But when I changed my habits, my mind, because my goals are really high, and it's like it's going by step now, and I'm here with you, which is for me, it's really big achievement. It's like it's a step, but yeah. And I wish you all to just stick to your dreams and stick to your goals and change your habits. You need to be disciplined. You need to work. It's not like hard physically. You work with your mind, as on David's show when he told us, yeah, you just need to work with your mind. You just need to change inside, and then outside everything will be different. Yeah, that's
awesome.
all.
Thanks for sharing, Lohba.
And who's next?
Who's next?
So my name's George. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
George, hi.
Okay, perfect. You can find me on Discord. And, you know, I said this earlier, but I used to be what I call a fundamentalist trader. Oh, it's going up. Okay, let me go into Coinbase and buy. Awesome. Oh, it's already down and I'm at work now. Great. Let me stress the whole day and watch it go down. So, you know, joining this community, like being in crypto changed things for me, like you said, Luba. But then joining Crypto Banter has completely changed everything for me. In just, I know how to trade, and the discipline. You know, I have to create greater discipline. I'm running into issues. I have the information, but it's really remolding myself. And I wish I was here. I wish I was paying attention earlier. I was hearing what was being said, but I was so biased to more downturn that, you know, my focus was on, I need to go and find prosperity somewhere else. Let's spend a couple of months dreaming out business ideas, when I should have been really working on getting, you know, my entries in. So pivoting this way, pivoting that way, but I'm in the right place with all of you. And, you know, yeah, I'm excited to become more disciplined and to just trust the process, because it takes, you know, growth isn't something that just goes bloop. You know, there's a buildup, there's a strengthening, and then you grow, you know? So yeah, grateful to be here. George, you can find me on Discord, and I participate in the AMA on Sundays usually. And I want to try and also participate in Eddie's AMA, I think on Friday afternoons at 2. So yeah, if you're around, definitely drop a line and come through the AMAs.
Love
Yay! Hi all, I'm Queen Diva Sniper, aka Beth, on Discord. So please reach out if you guys have any questions. I got into cryptocurrency, believe it or not, in 2017. Bought some Bitcoin, didn't know what it was, left it sitting in Coinbase. I was shocked when I actually transferred it to another exchange that no longer exists. But been following Banter since like day one. I'm like, I'm gonna be on their team one day. Oh yeah. So any way I can help you guys, anything that you need, just tag me on Discord. We're gonna also start doing another AMA on scams, and because that was a big thing in onboarding, that was a big request. So we're gonna talk to the team about doing more of those. But yeah, if you guys are in the right community, I have been hacked, scammed. You know, I can't even tell you how many times. But this team, we will help you the best that we can, and you're in the right place. And just don't get stressed out. Don't if you're having a bad day, walk away from your computer. Don't feel bad if you feel like, oh, I'm so behind, I don't know what they're talking about. Just learn and learn and learn and learn, and never give up. And if you want something bad enough, you'll get it. We are all here to help you. So welcome to the family. My alarm's going off to remind me this was on. I have to go like make sure I'm turning it off. Alexa, stop.
Matt, you're welcome to go next.
All right, yeah. So I'm Matt. I'm the token Aussie on the screen right now. You know, there's no hiding the accent. I think Luba and I bought into the market on the exact same day. So you know, we share that now forever. Is that we both bought at the very top and you know struggled from there. But you know, during that, like I said earlier, you know, during that bear market, I made it my mission to make up for, you know, some of the losses I incurred. Don't get me wrong, I did make a little bit of money, and then I lost a lot with Luna and stuff. However, you know, I made it my mission throughout the bear market that I was going to learn how to trade and use, you know, the profits I made from trading to really build back my account so that my account was in a decent position when we do get to that bull market again. And so that's what I've been doing, been grinding away. And then about, you know, 6 months ago, the school reached out to me after I did cohort 2 and saw some of the progress I was making, reached out to me and did a little bit of a promo video on me. And then I became part of the team, you know, soon after that. So that was, you know, earlier this year. And, you know, it's onwards and upwards, and it's so incredible what you get from the community, from the guys on Discord, and you know, doing my AMAs. I do a regular AMA every Wednesday. It's 6 p.m. Australian Central Time, so I've got no idea what that means with GMT, but I believe it's around about 7:30 or 8ish GMT in the morning. But you know, I learn from everyone else as well on those AMAs, just like hopefully they learn from me. You know, the questions they ask, you know, and teaching that to people really helps me in so many ways I can't even say. So I really appreciate the guys that interact with me on those AMAs as well. And I encourage everyone to participate in the relevant AMA in their area. If you're part of the Discord, get on there and listen to these guys, ask them questions. And, you know, if the guys don't know the answer, we're not experts in everything, but they will definitely find out and get back to you and help you. So grind now, guys, while we're just on the upturn now, get into it and just work hard. Keep your head down. And since I've been on this stream tonight, my goals have changed. I'm all about the Greek island now. That's all I care about. Nothing else matters. And that's what I'm buying. That's it. Pen drop.
Awesome, man. Right, I'll probably wrap off the panelists here. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Jackie. I was part of Banter's school team initially when we started launching. Helped build the Discord and the community up to where it is today. I'm not in the mix as part of the team anymore, but I'm that fun uncle that you'll see pop around every once a week. You know, like, you know, you see me from time to time at all the family gatherings. So that's this. Yeah, so I'm still within the space. I'm not technically only focused on crypto now. My views are a little bit bigger. So I work in the fintech space now. So that includes Forex, open markets, all these other bigger things as well. So maybe down the line, you might see me diving into those as well. But for now, main focus is crypto. It's where I'm at. It's where I'm most comfortable. And it's the market that I understand. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask me as well. I am still in touch with all these lovely people that you see on screen. So if you don't know how to get hold of something or you need information on something, you're welcome to reach out to me as well. And I can put you in direct contact. Yeah, my last saying for you guys, just be patient. Like, focus on the higher time frames going into the bull run. It's very easy to get hooked on the 1 hour, 4 hour in this scenario, like I have as well, and mess yourself up right before the bull run. I don't think that's going to be good for your growth. So slow it down for now. Once we start taking off, go back to the 1 hour, 4 hour. So right now, look at your 8 hour, 12 hour, if you have access to those. If you don't, work on the 4 hour and daily. Then those will give you good guidance.
Yeah, amazing. Jackie, thank you so much. You were there
David,
right at the beginning.
You would like to say something?
Yes. David?
No, I'm invisible,
Oh,
bro.
he's
I've got
not
nothing to say.
He's got to go to sleep. 24
He had a mouth-
hours. He's a beast. He's a
He had a
beast.
mouthful of bacon, so he couldn't answer.
Exactly, bro. At least you know me well.
Oh my God!
That's
Now I
it,
want
brother.
bacon so bad.
I'm known as
Last
Bacon David at this
last
moment.
marathon, David hasn't
He
slept
did.
at all. He was up 24. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
So
great.
thank you, David. Thank you
you,
so much,
David.
David.
Great job.
Great job.
We'll see you in Nashville.
I'll invite you. I'll invite you to my island for bacon, mate. All right.
Gotta tell this get to first, man.
Not as Alice gets it first.
David, are you going to tell us a bit about yourself? Or are you ignoring that part?
I'm just gonna act like I zoned out and have no clue what you said.
Okay, cool. Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you all for watching. Everybody out there, this will be recorded, so if you missed part of it, please go back. Join Sniper School. If you haven't taken Whale School, join the Whale Room. I mean, there's so many great tools that this community has for you. So many. So you are in the right place.
Have a fantastic weekend.
Yeah.
Yes, if I don't take my dog out, she's gonna be a little perturbed. So
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone, for watching.
bye, everybody. Have
Thanks,
a wonderful
everyone.
rest of your day or evening, and thanks for watching. We'll see you on Discord.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.